Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the America's Future Series National Security Dual Use Technology Summit, emanating from Austin, Texas at ACC, Austin Community College. My name is David Hamilton. I am the founder and chairman of America's Future Series, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today with a star-studded lineup of speakers, panelists, etc., talking all about national security, defense innovation, advanced technologies, etc. And I want to start by thanking everyone involved. I want to start by thanking Comtech, and in particular Ken Peterman, for being our host of this event, the title sponsor. I also want to thank Deloitte, and in particular Major General Kim Kreider, and I want to thank them for their support and their partnership with us on this event. We have an outstanding lineup today. I thought, though, that I would start a little bit, for those of you who don't know anything about America's Future Series, I thought I'd share the high-level overview of who we are and what this is all about. The America's Future Series is a nonpartisan think tank and speaker series focused on issues that impact U.S. global competitiveness and national security. We were founded in 2010 with support from people like Ross Perot Sr., T. Boone Pickens, Randall Stevenson, Herb Kelleher, and others. These are all leaders who wanted to have a nonpartisan forum for discussions on issues that impact U.S. global competitiveness and national security. So we like to say that we care about politics and, policy and not politics. We are rapidly nonpartisan. This is a big tent, and we want to invite anyone in who cares about our country, wants to make sure we stay secure, is focused on putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster. And those are people like Ken Peterman and Comtech. So we're going to bring him on here in a second. What I'd like to do, though, is for those of you who don't know anything about Comtech and their capabilities, I want to give you a sense of the company he leads and some of the things that they do. So we're going to start off by telling you a little bit about Comtech. So I'm not sure anyone, y'all could hear the sound on that. We'll bring that back here in a second, but I do want to start the day with my good and great friend, Ken Peterman, somebody I admire greatly. This is a great leader. This is someone who people will run through a brick wall for. Everything he's touched has been successful. He was incredibly successful at Viasat, helping them build their federal business. I believe it was the fastest growing business of its kind for 6 years running. That was a huge success. He has now been tapped to be the board chair, CEO, and president of Comtech Communications. They've been doing some amazing things in a very, very short time. He's sort of a model for innovation and moving companies forward, being agile, et cetera. So welcome, and great to have you with us, Ken.
Thank you, David. It's good to hear from you. Good to see you again. You're a good friend, and I love what you're doing with American Future Series. You're right. It's a non-political venue where which we can discuss some of the challenging issues of our time, hear from thought leaders across the entire spectrum. These events in the past have been remarkable, informative, insightful, and thought-provoking. And I think this one will be no different. We're excited to be your sponsor for this event. And as you know, we expect to be the sponsor for a number of these events going forward. We believe it serves, it has national value, serves a significant purpose. And thank you for leading the way on this.
Well, thank you. And to that point, in July, we're going to be honoring General Raymond of the Space Force, and you're going to be the title sponsor for that program. We'll be presenting the Hyten Award, the John E. Hyten Award for Space Innovation, and we're very hopeful that Chance Saltzman will join us, and it'll be an event like this. But that event will be a hybrid event. We will have a live, personal, in-person audience, and we will also broadcast to tens of thousands of people like we're doing now. So I'm really looking forward to that. And so for those who are interested in that sort of thing, please go to America's Future Series website. You'll see these events posted on our event pages, et cetera. But we could not do that if it wasn't for the patronage, the leadership, the thought leadership of people like Ken and Comtech. So I want to thank you for that, sir. Wouldn't be possible without you.
Glad to do it. Glad to do it. As you know, the world today is transforming. We're embracing a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence, actually a physical and digital coexistence that's going to change the way we live and change the way the world works. This transformation has the potential to bring incredible benefits to communities, businesses, governments, individuals around the world. There's a few elements I'm going to say that are at the core to realizing the full benefits of this societal shift. And equal access to connectivity sits at the center of that. Equal access to data, information, and connectivity sits at the center of that. So at Comtech, we are relentless in our pursuit of solving our customers' most difficult challenges. We are leading the way in this democratization of communications access for all, connecting the unconnected, bridging the digital divide, delivering the technologies and services that'll be needed to connect, to set new ideas free. So we are excited. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time to be at Comtech.
Yeah, exciting time to ring the bell on NASDAQ, right?
Yes, we've been a publicly traded company for 35 years. On January 23rd, we rang the closing bell on the NASDAQ to celebrate that event. It kind of got to be on everybody's bucket list.
That's a bucket list item. It's a lifetime. That had to be really exciting and rewarding.
Yeah, and we invited our leadership team to bring a companion. I brought my daughter, who is now 36 years old and incredible in her own right. And it was a really fantastic time for all of us. It was a good time for our leadership team, and a good time that demonstrated the culture that we have at Comtech that is inclusive. We value diversity, and we value family.
Absolutely. And you're the poster child for dual use technology, right? You have applications in the commercial world and in the national security defense world, et cetera. So if you would just real quickly talk about how that sort of has benefited you by working on the commercial sector and being in that very fast-paced, agile, cutting-edge world, and how you're able to apply those kinds of lessons learned and technology to the to national defense and security.
Sure. Well, David, you and I know each other's history pretty well, and certainly mine is one where I spent the first 2 decades of my career in the defense industrial base inventing technologies like mobile networking, satellite communications, GPS, cybersecurity. These were all technologies that were born in the defense industrial base to keep our warfighters connected, safe, informed, where they knew where their buddies were, they knew where the adversary was, and it gave them enormous insight such that they could execute their mission effectively and come home safely. But the last 2 decades of my career, those technologies have transitioned to the private sector. The private sector has embraced them, invested in them faster than our bureaucratic government budgeting process allows DoD to do. They have. So what you've seen us do is you've seen us move from 2G to 3G to 4G to LTE. Now we're 5G. We're moving to 5G advanced and 6G. This is moving to this physical and digital coexistence that I referred to earlier. And now DoD has the benefit kind of to declare a technology dividend where they don't have to be the inventor of these technologies anymore, and they can be the applier of these technologies. And because American companies are leading the way in these kinds of companies, Comtech is certainly one. We're leading the way in terrestrial wireless infrastructure, satellite communications. We're leading the way in location-based services. And we're leading the way in putting these different building blocks together to create unique value propositions that are comprehensive. We don't just provide connectivity, we provide customers what connectivity enables, okay? And that's game-changing for them. So now that the private sector is a leading in these various technologies, DoD has the opportunity to assess them, apply them, use as a service business models so that they can allow the private sector companies to drive this technology trajectory to be steeper and faster than it's ever been before, and to benefit from that constant evolving, improving technology trajectory, not just to provide additional and faster capabilities, services, features, and support new apps, but also to deal with these constantly changing threat vectors that seem to be escalating on steep trajectories of their own. The only way we can keep pace with that is to move to as-a-service business models that enable commercial companies to constantly drive these technology envelopes forward. And Comtech largely is leading the way at that. I mean, we are working really hard to Comtech to be agile, to be relentless in our quest to solve our customers' toughest challenges. And certainly DoD and our young men in uniform are at the forefront forefront of our mind as we apply this technology to a broad array of commercial as well as defense use cases.
So we've got about 30 seconds before we're going to transition to our first guest. But what you speak about there, I think is really important. And I think really the role of our government, and the bureaucracy is to protect our assets. The things the private sector invents and creates and innovates, we have to protect that so that our near peers don't take it. And secondly, we have to be rapid adopters. Like you said, the government doesn't have to make things every time, create everything, right? And the more they use declassified technologies, et cetera, faster and become a rapid adopter of it, the faster we're going to sort of pull away from our near peers.
Yep. Yes. And the government has the benefit now because the whole world is adopting these technologies and we're connecting the unconnected. DoD has the benefit of being a fractional user on these networks and hiding in plain sight, and that's enormously valuable because the RF signature, the traffic, the various signatures that are normally emanated by DoD when they use standalone military purpose-built systems, it gets eliminated when they get on the back of these commercial connections. Yep.
Absolutely.
Enormous value in that.
Great strategy. Well, again, Ken, thank you for everything that Comtech is doing, both on the commercial side and the national security defense side. We appreciate your patronage. We're going to see you later today. We've got some interesting people to honor for their technological innovations in national security, things like that, like Palmer Luckey. Look forward to see you in a few minutes. We're going to try to show that video, and we're going to tee up our next guest. Okay, well, we probably won't do that video. But anyway, we're going to show it later in the day. I want to thank you very much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you, David. Well, I'll be here all day.
Yes, sir. So welcome back, everyone. We're going to have our first guest, Rudyard Lynch of What If Alt History, join us for a discussion of what we're calling the rise and fall and rise of America. I want to talk a little bit about Rudyard before he comes on. I'm a huge fan of his. If you haven't checked out What If Alt Hist on YouTube, I really encourage you to go out to his YouTube channel. This is a young man at the age of 13, started his own podcast. I think it was on his 13th birthday. He's now 21 years old. And he is a voracious reader and digester of information, concepts, et cetera. He's probably the best read human being I've ever met in my life. And he has spent the past 8+ years gathering and distilling information around societies, on civilizations. And he's going to talk a little bit about America and where we stand in sort of the evolutionary path of from barbarism to civilization to decadence. He talks about all these sorts of things that are really brilliant. And he's going to talk a little bit, most importantly, about, so what are the things that America, well, let me back up. I found the America's Future series in large part because I wanted to ensure that America remained the strongest military, political, and economic power in the world, that all civilizations die. They go through a birth and decay and death cycle. And I just would like to see that be forestalled as long as possible. We'd like to see America remain sort of the great hegemon, if you want to call it that, a force for good in the world, along with its partners, along with its allies, for as long as possible. And I'm very much gratified, and it's very positive to talk to somebody like Rudyard who can talk a little bit about America. He's actually much more positive about it than I am. He thinks that America is going to stay strong and has a lot of competitive advantages for decades to come, if not even hundreds of years. So with that, we're going to break for just a second, and when we come back, we're going to bring Rudyard Lynch of What If Alt History.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, just tap the thing. Just tap the table or something.
Hey there, we're back, and I'm here with my great and good friend Rudyard Lynch, somebody you all need to know, and I think policy leaders need to know. I think they could learn a lot from him. So great to have you here, Rudyard. Thank you for coming all the way to Austin.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Glad you're here. So if you would tell us just a little tiny bit about yourself. I gave a little preamble, et cetera.
Sure thing.
And then most importantly, what you're going to talk about today.
David flatters me beyond comparison here. And what I hope to stick up to those standards in my presentation today. And I am the creator behind What If Alt Hist. What If Alt Hist is, to brag for half a second, one of the largest history and politics channels in the world. We have 500,000 subscribers. We have 2 million viewers a month. And David was right when he said I made it on my 13th birthday largely out of boredom. And I did something called alternate history for the longest time, which is like, what if the South won the Civil War? What if the Nazis won World War II? And through that, trying to figure out what could have happened from that. And I did that for 6 years, but then through trying to figure out what could happen if history had gone differently, I started to figure out principles of human history and politics. And now what the channel's more so about is trying to figure out why civilizations rise and fall. And from that, trying to understand the future and what principles under which human societies operate. And I'm basically entirely self-taught. I dropped out of school after a semester and became a digital nomad. And this is my full-time job. I have a staff behind me. And it's insane, right? It's hard to believe this is what I do, but I feel really blessed to be able to have this opportunity.
Yeah, we live in a new world. Guys like you didn't exist 10 years ago.
No. Yeah, it's crazy.
Great to have you. So we're going to cycle through these things. We've got Ken here with us who's going to help us go through these things. And if you would just point at Ken and he'll advance the slides.
Wonderful. So the first point I'm going to hit is lots of people wonder when I bring this up, especially people who aren't part of the same industry as me, is can you actually use history in order to understand principles of the world? And what I would say is, if you use this logic in any of the sciences, that would just be silly. If you look at geology or looking at climate and you didn't look at the previous precedent in order to establish what the future could be, you'd be laughed out of the room. But when you deal with history and philosophy and all that, people's identities and politics and sacralizations come out. And so things get much more difficult. But I think it's still important because if you have no sense of the past, you have no sense of the future.
Right. And we have to learn from it. Otherwise, we'll repeat it, right?
One of the points that I like to say in my show is that the problem most people have when they try to predict the future is that they're like fish in a pond, where the fish inside that pond have never seen anything outside of it. We don't know the context that we're part of because those fish, they're part of the pond. Most of their bodies from the water that came from it. And because of that, we are incapable of understanding what makes our period of history weird or special or strange or any of that. And so most people, when they try to predict the future, just look at the next 30 years at what happened in the last 30 years. But the reality is that it's a constantly shifting series of curves, and different things can start and stop at different times. And we don't really know about that. And it's incredibly difficult. And I like to say on the YouTube channel that my job is betting against God, because there's a million ways to be wrong and only a handful to be right. And I like to use this map to start because this is a map of the major alliances in the world. And we don't like to view the world in these terms really, because it conflicts with various notions we have. But in the same way as any other hero of history, these are Chinese or Russian or American allies, and they're all kind of trying to build out their own spheres of influence.
So the blue section is sort of the Western Alliance,
yes.
Right? And the yellow, the red, et cetera, are the various allied powers.
Yeah.
And these are sort of the sides, if you will, right?
Yeah.
In the current state.
So through my study of trying to figure out how history works, I've found that there are 3 separate cycles of history. We're going to talk here more so at the second and the third ones. There's a shorter one, which is generational. And we use it, for example, where Strauss and Howe, they found that the English-speaking world had political crises roughly every 80 years. And the current one we're having, then World War II, then the US Civil War. And this is a smaller focus, and David brought me on here to talk about why civilizations rise and fall. And so we're going to look at the second and the third one, where you can look at historic cycles over a 250-year period, where roughly on that time scale, civilizations have political crises. And there's a longer one you can look at for how civilizations across their history operate. And there's really stark similarities you can find over the long durée of history and how the life cycles of different civilizations operate. So the first point I would make is that it's really remarkable that you can predict when countries will have political and social crises based off a series of metrics. And you can actually use computer models to do this. And this is something called a secular crisis, where David Hackett Fisher and Peter Turchin have found these various variables that allow you to predict when a country is going to have a civil war or a social crisis. And The last time this happened in the Western world was around the French Revolution. Then before that, the wars of religion in the 1600s. Before that, the Black Death, and you can find this stretching back 3,000 years. And it's a very long-standing thing. And interestingly enough, this sort of crisis predicts so many of the problems we're having in our society today, where it's like, for example, we have extremely high inequality, low wages for normal people, high amounts of political polarization and fanaticism. People are getting married and having children at a later rate with less children. Not a lot of social trust and high social tension. Social institutions are weaker, and people are scared that we'll have a civil war or a major war. And these are all things that are predictive of the sort of crises that these authors talk about. And the brilliant thing is Peter Turchin, who I think is one of the best history writers of our time, he found two separate metrics you can use to predict when crises like this happen. The first is the amount of money held by the top 0.1% of the population. Then after that, there's the average wages of a normal person. And if you put these two metrics together, you're actually able, and Turchin has done this, to predict when countries will have revolutions or civil wars in the years they did. And he's done this with the fall of the Roman Republic, the fall of the Roman Empire, the Russian Civil War, the wars of religion in the 1600s. And he had a computer model in 2010 predict that America would have a major political crisis in the 2020s. And that's not something that people really took for granted at the time, where in 2010, if you had told people everything that had happened since, I think a significant amount of people just would not believe you. And yeah. And you have what to say?
I said I wouldn't. I would
Yeah,
not believe that we live in the times that we live in, the change that we've seen, et cetera, and some of the crises that we've dealt with.
Yeah. And through those two metrics, you can predict when societies are going to have problems. And Turchin worries that we will have social issues equal to the Russian Civil War or the fall of the Roman Republic over the next couple of decades. And let me explain why this happens. The first driving factor is wages are suppressed, where it can happen for a series of reasons, whether immigration, population growth, automation, globalization, and those are all complicated things with positives and negatives. But economics says when you grow a labor pool and don't have any other factors, it'll suppress wages. And we've seen this in America over the last 50 years. We're looking at Homer Simpson as an example. In the 80s, he was a lower middle class loser, but he supported 3 kids, had a wife, and they lived comfortably, and that was just normal for the era he lived in. But now a lot of people in my age group, they'll have both parents working, and they can't afford to have any kids or to get a house. And what ends up happening when wages are suppressed is that capital or people's ability to use money goes up. And this means that you have growing and growing rates of inequality that feed back into each other as the rich become richer and the poor become poorer. And as people can't afford to have children or time to maintain relationships, you see population birth rates collapse. You see collapse in social conditions and society. And interesting factor is there's 20 metrics you can use to predict when these kind of crises happen. And they range from stuff like average height, amount of strength of social communities. But one of them is when the average age of marriage gets above 28, you're going to have a social crisis because humans are fundamentally animals. And so when humans are worried that their biological destiny is not going to make it, they start to freak out. And then you start to have major political problems. And as moderates can't fix the crises going on, people go for more and more radical people, and society is split into having wars or civil wars. Exactly, because you either have the society split into different elites, and each elite pushes their own special interests, or people try to use political unrest as a way to basically unify their society. And
so I think something you just said is really important. When the status quo can't solve a problem, then people look to extremists to solve that problem.
yes.
And we see a lot of that. There's this bifurcation in America, there's this polarization, et cetera. And that's appealing to people because if they have a problem, they will say, well, this hasn't worked before. So
Yeah.
these people say they have an answer and they're willing to go to extremes.
Exactly. If your local centrist candidate isn't providing you what you need, you have no reason not to go for a more radical one. And people split into separate groups based off what they're self-interested in. That could be the parliamentarians in the English Civil War. It could be the optimates in the fall of the Roman Republic. And now it's the Republicans and Democrats. And I make the argument that that's fundamentally a college, non-college educated divide. But I'm not here to fully talk about this crisis because David brought me here to talk about the rise and fall of civilizations. But what all these stats mean is that the world will likely have a major crisis over the next 20 to 30 years. And this could mean a civil war, a global war, a famine, disease, political crises, a recession, or a financial crisis. And the thing is, I only have 50 minutes to talk here, but my YouTube channel is hundreds of hours of content. So for everything you're looking at, I have a 40-minute video in of itself about. And like, there's just a couple things I find very worrying over the next couple of decades. My researcher did a project on global food and fertilizer, and he found that Africa and the Middle East are slated for massive food dependency issues. Large parts of the world, like Asia, Europe, China, Japan, their populations are going to have over the next 60 years because they just don't have a high enough birth rate. And that's why I think they're going to have major political problems. And America is very lucky, and we'll talk about America's strengths in the future, but we have the most stable demographics of any industrialized society. And I also worry about everything you've seen here, like a financial crisis since we're the era of the most money printing ever in world history. But I'm going to get back on a topic to the thing David brought me here to talk about, which is the cycles of civilizations and what America can do as a future power. So we talked about the short cycle around 250 years. And what that predicts is that our society will have a crisis, but then we'll be able to form a new elite. And then in 30 years or something, we'll have a golden age. And that's something you see roughly every 250 years. And then there's a longer cycle, which is something Spengler, as a historian around 100 years ago, went into. And it's that civilizations have similar life cycles across history and across time. And the thing here is that we don't understand that civilizations are living, breathing organisms. They're groups of people. And so it makes sense that they have life cycles like other living organisms. And this is just a similarity. And I have a long video about this, comparing the Greeks and the Romans to the modern West. But you can line up different societies' levels of development according to how long they've been around. And for example, you can see that 700 years after the founding of their civilization, both Western and Greco-Roman civilization reached their highest philosophic point. And a couple hundred years after that, they were unified by a large empire, whether the Romans or the Americans. And this is a chart that I think is great. And I know this is something
that's near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, David's really into. And this is a theory of history where a lot of what I talk about in my YouTube channel is just things every era of history believed until 40 years ago. And this is a theory of history that Herodotus, Ibn Khaldun, who is the best Muslim historian, Livy, Machiavelli, Plutarch, we even have Genghis Khan and Cyrus the Great talk about it. It was just, as well as my favorite historians of the last century, where it was just an accepted part of the world. And it's that societies start in a state of barbarism. And that is when they have a lot of energy and a lot of vigor, where the West has had two of these cycles, but the most recent ones in the early modern period, where in 15 and 1600s, we burned witches. We had the conquistadors. The West was really brutal in conquering areas, but also it had a massive birth rate and a lot of energy. And that's what barbarism is. It's a state of people are very close to the earth because life is hard. And so they can't afford to really be silly. And then you move over to civilization, which in the West was the 17 and 1800s, where you still had that degree of savagery, but it was tempered more so by rationality. It was tempered by the ability to think critically, where barbarian societies are kind of bigoted and they dislike other groups just for being different.
They're tribal.
Exactly. And then once you move to civilization, there's more of a degree of rationality. And they still have that energy. And so in the West, it was the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, that whole era. And after that, you move on to decadence. And one of the reasons people don't like using history in order to figure out what's going to happen in the present and the future is that it often tells us things we don't want to hear. And
Well, so the term decadence is
Yes.
sort of a pejorative and it triggers some people, et cetera. And so if you would talk a little about what decadence
Yes.
means in terms of sort of being self-absorbed, being insulated, being silly.
yes, next slide, next
Next
slide,
slide,
please,
please.
sir.
There we go.
So, thank you for that point, David, because I kind of get stuck in my own community sometimes. And decadent does not mean the chocolate cake from your local bakery. What decadence means is social insulation from the outside world, where a decadent society puts its own socially constructed vision of reality ahead of what the real world actually is. And what happens in a decadent society, and I'll talk about this later in the video, is certain factions of the elite are able to run society, and they build people's conceptions of reality based around what their ideological vision of the world is. And you see large amounts of inequality. People are split off from actually making decisions in their life. And this happened to Europe in the 20th and the 21st centuries. You start seeing that with totalitarianism like communism and Nazism, which happened as people were alienated from the traditional axes that their society had used. And I hope I don't make enemies here. You also see it in Europe's declining position in the world, where Europe used to be 38% of the world's economy, and now it's a quarter. Europe used to be by far the world's greatest technological, economic, military, political center. And since World War II, the Americans have surpassed them in all of those metrics. And there are some great examples of other kinds of decadence in history, where in 1000 AD, for both China and India were founded at the same time. So their civilizational cycles happen at the same time, even though they're very different civilizations in a lot of ways. And 1000 AD, the Liao Manchu people were attacking North China, and they were nomadic horse tribes, and they were outnumbered 100 to 1, or their population, there were 100 Chinese for each Manchu, but the Manchus still won and they conquered northern China. And what ended up happening was that the Chinese wrote poetry about how much they wanted to reconquer the North, but they were actually refused to improve their militaries because there was a Chinese saying that went, in the same way good iron doesn't go into, the same way you use bad iron for nails, you don't use good men for the army. And so the army was kind of this pariah social class that they refused to
invest in.
Yeah, and India was the same thing, where the Ghaznavid Turks were coming down with Afghans into northern India. Again, the Indians outnumbered these Turks 100 to 1 in population, but the Turks still won, and they could beat Indian armies outnumbered like 5 to 1. And the Indians refused to improve their militaries. They instead built temples to favor the gods. And this is a pattern you see. Decadence happens in every civilization. It happens in India, China, the Roman Empire. And
So it's a lack of practicality,
Yeah.
a lack of vigor, a lack of focus. It's the ability, if you will, it's the largesse to focus on things that are maybe not critical, et cetera, because you're insulated,
yes,
because you're wealthy. You could call it affluenza or
Yeah.
terms like that. But and the worry that I have, and one of the reasons I wanted you to talk is, if you look at America's trajectory, we came out with a lot of vigor, a very innovative culture and society, and not all good or bad. We get that, et cetera. And America has sort of reached a peak of zenith. It's the top military, political, and economic power in the world, and the worry is that won't
Yes.
continue. And because we don't really view ourselves as having any real existential threats, even though we do, we don't view ourselves that way. We have the license, we have the luxury, if you
Yes.
will, to end up fighting amongst ourselves. And that's what I worry about the most. I worry more about partisanship and
Yes.
tribalism and us doing the work of our enemies. I would argue the Chinese look at us every day and go, thank you, you're doing a great job. Destroy yourselves and we don't have to. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's very well said, David. And it reminds me of when the Romans invaded ancient Greece. The Romans let the Greeks often let the Romans into their cities peacefully because they would rather have the Romans rule than their other local faction in Greece.
The enemy of my cousin is my friend.
Exactly. And that's a very common thing in decadence, where we're so divided that we can't actually look at external threats because we're so driven off. Because when you make your worldview the reality, that means the other people who stand against you in your worldview are more dangerous than the Mongol horde outside. Next, please. And this is just a brief point I'll run through, and I think this is kind of fun. And it's that the video I just finished is understanding American culture. And there are three countries that I think are good parallels to America. In cultural science, there's a bunch of like different cultural metrics you can use. And America's closest to Britain in almost all of them. So culturally, America's very close to Britain. As you'll see later in this, I can't say video because this isn't a video, but in this talk is Rome. And so America's history and its trajectory as a society parallels Rome very closely. And America is very similar to China in its geography, where both America and China are the most powerful person in their neighborhood, and no one can really threaten them in their neighborhood. And America and China are actually at the same latitudes, where the south of China is at Miami, Beijing's at Philadelphia, the north of China is in Manchuria. So I like using this as a way to understand America through the historic record. And through all these cycles of history, America is closest to the world in 100 BC, where we're going to talk about why America and Rome are so similar, but that was when Rome was in a similar position to where America is now. And it was also the fall of the late Roman Republic. Next, please. Yeah. And America and Rome are quite similar because they were both founded as very strict Puritan nations that expanded rapidly. They were republics built off trying to protect their people's freedoms. And they had, like the Romans had their own version of the Constitution. And they very rapidly rose to become the known world's biggest power through fighting a series of wars that they didn't, like, in the same way we got into World War I and World War II out of bizarre alliance structures. It was the same with the Romans getting into the Macedonian and the Punic Wars. And that made Rome the great power.
Because the others were weakened, just as Europe was weakened after World War II and World War I, that left us as the strongest power.
Yes. And there's a lot of very stark similarities between the world in 100 BC and the world of America today, where, for example, both have massive inequality, where in Rome you had the rise of giant latifundia, or corporations, which would outcompete the working wages of average Romans. And they'd bring in slaves from Gaul or Syria, and a small Roman farmer couldn't compete. So that caused massive inequality. And it's the equivalent of globalization today, where American workers, I'm from Pennsylvania, so deindustrialization is my whole childhood, can't compete with workers in Malaysia or China, which causes inequality. Both of them rose to the sole world superpower without any real competition around 100 BC. Both were massively politically polarized, and Rome was in the optimates and populates parties. There was decline in religion and traditional values. In ancient Rome, there was a sexual liberation and feminist movement, actually, in the similar timescale to ours. Both of them had weakening democratic foundations, where in Rome, you saw the rise of individual strongmen, as normal politicians couldn't really bring home the bacon. And you can go through so many parallels. They had insane campaign funding. There were human rights concerns with Roman armies abroad. And at the same time, the relationship between Greece and, I have an hour-long video talking about this, so I can't go into too much depth, but Greece is very similar to Europe's history, and Rome is very similar to America's. And the Romans went into Greece in the same way the Europeans went into America, where they were sympathetic to the democratic Greek countries and they viewed them as cultural relatives. And so they went in to protect them from other countries, like big empires like the Macedonians or the Seleucids, in the same way it was us for the Nazis and the Soviets. But then over time, the Romans established the Achaean League, which is like the European Union, and the Europeans lost less and less importance until the point that they had trouble being independent from America.
So when I listen to what you talk about, and I look at the trajectory, I tend to be pragmatic, and I think, so what's next for America? So when you look at where we're at and all these parallels fall, I've always been a little bit dismal. And I've always been a little bit negative or pessimistic, saying at some point it's going to fall. But you also talk, and maybe you'll cover that in a second here, but the fundamental structural things that make America's longevity, its ability to compete, and its ability to stay relevant and in power are actually solid.
Yeah, I have a future slide about this, and so I'll just cover that now. The thing with Rome is that starting in the point we're at, Rome survived for another 500 years, and the Romans had a local crisis but they were still fundamentally strong. And America is in the exact same place where we look at China or Russia or any of those other competing countries, none of them have the strength America does, where China and Russia, for example, is a population 1/3 of America's, let alone America's allies. It is an economy smaller than Canada. India is so ethnically diverse and big and complicated that it has trouble expanding outwards, let alone keeping itself intact. And China's the big competitor we always worry about, where like for my whole life, people have been saying China's going to replace America, but I don't believe that because a bunch of different reasons. The first of which being China's population is going to halve over the next 70 years.
Because of the one-child rule and because of their societal, the outlook that people have. They don't want to have children. They don't think they can afford them.
Yeah, and there's a term called l'ancien regime, which was all the weird corruption that happened before the French Revolution. And China's like that, where there's all these weird corrupt policies. And an example I love is their real estate market, where the Communist Party wanted all the taxes. So the only way local governments could pull taxes is through their real estate markets. What ended up happening is corrupt dealings between real estate moguls and the local governments that jacked up the prices. So the Chinese real estate market is a quarter of their whole economy. And normal people will work for 20 years, working 12 hours a day to afford a 4-sided concrete shack because there's all these incentives to make the real estate market insanely overvalued. And what ends up happening is people can never afford to have kids because they're stuck in apartments that are the size of horse stalls. And China's like that writ large, and there are all these weird.
And that's fundamentally because they have a sort of a despotic leader.
Yeah.
Sorry, China. They have a strong man who doesn't want to listen to anything other than good news, and everyone is desperately afraid of him.
Yeah, and it's horrifying to look at now because it looks like they're trying to install a new form of Maoism, which is, if you study Xi Jinping thought, he literally says we should return to our Maoist roots. And he talks about no more foreign education. They literally tell people your duty is to serve the Chinese nation and we expect you to die in war. And there's mass famine in China because they shut off. Imagine if in America, we shut off trade for food between states. That's what China did. And people have been starving there. And like, because their country has so many problems, whether environmental, social, political, Xi Jinping is kind of playing a terrified game and he's acting in a really despotic way. And it's sad. And I think the chances China has a revolution in the next 5 years are really high.
So one thing that I think is really important is we're having a discussion right here about some very interesting and complicated topics, and they're all nuanced. Okay.
Yeah.
This is something that doesn't happen a lot. And I think America needs to have more of. If people can sit down, and there might be a lot of people that might even disagree with some of the things that Rudyard has been saying or that I say, et cetera, that's fine. But if we can be respectful and we can have an open and honest dialogue, if we can listen to the other person and not project what we think they're saying, et cetera, which we see all the time, that's the element that I worry most about us in America, that we are becoming tribal, becoming fractionalized, whatever, and we're attacking ourselves and doing the work of our enemy. And it's in part because we've lost the art or the ability to speak to each other with respect and to listen.
Yeah, I really agree with that. And the thing that I worry about with America is exactly that, where I think no one really in America wants China to win. But the thing is, we're so internally divided that
we don't focus on it.
Exactly. And the thing with the Romans is what happened to them is they stayed the preeminent power. And in America, we have loads of advantages, like the average youngest population. We have
energy, food.
Exactly. We're preeminent in most things like technology, like Hollywood, Wall Street, and we built up those institutions over centuries. And it's difficult for societies to really compete with that. But what did happen with Rome was that their society fell apart. And the Romans used to be they used to have a lot of values. They cared about freedom, they cared about honor, they cared about they cared about the value of life. But then what ended up happening is they became wealthy, they shoved all their values down the toilet. And you ended up with tyrants like Caligula or Nero, who did things so unspeakable, I can't talk about them here.
So there's this notion, if you this cycle
Yeah.
that soft times create
Yeah.
soft people create, or how it goes. Soft people
Yeah.
create soft times, et cetera, which end up creating hard times, and then hard people create soft times. There's this whole long thing about
Yeah.
that, right? And there are these cycles of affluence where one becomes becomes a little bit, for better word, soft.
Yeah.
Clearly, the generation before me worked harder, worked longer, was more focused, sort of less hedonistic, if you will, than mine, and so on and so on. That can't continue forever.
Yeah.
If that continues going to where we all ultimately become like in Wall-E, where we're laying around in a floating
Yeah.
lounge chair drinking a Slurpee, and we can't physically get up when the ship crashes,
Yeah.
breaks down, that can't happen. And I see a change. I'm very heartened because I see a reinvigoration, sort of a coming together. People saying, "Hey, the tails can't wag the dog. We've got to figure out a way. True unity. We have to figure out a way to come together because we are all Americans.
Yeah.
And we'd like this society, this grand experiment to continue, and we'd like it to evolve and get better."
I'm not going to say my generation are saviors. We have a lot of very bad problems, but we definitely did grow up in a difficult time, whether economically or socially or politically. And I hope the people who grew up in the current hard times we have will be able to establish the next America that's better for all of us.
So this is America's future. You're talking about as America's future, young people.
Yeah.
I hope this impacts people, and gives them some food for thought. And I hope also that it helps people have an open dialogue about these issues.
Yeah.
That will be introspective. That if we don't look at ourselves, if we're not honest with ourselves, if we're not self-aware, we can't address some of the issues that we deal with. So I hope that's what we want to do on this program and some of the other programs, our various podcasts. We're going to have Rudyard back. He's going to be doing some work with us, et cetera. We're looking for other people to join us. We want to be as diverse as possible. If you have a different take, et cetera, we'll be respectful. We'd love for you to participate. We're going to take a little 5-minute break right now, if it's all right. And then we're going to come back and we're going to continue on with our program.
Okay.
I want to thank you, Rudyard. It's fascinating. Sometimes you make my brain hurt, but that's good for me. I hope everyone enjoyed that. We're going to take a little break and we're going to come back. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Well, welcome back. Again, I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and I'm here with Rudyard Lynch of Why Default History. We just had a segment on the rise and fall and rise of America, and I wanted to bring Rudyard back to maybe finish up a little thing about his prescriptions, sort of, which I think are the most important, valuable part, and then also talk a little bit about our upcoming podcast. We're working on a podcast together called Common Ground, and this is basically the fundamental notion of how people can have complicated, nuanced, sometimes difficult conversations about important matters with respect, et cetera, all around topics that impact U.S. global competitiveness and national security. So we're going to be doing that. I'll be honest, he brings a young, hip, broad audience that I don't have. I have a little gray hair and I know some important people, and we're able to bring those together. He knows some important people. I know a lot of people are way smarter than me. And so the idea is to bring those people to come on and talk with people that are, again, smarter than me. So I'm really looking forward to that, Rudyard. And what I thought we might do is, the real reason I brought you on was to give this positive, upbeat, and sort of the antidote, if you will, for decadence.
Yes.
And I'd love to hear you finish that out for about the next 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. As well, I'm really excited for us to do our podcast together. I think it's going to be really incredible. And if any of my fans are in the audience watching, I can promise it's going to be something really cool that you're all going to love. And the biggest thing that kills decadence in a society, or brings decadence, is when people get social popularity for doing things that do not help the broader society. They get popularity for doing things that are antithetical to society's success. And from this chart right up in front of you, the biggest cause is a single social class hijacking the whole society, where this happens in every civilization. It happened in China with the bureaucracy, the priests in India, the slave owners in Rome, and in the West, I worry that the managerial class, which is what people call, this happened around World War II, and there was a lot written on it then, but basically people with college degrees in the government or in major corporations moving in and then taking control of the whole society. And this is something that I worry about, that this is the way that the West could become decadent, where we establish an ideological vision of the world, and then, like every other major civilization, we get hijacked by a single social class. And then people follow those class interests rather than what's good for the society. And I'm going to give a series of counters that I believe will help America as a civilization survive in the future. And the first one is decentralization, where America's greatest advantage as a society is our ability to switch out elites, where most cultures just have a single elite, and when that elite fails, the empire dies. But for us, we've had the East Coast merchants, the Deep South aristocrats, the Northern industrialists, the coastal
We're going to work on our slide capabilities here.
I'm just going to talk about the next slide. So the second thing societies need is to have shared values, where our current society, the right and the left act as different religions, and they share nothing. And because of that, our society can't really do anything. And if a society shares no values, nothing gets accomplished because there's no direction. As my the guy I work with said, the society without a religion or values is like a nation without a capital. And next slide, please. And I mean, these are just some values I think we can all agree to. We all want the truth. We all want honor. We all want freedom. And then move out from there, because we need to have them in order to coordinate as a culture.
Real quick, this is also a competition. Okay, so what has happened is internally, because we don't compete with the outside, we have to compete with each other.
Yeah.
And we're advocating for our side over theirs as a way of competing and to have power, right? So the struggle for power internally in a country that doesn't really feel like it has to worry about outside powers.
Yes.
We've sort of bifurcated, and it's us versus them in an effort to gain power.
Yes.
Right? And the religion has become gaining power over the other party,
yes,
and demonizing the other side. regardless
Well
of what other
said.
side it is, right?
Yes. There's a whole theory of history that empires become big after having to fight against an external opponent for their first couple hundred years. And then from that, they're able to create a shared drive. And for Russia, it's the Mongols. For us, it's the Native Americans. For the English, it's the Vikings. So that sense of having an external opponent is very important for a society's continued success, even though it's not something that's very pretty to believe. And the third and the fourth things are responsibility and ruralization, where what you do not want in a society is small groups of people having power over everything, and they don't have any of the results of their actions. Well, the normal person is completely dispossessed.
They're not connected.
Exactly. And what happens in a lot of empires is that small elite controls everything. People they lose control over their lives, and they become kind of docile and cut off from any sense of action in their lives.
Demotivated.
Yeah, exactly. And so in America, I would recommend we build a society with lots of small business owners where people can actually have drive over their lives while they're working in some giant organization, and they actually have a stake in their society. And the thing is, democracies cannot survive if a majority of people are not stakeholders, because if you don't, it's Latin America, where people vote in radical candidates because they have nothing to lose. And also, rural populations are no urban population in history is able to support replicate itself, where there's never been a city dwelling population in history that's been able to have a stable birth rate. And once a society's elite becomes predominantly urban, the society quickly loses its ability to wage war, and it moves into it stops being like the society goes in decline. And I don't really know why that is, but I would support an America where people have more control over their economic future in their lives, and also where the population is more rural. And that's something that we're seeing now with digitization.
There's sort of internal migration, et cetera,
Exactly.
away from cities to some degree. By the way, if you haven't seen Mouse Utopia, this touches on what you're talking about,
Yeah.
urbanization and crowding. You should watch the study of Mouse Utopia. It speaks to what he's talking about.
Also, inequality is terrible for unified society, because if people share basically if there's only a couple very wealthy people and everyone else is dispossessed, it destroys any sense of social unity. Why do you fight for a society where basically you have no stake in anything? And the next thing is, I support ethnic intermixing in America, because people have trouble contextualizing other people in their country if they can't they can't marry them. And if you look at an empire like Austro-Hungary, where there's 12 different ethnicities, it didn't hold together because you viewed your co-nationals as people you had to compete with. But in America, it's good where like your average American is a mix of a bunch of different ethnicities. And if, let's say, I'm of English and Irish ancestry, if my daughter married someone of Japanese ancestry, then I would view them as part of the American whole, because we're all part of basically the same breeding family, as cringe as that sounds.
We don't see each other as different.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's happening in America, where you're seeing larger and larger amounts of racial intermixing. And the final point that I would hit on is, next slide, please, is monogamy and intact families, where one of the strangest videos I've covered, and this talk's kind of funny because I'll make a point and I have an hour-long video about it, and I have to compress into 2 sentences. But you can look at a country's family structure and use it to predict what their political ideology is. So if you know what kind of family a country has, you'll know if it's communist, fascist, democratic, etc. And in no stable society has not intact families, where there's a book, the book that explains how you can use families to determine political ideology is The Explanation of Ideology by Todd Emanuel. And then there's another book called Sex and Culture, where 100 years ago, an author went through every single civilization in the world. And he found that once you break down family structure, the society it stops functioning, because interesting point that Todd Emanuel makes is that a society's sense of the divine and the government is dependent upon the role of the father in the society. And so you stop having the ability, because people aren't trained as children.
How people view authority.
Yes.
Right. The divine and the government, et cetera. How people view authority, how they view themselves, selflessness, individuality, collectivism. is all directly related to
How to
family
raise his
structure,
children.
et cetera,
Yeah.
and marriage,
And
et cetera.
the final point I'd make is monogamy is very important, where polygamy is when men have multiple wives. Monogamy is when you're married to a single person. And of the top 10 most polygamous societies in the world, each of them is in a civil war now. Because what happens when you're a guy and you have 10 wives is that's 9 men who aren't married. And this is something I'm worried about now, where you're seeing the rise of a more polygamous society, where if you look at dating apps, like a couple guys will get large amounts of women, and then a lot of like people aren't getting married and forming families. And it's worrying because you have this giant underclass of men who are basically revolution fodder.
Disaffected.
Yeah, because
disconnected.
they have no incentive. And my final point, I said the last one is my final, this is really my final, is I made a video about the emotions that drive civilizations, where some cultures are guilt-driven, some are shame-driven. We're an anxiety-driven culture, where our culture is based on keeping up with the Joneses and trying to look like we're cool and people like us, and we have no actual shared values or drive. And the thing is, this has happened before in history. The late Roman Republic, France for the Revolution, Tsarist Russia's court. And in each case, it falls to Caesarism. And there's a really wonderful book called The Lonely Crowd. And it's
See, I don't have to read because I have Rudyard. He reads all
Thank
this
you.
stuff and spills it for me. It's great. Yeah.
Thanks. The Lonely Crowd is a book written in 1949, and he very perfectly was able to figure out the direction of American society. And he said it's a lonely crowd because everyone's in the crowd milling around looking for approval, but no one's being authentic. So they're in the crowd, but they're lonely. And what ends up happening, what Amaury Duriancourt said, is that when that happens, a Caesar arises because everyone is insecure. So they're looking for the person with the most confidence to lead them. And so all those societies become dictatorships. And if you look at the pattern that the Romans have, that's something that worries me, where the Romans became a military dictatorship. And you look at my generation is very anxious and is some of the worst mental health in history. And I'll end on this final point, where I often tell my channel, I know literally nothing about your life. I'm a person in a screen. And the day you're born, you're offered nothing in life except your own death. You don't know how much money you'll make. You don't know if you'll get married. You don't know if you'll go to Bhutan. But the way to deal with decadence, in my opinion, is to hold some sense of dignity and personal honor. And without that, we're kind of lost in the world. And I tell my audience, I can offer you nothing in life except honor. And that's the way you stop decadence, by holding some kind of value beyond whatever material gain you're going to have in that second.
That's a great note to end on. I appreciate everything you've done today. Thank you for being here. We're looking forward to have you back in the future. It was a fascinating talk. If you want to find out more about what he does, it's What If Alt Hist. Go to YouTube. You'll see hundreds of hours of interesting conversations about this sort of stuff. Please like and subscribe to his YouTube channel, ours as well. Anyway, we're going to take a break, and we're really honored to have Jan Jekielek of Epic Times joining Brigadier General Robert Spalding for a fascinating conversation that sort of takes the next step. We've talked about the rise and fall and rise of American society and civilization. We're also now going to talk about the near-peer threats and what we do about those, the challenges that we face in real time today. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Look forward to visiting with you again.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Check out our podcast.
You guys, I think you're playing when you're not supposed to be. We're not hearing anything.
Hello, everyone. We're back. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series, and I'm thrilled to be here with Jan Jekielek of Epic Times and Brigadier General Robert Spalding. They're going to have a fascinating conversation about a documentary they made, et cetera, called The Final War. I want to play a little clip of that. Let's intro that so people have a sense of what that's like, and then we're going to come back, and Jan and General Spalding will have a fantastic conversation.
The American people are standing on the edge of a cliff.
I'm a father. Like every dad, I want to see my kids grow and prosper. And I'm afraid for their future.
This is the most ambitious regime in history.
The greatest threat facing the United States is the CCP.
Sooner or later, we are going to defeat America.
The goal and the objective for this World War III scenario for the Chinese Communist Party is to defeat the democratic system.
The Wuhan virus gave China a good opportunity.
Yes, we're in World War III now.
But it's a third world war that
The United States and the rest of the free world has never been prepared for.
We are in a world war with the Chinese Communist Party without realizing it.
When you're losing a war and you don't even know you're in it, it's hard to get worse than that.
We have to become comfortable with the term warfare under our own roofs in our companies.
Confronting the CCP is the final war.
They have been systematically working since the day they took power in China to confront their number one enemy, the American government.
I thought it was a joke. I never thought it could become true now.
It is terrible that CCP has gotten so far along in this 100-year plan, but they've gotten really close to succeeding.
The Epoch Times investigation team had studied the CCP for years. But this time, what we uncovered was yielding evidence beyond our imagination.
hide our strength and bide our time.
When they tell you they are weak, that's when you watch out.
Deng Xiaoping made it very clear. The reason we open our door, open our market to the U.S., just we want their money.
Take their money, take their technology, and get rid of them when they at the first opportunity.
In 2001, Jiang ratcheted up the budget to purchase Russian weapons. The new Chinese military is the only one being developed anywhere in the world today that is specifically configured to fight the United States of America.
People's Liberation Army has been very actively working on bioweapon programs.
We are capable of achieving our goal of cleaning up America in the blink of an eye.
China's strategic goal is to make sure that the U.S. has 4 enemies, and one of them must be a terrorist group. Russia is like one, but it's not enough.
In front of the United States is a tiger. He wants to eat you.
With Chairman Mao, with the Prime Minister, our talks have been characterized by frankness.
The Clinton administration said, oh, don't worry about it. This will be a poison pill for China.
Well-intentioned American presidents and other leaders have been duped by it.
We face the prospect of becoming a U.S. system with Chinese characteristics in the not-too-distant future.
Destroying the free world and your life, your happiness, and your children's future.
And a new generation of Americans will be trained to obey the CCP.
We must live, you must die. This is straight out of the communist playbook.
We are giving of our life's blood so that the Chinese Communist Party can survive and thrive.
It's great to be back with you again.
Well, General Spalding, it's always good to speak with you. Typically, we talk on American thought leaders. You're one of the few regular guests that I always invite back. And, I want to mention just very briefly that we're very happy to be partnering here with the America's Future Summit. This has been a great partnership. We're live streaming it on the Epoch Times website as we speak and via our other channels. So General Spalding, I have to ask you this, why is it now or never? That is the final moment of that trailer. I know you were watching it. I recently had an interview with General Kellogg. General Kellogg mentioned that the US now is only positioned officially to fight 1.5 wars or 1.5 adversaries. I forget how he said it. Meanwhile, in this documentary, in the final war where you're featured, it says now or never. Is it indeed now or never? And why is that?
Well, I think the whole point of the idea of the final war is that if you remember after the end of the Cold War, Francis Fukuyama says, it's the end of history, meaning, democracy has prevailed. There's no more authoritarians to fight. And I think what happened was that wasn't the case. And in fact, the authoritarians had studied the Cold War, in this case, the Chinese Communist Party, learned the lessons of the Soviet Union, what not to do. And, because we had come into this world as a lone superpower, we felt very safe in admitting these authoritarians into the world system. And so a world that was very much isolating these systems now all of a sudden flipped to being absolutely open to any and all comers. So globalization and the internet, as identified by these two PLO colonels that wrote Unrestricted Warfare back in 1997, ended up being the mechanism for this new type of war. So the final war is not a war in the sense that General Kellogg's thinking or talking about, which is more military in essence. What this is about is a war on our ideals, on the very ideals of liberal democracy, free trade, rule of law, human rights, civil liberties. These are things that are under assault every single day, but they're not under assault by tanks. And that's the key. They're under assault through social media, through economic and financial relationships with U.S. corporations and financial institutions. It's a different kind of war, and it's more importantly, it's being very effective. In other words, they're winning. Authoritarianism around the world is on the march, especially as we saw during the coronavirus in terms of how governments began to treat their citizens. And so I think that's the key. The final war is really about the authoritarians having learned their lesson, what doesn't work against democracies, and adopted the principles, quite frankly, that are working.
We're very focused on Russia right now, right? And the Russia-Ukraine war in that context very specifically. What about China? What about Taiwan?
Well, I lost you a little bit there, but if you're asking about China and Taiwan, I believe that the Chinese are going to invade. And, we don't know when that's going to come. I believe that it's a matter of what timing do they choose to make that happen. We didn't know that the Soviet Union was going to roll tanks in Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, but they did. And I think there was a lot of people that said Putin is definitely not going to invade Ukraine. Of course, I was not one of them, but so there's a lot of people saying that the Chinese are not going to invade it in Taiwan because it wouldn't make sense. Well, authoritarians do things that don't make sense. Hitler opened up two fronts in Europe. The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. So this is something that authoritarians do. And the problem is that most people don't understand that China is an authoritarian system. In fact, my son, texted me one time. He was a senior in college, and he said, "Dad, my teacher just told me that China's a democracy." Well, if China's a democracy, then I'm a bird.
No, absolutely. And this is a key point, and this is something that you've brought out in Stealth War and is very much highlighted in the film The Final War, is that information warfare is such an incredibly important tool of this battle. So why don't I just jump in here and talk a little bit about TikTok, right? Right now, there's a lot of buzz here in the building behind me in the Capitol about TikTok, about banning TikTok, about how TikTok is a weapon actually of the Chinese regime, or at least functions as one, much as the CCP has weaponized, for example, finances and gotten US corporations to finance its own growth, which is another topic which you highlight in the final war. So tell me, what about TikTok? Is this something that is a real threat?
Well, I think the one thing that everybody talks about is they're taking, citizens' data, and they are, compiling digital dossiers on literally everyone. That's only one of the ways that TikTok is being used. One of the major ways that it's being used, and it's just not just in America and other countries outside of China, is as a way to reduce productivity in those nations. So, for example, in China, this app Douyin, which is the Chinese language corollary to TikTok, the Chinese Communist Party says that kids cannot be on it for more than 40 minutes a day. So the app actually prevents them from being on it more than 40 minutes a day. And so in the West, nearly every other country except for like India, who banned it, you can be on watching videos for hours. And ByteDance's algorithms are designed to get you hooked to watching videos, because your brain reduces sends out dopamine. So it's kind of like being on crack cocaine for your brain, and so people tend to watch hours and hours of it. So it's driving down productivity outside of China. Now, what kind of video and content is being on TikTok and Douyin? In Douyin, so if you ask a kid in China that's using the app Douyin, what do you want to be when you grow up? They'll say, I want to be an astronaut. So they have engineering classes on there. They have these videos that are educational, and they're also, patriotic. So they're getting you to be a better citizen, to be more knowledgeable, be more productive. And then in the West, if you ask a kid, that's on TikTok a lot, what do they want to be? It's a social media influencer. So it's not just about taking data. It's also about reducing productivity. And then the final piece is that the Chinese Communist Party is inserting messages into TikTok that basically gets people to say, oh, this system that China has built is actually a better system than liberal democracy. In fact, liberal democracy is old news. And in fact, what we want is a government that has total control over the population. And then by giving up total control, the government will ensure that you're safe and secure and you have a job. And that is a system that, China is trying to convince the world is a better system. And so but it doesn't just stop at TikTok. They're on Twitter, they're on Facebook, they're on all their platforms and all of ours.
I just also want to highlight that basically it's, for example, these social media apps, right? And this was cataloged very well in The Social Dilemma, which didn't talk about TikTok. It talked about, Facebook and some others. They know more about us from, basically tracking everything they possibly can through our phones than we know about ourselves in many ways, right? So you can imagine a situation where someone, the app flags that someone has a particular sort of, for example, mental instability or a proclivity to revolutionary behavior or whatever it is. And you can imagine, under the control of an adversary. And this is another thing, actually, I want to get you to comment on. We keep saying strategic competitor. Why aren't we saying enemy? You could send programming to people like that to basically make them more unstable and make their lives more difficult very, very easily if you have that kind of control.
Right. And so that's getting to kind of the thing that they're talking about today on DC, which is this ability to get your data. So that comes from ad data from software development kits for the apps on smartphones. So this information that's collected about you, particularly for apps like TikTok, it's just about everything that every sensor on that device is all that information is being sent back, and then that's being used to feed you ads. That can also be used to, as you mentioned, feed you directly to you other information. But think of it also in terms of just the danger to the U.S. or to corporations. So say you're a J.P. Morgan executive. So guess what? Somebody can track you, who you're talking to. So through those interactions, all you need to do is provide that data to an Intel analyst and let them spend a few hours looking at your data and see what you're doing, and you can present a fairly good picture of what that person's is doing. So it's a competitive intelligence problem for business, but it's an absolute national security nightmare if you're talking about, the White House, because, the same thing happens in the White House. Who's going to the White House today? Who are they meeting? What are they talking about? These are the things that you can gather from this, or the Hill, or the Pentagon. It's happening every single day because I see it, in my business. And so I think that's the thing that people don't recognize. We have built this very open data environment on free apps and free, this and free that. Well, it's not free. And what the cost to the country is in this ability to leverage your data for nearly anything that you want, to include, as you mentioned, the ability to directly influence the individual on that smartphone as they interact with applications.
So this is a very kind of intractable problem that I'm thinking about here right now. And this is that, we had just had testimony on the Hill yesterday about how, this concept of combating disinformation, which clearly is something that the Chinese Communist Party is extensively involved in vis-a-vis America, right? But in the name of countering disinformation, social media in America, even in collaboration with government, as it's been exposed and so forth, have actually censored truthful, incredibly valuable information, incredibly important information in the name of fighting disinformation. On the other hand, this disinformation is a very real thing and very, very destructive. And so I'm struggling with how do we grapple with this? Because as we've been saying, this information war, or the use of propaganda and information, is becoming a more and more dominant part of actual warfare.
Right. Well, so there's a couple of challenges here. One is the open data system that I already mentioned. So your data can be, bought on the open market through hundreds of different application vendors. So you can buy that data. So you can use that data, as we talked about, to manipulate the individual. But here's the other problem. The other problem is that we've had enormous corporate consolidation of economic power in the country over the last 30 to 40 years. So now you have overall holding companies owning, companies like Pfizer and CBS. Now, when you have the intermixing of corporate America and the media, then you have the ability for financial institutions to influence the media in ways that support the corporate business model. And so if you have a business that says, hey, we need to make sure that, people aren't, afraid of a vaccine, and it just so happens that the government actually believes that that's something that the population needs, you have all the mechanism now to make that happen, to create this one world narrative. And oh, by the way, the challenge for, protecting our republic is the fact that the way China chose to fight this, this second or third world war, if you want to call it that, or Cold War, however you want to mention it, second Cold War, the way they sought to fight that is embed themselves in those same relationships. So now you have China, now you have the corporations that support the pharmaceutical manufacturers, and you have the media, all basically working together through financial relationships. This is a terribly dangerous cocktail. As we've seen throughout our history, we know that there are times when economic consolidation leads to abuses. One of the ones that's very famous is the Gilded Age. Remember the robber barons? Everybody knows that, but people don't recognize that that is happening again, and it's happening again with the Chinese Communist Party in the mix. What does the party want? BlackRock wants money, and certainly that's their right. And Pfizer wants money, and CBS wants money. But what does the Chinese Communist Party want? They want our system to look like theirs. That's their incentive. That's what they're putting into the system. So when we think about warfare in the Chinese Communist Party sense, it's political warfare. It's not the warfare that I, as a B-2 pilot learned. It's a completely different type of warfare. And it just so happens that globalization and the internet are extremely, potent vectors for political warfare in the 21st century.
Well, and I might add, that I think this sort of quintessential example of the CCP being successful in getting us to implement their way of doing things is this horrible lockdown policy that we adopted in many Western countries, which was, basically what the CCP did to try to combat the virus, and with the knowledge that we had from, very prominent epidemiologists and reports that were written on this could never actually control a respiratory virus. And we knew this, but somehow we basically got into following the CCP's way. And of course, the CCP was very happy to have, if they were going to destroy our economy, we're very happy to see the West do that as well. So, quick question before I move on to a little bit to more kind of conventional warfare, because is strategic competitor or enemy? And why are we saying strategic competitor if not?
Rather than, having this debate in the United States about what we call China, why don't we just look at what the Chinese Communist Party calls America? They call us an enemy. And so whatever we, think, we have to respect the fact that that's what they believe. They believe that liberal democracy is just completely concocted by the American people to destroy the Communist Party. That's what they say in document number 9. It's not the fact that, hey, our society is over 240 years old, and it was based on the fact that the people that came here were fleeing tyranny. And most people that do come to America are fleeing tyranny. But no, it's something that we concocted. It's all, just designed to destroy the Chinese Communist Party. And therefore, those ideas, they have to be defeated. And they have to be defeated in the narrative space. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party needs Americans on their own to decide that democracy, that our republic, in the way that it was fashioned, is not actually the best way to live, that it's much better if we have a system, that's designed by China. And so you mentioned the coronavirus because the implications of, lockdowns and masks don't show up in any of the pandemic protocols prior to Wuhan. And then all of a sudden we adopt them. Why did we adopt them? Again, they came from Wuhan. They came from edict by Xi Jinping. So if this final war is really about globalization, the internet, and the fact that we've got this, superpower involved with all our corporations and financial institutions, and possibly they could drive us toward a certain, set of policies. Well, all you have to do is look at coronavirus and you say it happened. And it happened everywhere. The only sane nation was Sweden. How is it? And so I think what we ought to be looking at here is how was Sweden able to get through the noise and find true north? That is something that I think we need to study.
Let's quickly switch gears here because I know we don't have that much time left. And, as we speak, hot off the presses, Xi Jinping is saying, accelerate the development of conventional warfare tools. Okay, what do you make of this?
Well, so first of all, they're supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There's no doubt about it. And so we're sending resources to Ukraine, and we're sending resources to Russia through China. And so they don't want Russia to lose. And in many ways, as was noted in the clip, they want to make sure that America is distracted by other things, not China. So, but they are arming for war. They're upping their budgets. They already have a massive array of weapons on their side of the Taiwan Strait. And so, we just have to expect that that's going to come at some point.
Rob, as we finish up, or General Spalding, as we finish up, you mostly have been letting the world know through your book, Stealth War and so forth, of all these different unconventional or asymmetric or unrestricted warfare methods, to use the term of the two colonels. What I want to understand is, what is the interplay of these two things? Because it seems like this conventional piece, right? You mentioned something a moment ago. You're saying that we're actually supporting Russia through China, right? So here we have a conventional warfare, conventional buildup of arms through funding through the US because China is supporting Russia. That's presumably what you're arguing. But basically, they're still playing this mind game with us. So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, it certainly has to do with McCarthy's, Speaker McCarthy's visit to Taiwan, right? so we don't go to Taiwan because the Chinese Communist Party potentially can be mad. So they're shaping the battle space. Essentially, they're influencing our behavior pre-conflict. So all the things that they are trying to do now is to make sure that we don't even intervene, that, essentially they go in unopposed other than for Taiwan. So they're using the same influence mechanisms to do that, to basically slow our response as they are, while they're building the war machine that they're going to use.
What's the strategic importance of Taiwan? A lot of people are still unclear on this.
Well, how are we going to protect Japan and Korea and the Philippines? Taiwan is strategically oriented in the first island chain, and it really, quite frankly, it's going to make, the physical protection of our allies and partners in the region impossible.
And the other part I'm thinking of is, chip manufacturing.
Well, that's critical to the U.S. technology. So, if we don't have an alternative to TSMC, who, by the way, makes most of the world's chips, the most advanced chips, what happens the day after? What happened the day after, Japan bombed Pearl Harbor? We had a completely different relationship. So imagine all the companies that are going to be caught off guard if China's invaded Taiwan and we haven't done something about this.
So, final question here. In your mind right now, we do have these new congressional, we have a new whole subcommittee focusing on the China threat. The big question is, what is it that we should be doing now? And it seems like it's a big lift from where we are right now, from everything you've said.
Economy, building our infrastructure, our manufacturing, understanding to protect our infrastructure in the United States, because they will attack our infrastructure as a means of keeping us distracted. So we have to rebuild America is the bottom line.
All right. Well, General Spalding, it's great to speak with you. I'm going to send it back over to you.
Thank you. It's great to always to talk to you, Jan.
Well, that was fantastic. I want to thank Jan Yekulik and Brigadier General Robert Spalding for that very interesting and impactful conversation. And I'm really looking forward to our next guest. It's an honor to have Bong Gumahad joining us. Long history of service to America and in some very important roles, a national security expert. And Bong, it's great to have you here. I want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you, David. I'm assuming you can hear me okay.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. 5 by 5. It's great to have you here. And, I thought maybe we would start by helping people understand a little bit about you,
Sure.
your history, et cetera. Maybe share a little bit about your work. And then we want to talk about public safety for our military and sort of the new, if you will, public safety technologies and capabilities, et cetera, that we need to protect our men and women in uniform. If you would, a little bit about yourself first, sir.
No, absolutely. First off, I just want to say that in keeping with this fireside chat theme we have here, I got logs fired up on the side here, David. I got my coffee in hand here, so I'm ready to go. But yes, I recently retired from government service for the second time, actually. I'm a retired...
retiring.
I like the idea of retiring, yes. No, I retired from the U.S. Air Force several years ago, and went back to government as a member of the senior executive service over at OSD at the Pentagon, and retired from there about 6 months ago. My background is mostly in developmental engineering. I spent 20 years of my Air Force career at the National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO, involved with developing operating, space systems for our national security enterprise. I was in the industry for a little bit of time, and then about 7 years ago, maybe going on 8 now, kind of went back and joined the civilian side of the Pentagon as a member of the Senior Executive Service, where I was the director for C4ISR. I know it's a long acronym. C4ISR within the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. So kind of focus on acquisition, portfolio management of C4 systems. Half of my job entailed working with the intelligence community and providing an oversight function in the major systems acquisitions that they were managing. So worked with NRO, NSA, DIA, NGA, and other programs in the intelligence space, if you will. And really, I'm just doing some work on the side, some consulting work to keep myself busy, and then half of the other time I try to play golf.
Gotcha. Well, I have great faith people want to keep you busy. They'd like to take advantage of your wisdom and your experience, and I don't think you're going to do a very good job in retirement. Maybe good at playing golf a little bit, but you're always in high demand.
Golf, not even that. Yeah.
Yep. So your background is fascinating to me because it's like the perfect storm. You've got the the Air Force experience, you've got the civilian side, you've got working on acquisitions, et cetera, in the government. You've seen it all, right? And so you probably have a better picture of the entire system than most people do, even though if they may have spent many, many years in defense, et cetera. You have this broad sort of Renaissance experience. So I know there are a number of things that you're passionate about, you have interest in, but one of the things we wanted to talk about was interested about your view, the DoD's view, or their strategy, et cetera, on digital modernization, for one thing, just broadly, and in particular as relates to public safety, in the wake of Fort Hood and all these sorts of things, et cetera. I would love for you to expand on that a little bit.
So as you mentioned, so while I was privy to the inner workings of the Pentagon this past 7 years, it's been 6 months. So what I offer here today are my personal opinion, if you will, and take on what's going on. 6 months is a long time at the Pentagon, so maybe not a lot of things have changed, but you never know, right? But let me start by saying that that past 7 years, I've really had the privilege and honor of working with the best people around, in my civilian capacity, and I can tell your audience today, happy to report that the dedication and commitment of our leadership in DoD to modernizing the joint force remains strong. And their focus on getting a job done has been remarkable. And it's been awe-inspiring to me, with the men and women of the department continuing to deliver positive results every day, despite the challenges of the past couple of years with COVID. We heard some discussions about that in the previous talk. And in a way, when you look at what happened with COVID, really allowed us to be more innovative and flexible in how we can get things done. And it's truly showed the resiliency of this joint force. And I think this idea of resiliency is relevant to what we're going to be talking about here with public safety communications. Now, going back to your early comment about the department's digital modernization strategy, I think it remains a top priority within the DoD, especially in the framework of the Joint All-Domain Command and Control, JADC2, which I'm sure you've heard about. And for those who may not be familiar, JADC2 is the department's evolving warfighting concept to enable the joint force to have access to information across all sensor types, across all domains via a robust and resilient network environment. I kind of liken it in a way to the IoT, right? The Internet of Things you've heard about, the idea of connecting devices to create, smart consumers at home, smart cities with driverless vehicles and the like. And I think with the current always the leadership we have in place, the DoD is making good progress with carrying on with implementing the strategy for modernization. The strategy provides a joint force with, I think, a competitive advantage in a modern battle space. We talked about advanced adversaries like China with advanced capabilities. And I think the idea to increase U.S. technological capabilities across the DoD by totally embracing the digital domain is spot on. And this includes things like, a common cloud for the services with the Joint Warfighting Cloud, the JWCC, includes interoperability of our weapon systems through, data link standardization, as an example, and even includes the use of digital engineering, I think, in my opinion, in the development of our weapon systems and the production and the operations of these systems. So yeah, I think the department remains committed to achieving its goals around digital modernization. But you always have people out there, asking, I guess, what is an obvious question of can we actually accelerate modernization? And I think, sure, we can, but I think it requires some additional help, not only from other groups within the executive branch, but certainly we need to bring in Congress, the legislative branch, to step in as well. And also, let me include industry as well. I think they can help with accelerating the course of modernization.
Okay. So this idea of speeding up innovation in the DoD, especially around the digital modernization space, there are some people that complain sort of maybe that the rules of engagement, how we have to do things because we need such security and we need such strong reliability, failure not being an option, right? Quality. So sometimes speed can be lost in terms of innovation because we have to be thorough and careful, and we have to make sure that everything is secure, right? Is it harder inside the DoD to modernize or to innovate than it is in the outside in the commercial world? I think there's a unique set of challenges that you see in the DoD, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you often hear, hey, best commercial practices and so on. And I think a lot of those might apply to a lot of the things that we do within the DoD.
We can hear you now. I apologize. There was a little glitch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we good to go?
We got you now. We're good to go. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that you hear a lot about employing commercial best practices within DoD, and I think there's a limit to doing that inside the building. Of course, the Pentagon is the business of war fighting. It's a little different business model, if you will. But I think they're making all efforts to date to try to use the best that's possible out there with commercial best practices. And as a follow-on to the modernization strategy that was released back in 2019, the DoD also released a year later in 2020 the C3, the command and control modernization strategy, to address kind of that element, that portion of the DoD digital modernization strategy, which is looking at the vision for implementing the C3 portion of it, again, to bridge the gap between a lot of what we have today with legacy systems, with communications command and control, to the idea with the joint all domain, the framework of JADC2. And if you look at the C3 modernization strategy, the objective there is to establish and implement a DoD public safety comms ecosystems, as we've kind of started to talk about. Commanders and leaders require reliable and available emergency response capabilities, right, to conduct, safety of life, safety of flight, and the preservation of property within each of the thousands of DoD installations, facilities, and training areas, as well as assigned areas of operations we have globally. So DoD needs to integrate not only with national mission partners, but our international public safety partners as well, to really fulfill the goal. And the department recently published DoD Directive 8422, not to be bureaucratic here, but we always start with a directive to get things going, detailing a governance structure and assigning organizational responsibility for the conduct of creating an effective public safety communications infrastructure. So I think this is a good start. We always start with this directive, like I said. Now I think everybody's aligned with what to do. And now I think all we have to do, I'll kind of say it in simplistic terms, now we just have to take the action and make it happen.
You touched on a couple things. You touched on what Congress can do. I'd like you to touch on that again, et cetera, how we can fully support this directive. And people who quibble about directives or whatever, every corporation has a strategy, and their leadership tells commercial organizations, here's our strategy, here's our focus, these are things we're going to focus on. So I don't think that's any different, right?
Right.
So with that being true, then you have, like you said, you have to get on with it. How do you implement, and how do you implement as quickly as possible in a unique environment where your job is to break things and kill people, right? That's what, to fight wars, right? Where secrecy is important, all of that. Okay. So how can, though, you touch on Congress, how can Congress help with regard to this modernization and some of the solutions? Because I think you've been involved in some interesting possible solutions to improve public safety, and you might expand on those.
Yeah.
And also Congress's role.
I think in Congress can help in two ways. Firstly, I think they need to communicate to the department that modernizing public safety comms is a priority for Congress. And I think secondly, they need to strongly articulate their support by providing fiscal guidance and a commitment to fund upgrades within DoD. They should go out and ask the status from DoD. How are you doing with your C3 modernization plan? And more specifically, what's going on with public safety communications? I think they have to be an interested party in all of this, and they have to demonstrate that by taking some positive actions around that.
So would it be helpful if we helped organize an event where we bring those stakeholders together and you speak to them? I think we need to make that happen.
I think that's one way of doing it. I think there's enough interest out there from the commercial side to make that happen. An example, David, is kind of this transition to NG911, this next generation 911, which is an IP-based system to replace a lot of the aging analog-based systems that we have today. And when I say we, I'm talking about the state.
America. Yeah.
America, right. And I know a number of states have been making progress towards that. And the DoD needs to keep pace with that, I think, for one. And I think the other thing that the DoD should perhaps take leadership in is to embrace the use of modern technologies, right? Yeah, we'll transition to NG911, but we have maybe some potential opportunities with 5G, with IoT, and create an environment or an infrastructure where we can take advantage of all that to improve public safety communications. A lot of these technologies are available today, and I think the DoD should be a leader in demonstrating the utility of these capabilities to ensure the safety and well-being of all our personnel, as well as our facilities and operational locations across the globe. So yeah, I would advocate that for sure. Get Congress involved, and then let's do some tech demos around some of these technologies to demonstrate what can be done today.
Well said. We've got about 5-6 seconds left, and I just want to say thank you. But I also understand that Comtech, our sponsor, has some solutions around this issue, the next gen 911 thing. So we should have you come back and talk about that a little bit.
That would be great. Yeah, I'm familiar with what the Comtech folks are doing, and I believe they have a path forward. I think a good solution for a demonstration capability that I think can be done today.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for this insightful conversation. We look forward to having you back. Thanks for your service to our nation in so many capacities, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
So that was a great conversation with Bon Gumahad. Really happy to have him. I'm really excited now also for us to be joined by Major General Kim Kreider. Major General Kim Kreider was the Chief Technology Officer of the Space Force. She was the CDAO of the Air Force. Clearly, she's brilliant and a friend of ours. And I want to thank her and Deloitte for their support of this program and her participation in it. Honored to be joined now by General Petraeus. Huge fan of General Petraeus. He's been a supporter of the America's Future series and a host of our events for many years. And also a company that General Petraeus knows well, Jared Shepard of Hypori, will be joining us. And they're going to have a conversation about advanced technologies, their company, this sort of thing. I want to just tee this up, and I would like to say that I can't thank Major General Kreider, General Petraeus, and Jared Shepard of Hypori for joining us. And I hope you all enjoy this wonderful conversation.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kim Kreider. I'm here today as part of the America Future Series session on Zero Trust, Bring Your Own Device in Defense and the Commercial Sector. It's a real pleasure to be with you here today to host what I'm sure is going to be an amazing panel. Today we have two fabulous guests with us, General David Petraeus, as well as Jared Shepard. I'm going to briefly introduce General Petraeus and Jared to you. I know that General Petraeus, sir, you don't need much of an introduction, but just in case everybody hasn't caught up with all of the amazing things that you've been doing lately, let me quickly roll into it. So General Petraeus is a partner in the global investment firm KKR and chairman of the KKR Global Institute, which he established in 2013. The Global Institute supports KKR's investment process, portfolio companies, and investors with analysis of geopolitical and strategic risks. General Petraeus is also a member of the boards of directors of Optiv and OneStream, a strategic advisor of Semperis, co-chairman of the International Advisory Board of Advanced Navigation, a personal venture capitalist, and a visiting professor lecturer at Yale University, as well as a speaker with the Washington Speakers Bureau and co-author with Andrew Roberts on the forthcoming book, Conflict. Prior to joining KKR, General Petraeus served 37 years in the U.S. military, culminating his career with 6 consecutive commands as a general officer, 5 of which were in combat, including command of the surge in Iraq, command of U.S. Central Command, and command of NATO U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Following his service, General Petraeus served as director of the CIA during a period of significant achievements in the global war on terror. Sir, thank you so much for being here today.
Great to be with you, Kim, and thanks for your own 35 years of service in uniform.
Thank you, sir. Now, Jared Shepard, it is an absolute pleasure, Jared, to have you here with us today. You as well have done some amazing things in your career, and we're here today to learn about your amazing company, Hypori. Jared Shepard is the president and CEO of Hypori. Hypori is an award-winning software as a service company transforming secure edge through zero trust technologies for federal and commercial customers by breaking the ties to the physical device. Now more than ever, as we all know, cybersecurity is critical to the functions of our public and private sectors and to protect sensitive data on any device from any network. Unlike other solutions that are tied to the device and potentially impinge on user privacy, Hypori breaks the binds to hardware by enabling remote users zero trust access to cloud-powered enterprise apps through a separate, secure virtual workspace. With no data in transit and no data at rest, Hypori guarantees 100% separation of commercial and personal data while maintaining privacy of edge devices, significantly reducing cost, security, and liability risk associated with the traditional mobile device management ways of accessing the edge. We're going to get a lot more into this amazing technology that Jared has spearheaded in the company Hypori as we get into our conversations today. But Jared, thank you so much for being here with us.
Well, ma'am, I mean, between you and General Petraeus, I am a mouse among giants.
And by the way, you did a great job. If you're looking for a job, I mean, you could be right in my sales team.
Well, thank you. I'm honored for that. All right, let's jump into it. John Petraeus. So, many would say that this idea of bring your own device and defense of our nation, national security, are in direct conflict with each other. Can you tell us, from your perspective, why bring your own device, BYOD, bring your own device and defense actually are mutually supportive of each other and critical in today's warfighting environment?
Well, and first of all, I should acknowledge to the audience that I was so impressed with Jared and Haipuri when I met him at a veterans event some actually years ago now, that I said I wanted to invest with him. And so I am among the venture investments that I have. Haipuri is one of those, and I'm very enthusiastic about it, noting also that Jared also served in uniform, played a key role in some very important IT initiatives that we had during the surge in Iraq. The idea of bring your own device being enabled by Haipuri is hugely important. It's especially so for the reserves and National Guard, to some degree for active duty as well. The bottom line is that the Department of Defense can't buy a device for every single person in uniform. And again, that's particularly true of reserve components who have to stay connected with their headquarters, with their commands, in a variety of activities. And then beyond that, there's an awful lot that is done in what's now termed confidential, unclassified information. This is what goes over the NIPRNet for those of us who have served in uniform. It's not classified information, but it's still quite sensitive. An awful lot of our logistics information is an administrative information is sent over that network. And the idea that you could, on your own device, laptop, iPhone, iPad, what have you, that you can, in essence, sequester this virtual space over which you can, with confidence and security, conduct business for the Department of Defense, connected with your duties in uniform, and do it, again, securely, sequestered, again, from what else you do on your device. This is a real breakthrough. And so it enables real efficiency. Again, individuals who are out there in the commercial world, the civilian world, and don't have to have all these different devices, or actually are not given a device by the military, now all of a sudden can do military business on that device and do it with confidence. So this is a considerable breakthrough. When it was explained to me, when Jared laid it out for me, and then when I dug into it, as I mentioned, I was hugely impressed. And again, at the end of the day, that's why I'm one of Jared's investors.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate you laying that out for us, and why this technology is so critical in bringing together our ability for military operations. And as you mentioned, those activities that we are doing today on NIPRNet, we are, they're sensitive information that's out there in an unclassified network that we absolutely want to protect. And there's been a lot of discussion over the years in trying to bring your own device, because if you're in the field, if you're out, in an environment where you've got to be able to get access to commercial devices to communicate back, you need to be able to do that in a safe and secure way.
It's true of many of those that operate in the greater defense sphere as well. So defense contractors, again, think of when we were in Iraq, for example, yes, we had 165,000 American men and women in uniform. We actually had more contractors. Now, not all those contractors by any means needed to be on a device to do their missions, but quite a few of them did. And again, I don't know that we provided a military device for all of them. And so this, again, provides a real capability that I think enhances security in a very significant way.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Bringing all of those critical partners in to be able to communicate very effectively. So Jared, this really kind of leads into my next question for you. And maybe you can give us a little bit more of the background of why you started Hypori, or how you actually got into this in providing this technology. I know there's a story there, and how Hypori and the capability that it provides evolved from originally being developed to solve a single problem set, now very much a dual use solution with applications not just for defense, but across national security and the commercial sector, and really sort of getting into some of the things that General Petraeus is talking about. How did this capability come about, your involvement in it, and how did Hypori evolve to become this zero trust, bring your own device platform that clearly has such critical value?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, that'd be a long story, but I'll try to keep it really short. So I actually bought the IP out using my first company. As General Petraeus noted, I really built my first company actually in Iraq and Afghanistan, supporting the warfighter, doing work with JIDO, doing work with special forces, et cetera. And we built it with the intent of being a very niche capability, and it is a part of what's called the NSA's Commercial Solutions for Classifieds program. So it is actually allowed to be used for classified communications in very specific environments prescribed by the NSA. But we kind of realized once we had bought this tech and started to deploy this out that, man, is such a bigger thing, has so much more potential to solve problems for not just the Department of Defense or the intelligence community or special operations, but for everybody. As General Petraeus noted, for the defense industrial base, which is all targeted all the time by foreign and nation state actors. But this is also, protecting information is not a unique problem to the Department of Defense, right? This extends into healthcare, it extends into finance, it across the board in industry. And so as we began to figure that out and spend money and time in developing that and, raising money and investing, being a small service disabled veteran-owned small business, a guy who used to serve in the military who could turn something into something that matters and affects the people who I used to serve with is a huge deal to us, right? And my team is very focused on giving back to the nation, and whether it's our nonprofit Warriors Ethos, General Petraeus, you also support it. I appreciate that, sir. But the dual use piece of this, we started out hardcore about security. And General Morrison would say we're the most tested platform in the Department of Defense. I would agree with them. I think we're actually exceeded significantly. We've been through so many different red teams, DOD and IC red teams, and we're very good. Nobody's unhackable, but we're very, very, very good. Better than anything else that any of the red teams have seen on the market today. And that matters because we were like, man, security is the way. What we've really found actually in deployment is, you talk about the dual use piece of this, it's not just security as well. It's privacy. It's people using their personal device. To be honest, they don't want big DOD looking over their shoulder at what they're using their personal device for. It's their device, right? And there should be isolation in that privacy, and they should have a right to be able to do whatever they want to do on their own personal device, but still be empowered to securely communicate with their employer, with the government, with their, whatever else it happens to be, right? So while we thought this was really purely a security play, what we found is it's actually a privacy play with really good security. So the idea that edge user can maintain their privacy and have access to secure information, because we, by design, don't send data. We don't have data in transit or at rest on the edge device. So the edge device actually isn't exposed to any of the liabilities or risks of accessing that secure environment.
Thank you so much, Jared, for laying that out for us and for kind of helping us think through the applications beyond just defense and the importance of both securing the data, protecting it, as well as affording a certain amount of privacy for those users. Now, General Petraeus, we've seen how the federal government and the DoD in particular have been putting forward a number of zero trust directives, a heavy emphasis in zero trust and protecting data and assuring that we can authenticate users and machines that are wanting to get access to data. And it's really changing the cybersecurity approach for the government. and as well as across defense, across all aspects of the government, and certainly has taken hold in our private sector as well. Can you give a perspective to our audience here today on how these zero trust directives are having an impact, how it's changing the cybersecurity approach and landscape across the government and across the private sector from what you've seen?
Sure. Let me talk about it in a big sense. As you mentioned, I'm on the board of Optiv. It's the largest pure play cybersecurity services firm, we believe, in the world. And our view is that the right cybersecurity solution is one that is designed for a company. It is comprehensive, based on a general list, if you will, of capabilities that every cybersecurity solution needs, and then tweaked for the particular company. By the way, that's about 80 to 85 individual capabilities, applications, products. That has to be integrated, it has to be managed, and it needs to be based on zero trust principles. So a design, comprehensive, integrated, managed solution based on zero trust principles. And that last element ensures that you just can't roam the entire network with a single password and a single identity verification. So in a sense, what you're doing is you are compartmenting the data that is in a particular network. And by the way, one of the pioneering elements of this was when the CIA contracted out its cloud support. In fact, when I was the director of the CIA, we were collecting so much data that it was outrunning our ability to create the storage space and manage it ourselves. We realized, at the end of the day, we're really not an IT services company. Perhaps we could get a professional IT services company to do this for us. Amazon won the process, that contract, and that's the ultimate zero trust network, if you will, or data storage system, because of course you have to be read on to, or again, you just can't have free roam of all the data that exists in that agency unless you again have the access that is granted for that. So in large measure, that's what's being done here. The DoD, the federal government, they're just stressing this so that again, no one can have free run of all of the data that is available. And this is true of every corporation. Again, KKR, we own over 120 companies, have minority investments in another 100. We have had cybersecurity breaches and challenges, and we've gone back and looked at all of them. And we are instituting zero trust as one of the elements, again, in this comprehensive, integrated, managed cybersecurity solution that we advocate for our companies. This is quite revolutionary. It's very, very important. That's why the government and DoD are pushing it so hard. It's not easy. Again, this is an architecture that you have to design. It doesn't just sort of fall out. It takes a great deal of thought about who should have access to what information, and then establishing the architecture and ensuring that the identity and verification management process for each compartment, if you will, is all functioning smoothly. So not a trivial matter whatsoever, but Hypori, once again, really helps you with this, as Jared has explained.
Wonderful. Yeah. So zero trust has really kind of laid the foundation for a capability like Hypori to come in and really add some value, driving us towards the need for this infrastructure where you can compartmentalize, as you mentioned, you can separate out who's using, who's getting access, how they're getting access. Are they authorized to have that access? Can we authenticate who they are in getting that access, and doing it in a very comprehensive way is what these directives are doing, wanting to get to more of a managed approach. And we've seen a lot of technologies out there that have been helping us work through and providing the basis on how we can satisfy these kind of zero trust principles and zero trust frameworks. But here comes Hypori doing something unique. So Jared, let's talk a little bit more about that. Today, the predominant technology that enables remote access from mobile devices is still mobile device management. And it too can provide, support and assistance and be part of this overall zero trust architecture. But how is Hypori Halo different from that? What is Hypori Halo doing that takes this all to the next level? And what are the security implications yet to be thought of here?
Sure. So it kind of back to the privacy thing that we talked about earlier. There's a couple of things. So one is we are not MDM, right? I get compared to MDM a lot. We are not MDM. We're also not a virtual desktop infrastructure, right? We're something different. And the way in which we're different is as General Petraeus laid out earlier, and as you highlighted on the zero trust approach, the idea of zero trust is trust nothing, verify everything. Right. And so we, by design, the software by design assumes every endpoint is actually compromised, which is fundamentally different than MDM. MDM actually has to have control of the endpoint to provide some level of security. We're opposite. We actually assume that the endpoint is actually already compromised. And so we never allow the software on the endpoint to actually directly interact with the data that we're protecting. So then that way, even if it is compromised, your information that you're intending to secure remains safe because there's no data in transit, no data at rest. It means the state of that edge device does not present a threat. That also helps from a privacy standpoint because MDM fundamentally has to have root control of an edge device, even if it's just for a specific security container. But if your personal device begins to misbehave in some way, shape, or form, you contracted malware from going to whatever website that you happen to go to, and that malware probes that security container, that MDM is now going to report to the enterprise what your edge device is doing, to include your personal information. So we really truly took we don't trust the edge device. We, in fact, from a security standpoint, the intent is we've enabled you to collapse the attack surface that is now the edge, right? Today, the attack surface of the edge is massive because it's every edge device that's out there. By using a platform like ours, we actually enable you to consolidate that down into the gateways that enter your enterprise, and you can defend a few points very well rather than a ton of points so.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying and illuminating those critical differences. Certainly assuring that those end devices can effectively connect into the network based on the assumption that an end device can be compromised really helps us bring in this bring your own device approach. I mean, it doesn't matter what the device is, I think is fundamentally what you're saying. The device becomes transparent because of the way in which you've implemented this capability. The user can still use any device and securely and effectively get access to the information that they need.
And MDM, the unique things about MDM is not bad. It's just it has limitations that are very difficult to overcome, especially when you're talking about endpoint control and privacy and trust. But the advantages that we had, if you're an MDM shop and you still want to use MDM for what MDM is very good at, which is like inventory management, you can deploy MDM inside of Hypori and use that for your software management and your software deployments, but you don't have to be in control of the endpoint any longer.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So let me just ask you one follow-up question here, because we've talked about how this kind of capability certainly has applications across government, defense, private sector, but getting back specifically to some of our military applications of this and what we see potentially happening on the battlefield of the future. As was discussed, and General Petraeus mentioned this, clearly this kind of capability can help us assure and secure some of the confidential, unclassified information, the sensitive data that is passed over unclassified networks, logistics in particular, some administrative data. But do you see this having a practical, tactical, or other than unclassified application in the future?
I do. We've actually seen a lot of interest here, even just in the last few weeks, from organizations like TACOM and others inside of the military that are responsible for logistics management, movement, In fact, I just spoke with 18th Airborne Corps, and they're like, "Hey, we have our own application warehouse in which they've worked really hard. I mean, 18th Airborne Corps is on the cutting edge of software development internally to the Corps, but they have apps where they track their PT scores, their fitness, those kind of things can all be made available in this environment while still sustaining that privacy and that protection. We've seen on the Air Force side of the house, the Air Force is actually looking at integrating these whoop bands potentially, right? And so they can actually check on the health of their pilots, but they have to do so in a secure way in which that information doesn't bleed out and isn't available to an external actor that would go after that. So there's a lot of unclassified support missions that Hypori can actually help in. And then, of course, I pointed out earlier, we are an NSA CSFC platform, which means we do have the ability to support classified network environments, and we do today. Now, that's different than the unclassified side of the house, and I don't want to go too far into detail on that one, but there's the idea that anywhere that you could provide connectivity to an edge device, and the edge device doesn't have to be controlled and can potentially be compromised. Also, the network can be potentially compromised, and you're not streaming anything other than change pixels to the edge device. It means that attack surface for a nation state actor or for a bad adversary or for anything is a very difficult attack surface to go after. So I think there's a lot of implications, and I think we're only going to see this methodology of protecting data on the edge grow.
Thanks, Jared. General Petraeus, let's take it a little bit deeper here. And when we think about attack surfaces and threats from nation state actors, certainly we've all been watching the Russia-Ukraine conflict play out. We've seen threats to communications, being presented to us live and in real time as some of our satellite communications have been attacked and other methods of communications have been cyber attacked. I mean, it is a cyber war that we're seeing play out here. And then, of course, we see, continued concerns from China and its desires to exfiltrate information from the U.S. And concerns about the use of applications like TikTok on government devices or on personal devices where you might have trying to access use government information. From your perspective, when we think about these nation state actors and the threats coming from them, how does Hypori help us deal with this, with these kinds of concerns?
Well, first, let me actually just talk about what the threat actor activity is these days, because certainly there are nation state threats of various types. In some cases, they're trying to disrupt command and control, deny access to the internet, shut down .gov sites, interfere with command control communications, and so forth and so on. There are also nation state actors that are in the criminal space trying to generate money for North Korea or what have you, others that are trying to influence our debates in democratic societies, interfere with our election processes and so forth. To vacuum up intellectual property, to vacuum up data. All of these activities are ongoing. And there's a bit of a misconception that Russia really didn't go after Ukraine and the US when they launched the invasion of Ukraine, the most recent one, on 24 February of last year. That's wrong. Russia threw everything at Ukraine. It also threw a lot at the United States. You may recall prior to the invasion that unprecedented warning by the president of the United States about this, talking about bring up your shields and so forth. And what happened is that we actually had gotten better, and some of the investment we've made in our organizations paid off, as did the support that we provided to Ukraine, which suffered devastating attacks in the past to its .gov sites, to its electrical generation and transmission infrastructure and so forth. And this time they fended it off by and large. Again, there were some disruptions and so forth, but nowhere near what was feared. Again, it's because we helped them. They helped themselves. Of course, Ukraine's well known for its IT capabilities and skills. Just ask those in Silicon Valley that come from Ukraine and have great startups. But what really has happened here is that the U.S. has finally begun to catch up, if you will, with some of the other countries that proved to be more agile in developing their national cybersecurity capabilities, such as the UK. It took us too long to develop the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, but we built it in the previous administration, and they've had two great leaders in a row there. We have a national cybersecurity czar now that positions back in the White House. Cybercom is a full-fledged combatant command, no longer a sub-combatant command as it was for far too long. They have the authority to defend forward, not just react. That's very, very important. There's been additional investment in the Department of Justice and also the FBI, especially when it comes to ransomware. And in some cases now, the Bitcoin that's given to the ransomware attackers actually has seized back this kind of activity. So all of this has begun to pay off. Again, this is about a comprehensive, integrated, managed approach to life. And a component of that, very clearly, can be what Hypori does bring. Because its capabilities, again, can be an integral part of this comprehensive, integrated, managed cybersecurity solution based on zero trust principles that any organization should have, not just in the private sector, but very prominently in the military, Department of Defense, intelligence community, other government agencies and departments as well. So that's what's exciting here. As with any time that there's a new product or new capability or application, it fills a gap. It helps to shore up very significantly and to address what really was a vulnerability in the past. And that's the bottom line. And that's why it's exciting.
Absolutely. All right, Jared, I'm going to give you the last word here.
Okay.
Where do we see this going? What is the future of Hypori? And how is Hypori going to continue to evolve to offer a competitive advantage to our warfighters, as well as to those in private industry?
I mean, it's and General Petraeus kind of outlined it before. This is only one component of what has to be a much larger and grander strategy for the federal government, for industry. I mean, and cybersecurity is everybody's job. It's the one thing in the world that we still have a bad habit of. We blame the victim for. Right. So like when you get hacked, we go, well, what were you doing to prevent being hacked? And it's so teaching that culture, and whether it's teaching our children or businesses or our banks or our hospitals or the government, right, how to effectively protect and isolate information and do so in a responsible way that maintains people's rights, privacy, and others. But also it ensures that we protect our IP and the things that are important to the future of our economy and the growth of our government. I think we're going to, and we always say, like, we're going to change the way that people look at the edge. We give you the power and speed of cloud because our virtual devices run in a cloud environment, and we give those to edge devices, which means, something in this form factor may not be able to keep up with something that I can run inside of a cloud environment like AWS or Azure or Google. The technology that's evolving there, especially in high-speed compute and others that we're seeing, is growing so fast that we're creating a mechanism in which to render that speed and that progress out on the edge. And hopefully, I think we can continue to be disruptive and make a difference and have a positive impact on the way that people look at cybersecurity and privacy and protecting their information. So it's a really exciting time. We just closed our round B and we're growing fast. So we're just going to keep trying to bring on good people, smart people, and keep focused on the mission.
Absolutely. It is an exciting time. And thank you so much for your dedication to this endeavor and bringing this technology forward. It's absolutely critical, as we've discussed today. As you said, cybersecurity is job number one, and it's everyone's responsibility. And we need to get out of placing blame on the user. We need to get out of being so dependent on assuring the security of the edge devices. Just assume those edge devices are compromised, and rise above that with a capability that will allow you to have secure communications that frees you from the hardware, that doesn't worry about that particular piece of hardware that you're using, but provides you with the secure access that also protects the privacy of the user and the privacy of the information that's being transmitted across. because it's about the data, right? It's about protecting the data. And as General Petraeus said, in a comprehensive, managed way that is designed around that particular organization's needs and the users that they have and the kinds of information that they have, built on these zero trust models. So thank you both, General Petraeus, sir. Thank you so much for being a part of our conversations today, for shedding light on what the real threat is, on those nation state actors and how they continue to try to and have continued to attempt to thwart our efforts, but our abilities to stay out in front of those nation state actors is enabled by innovation, by the kinds of disruptive innovation that Haipori brings. So thank you again for being here.
Great to be with you, Kim, and great to be with you, Jared. Congratulations.
Sure. Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate it.
And
Kim,
Jared,
thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate you hosting for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jared, for helping to push this forward. I'm Kim Kreider, Executive Chair for AI Innovation at Deloitte, and innovation within the cybersecurity arena is absolutely something we need to continue to push on. Thank you so much, America Future Series, for helping us host this critical discussion on zero trust and bringing your own device and how we can make that happen for defense and the private sector.
Thank you, Major General Kreiner. That was wonderful. Thank you, General Petraeus. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it. Look forward to having you join us again. Fascinating discussion, and I appreciate the fact that you talked about how things are being improved, not just the need. The real world examples like the technology you bring that are solving these real world problems. So that was wonderful. So we're going to continue the conversation. I think this is Major General Kim Kreider going to be having a conversation with Nina Schick, as well as Captain Jasmine Furtado on AI, generative AI, et cetera, deep fakes. These are some of the top thought leaders on the subject. We're looking forward to that conversation.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Wow, it's really great to be back here today to talk about what is a rapidly exploding topic on generative AI and its impact on national security. So I'm Kim Kreider. I lead Deloitte's AI innovation for national security and defense. So I have a particular interest in how our U.S. government public sector agencies are trying to implement and address AI and bring AI at scale. And in doing so, how do we protect ourselves? How do we get the most benefit out of AI, but how do we do it in a smart, protected, and assured way? Now, this topic of generative AI is creating a lot of opportunity for us across the board. We see so many advances in this area of generative AI that we're going to dig into here today with our panel members. And talk a little bit more about what this means and the benefits that it can provide. But we'll also talk a little bit about the challenges and the implications of some potential threats that generative AI can bring, particularly in terms of our national security and defense. So with me today, I have some amazing panelists joining us, and I'm very excited to introduce them to you to help us really dig in on this exciting and compelling topic. So first and foremost, we have Nina Schick. Nina is an author, entrepreneur, and advisor in the topic of generative AI, and she is on a mission to make AI accessible. One of the first Gen AI experts, Nina analyzes how this nascent field of artificial intelligence will change humanity. Before specializing in generative AI, Nina worked on geopolitical crises, including Brexit, the Russian-Ukraine war, and state-sponsored disinformation. She's advised leaders, including President Joe Biden and Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Secretary General of NATO. She's a seasoned media commentator, appearing regularly on BBC, Sky, Bloomberg, and CNBC. She's been published by Wired, Time, MIT Tech Review, and The Times. She's a founder of Tamang Ventures, an adversary and creative firm focused on generative AI, and she's delivered keynote speeches for businesses and organizations around the world. Nina's debut book, Deep Fakes, the first book on AI-generated content, was released in 2020 and has been translated into 5 languages. And I know we're going to speak a little bit about her book and her work there and how it really that topic helped get this conversation going in 2020, and things have just been taken off ever since then. Nina herself speaks 7 languages and calls London, Berlin, and Kathmandu her home. Thank you, Nina, for joining us here today.
Such a pleasure to be here, Kim. Thank you so much for hosting this conversation.
Thank you. Also joining me is Captain Jasmine Furtado. Captain Jasmine Furtado has been a part of the software innovation realm of the DoD, where she was the data strategy lead for the U.S. Space Force's data platforms and a Space Force liaison for the Air Force's Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Office, and the space project lead with the MIT AI Accelerator. Prior to that, Jasmine was in various leadership, advisory, and product management roles with the Air Force, SpaceX, and Massachusetts General Hospital, designing and scaling artificial intelligence, data management, and education programs and products. Captain Furtado is currently a fellow at Google. Jasmine, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, well, let's get into it. So, Nina, last fall, you and I met here for the first time on America Future Series Class Summit, where you introduced our audience to this idea of generative AI from your recent book that I mentioned, Deep Fakes. Now, that talk was just 4 months ago. And since then, the topic of generative AI has taken off literally like wildfire. For those who were not able to tune in last fall, and for the rest of us who are still trying to catch up with this fast-spreading topic, please get us all on the same page. What is generative AI? And what did you mean in your book by this notion of the coming infocalypse as it relates to generative AI?
It's a great question, and it's the perfect place to start, because generative AI, really the coronation year for generative AI was last year as a term. It hadn't even been coined before then. And now it is everywhere. It's a new type of artificial intelligence, really, Kim, a type of AI that can create new data, as opposed to discriminatory AI, the type of AI we're used to seeing, which is more about labeling and categorizing data. Now, it's only been within the realm of the possible for about the last 10 years or so, with real breakthroughs happening in the last kind of 3 to 4 years. And now what we're seeing is that these breakthroughs are becoming scalable foundational models. And it turns out that what AI can generate is essentially anything we've assumed thus far is unique to human creativity or intelligence, or assist in the production of. And it can generate stuff or content in any digital format, in audio, in video, in images. So essentially, all of the digital content we interact with, all of the creative content we make, all of the digital information that we interact with online is increasingly going to be produced with the help of AI. The first kind of viral form of generative AI, this is where my journey into this area started, is in deep fakes. And when I talk about the infocalypse, it was this concept that when AI generated content, i.e. content that is scalable across every medium, starts to become a reality, which is happening now, the entire information ecosystem is not only going to be so inundated, we're going to create so much new data and so much new content, including malicious content and spammy content, that we are just not going to know how to navigate an already corrupt and corroded information ecosystem. So that's the idea of the infocalypse.
Yeah, it's amazing. So the AI is generating content for us, and it's creating a situation that is hitting us like a tidal wave. And how do we really manage our way through it? What should we be thinking about in terms of how we can deal with this phenomenon, and the positive and negative aspects of it?
Again, another great question. So I think the first step is just getting the conceptual framework right. So that means understanding the paradigm shift that is coming. This is a step change, not only for the world of work, for the world of digital content, but this is really a step change for society. I worked in geopolitics for basically 2 decades, and I witnessed how exponential technologies were shaping like the macro picture of the world, but also impacting every individual on the level of their personal lives. And I think that this was already profound enough before kind of this AI revolution and this new form of AI came into the picture. So I think that we've reached an inflection point where technology is actually going to reshape the framework of society. It's just not going to even be integrated into the existing frameworks. So when we think about how do we even deal with this coming change, I think the first step is to understand the scale of change, the pace of acceleration, because technology now is truly exponential. We just mentioned that the term was only created last year, and this year is the year where you're going to see it being applied into numerous real life situations. And you're absolutely right to point out again that this isn't only dangerous technology, this is technology that has tremendous utility. In fact, I conceive of it as a new foundational layer for the internet and the information ecosystem itself. I think that increasingly all human creativity, all human knowledge, and all digital information is going to have this AI layer on top of it. So really, just first of all, understanding how big this is, how unprecedented it is, how fast it's moving is the first step. And then we can start breaking down the subheadings, if you will. How is it going to be weaponized? How is it going to do amazing things? Because it literally applies to every single domain, whether it's business utility, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's national security, whether it's creativity. Every single domain of human activity and knowledge is going to be affected by generative AI.
Fascinating. Okay, so thank you for setting us up. I think you really piqued our interest here in so many ways. So let's start breaking this down. Now, Jasmine, you've been working in both commercial and government spaces for a while now. How do you see generative AI being viewed in these communities? Is it garnering a lot of attention? What do you see happening in the spaces where you're operating as this phenomena is rapidly rolling out?
Yeah, so a lot of this is going off of what Nina was saying. Thank you for laying that foundation, because it is truly everywhere. I can't get away from this conversation. ChatGPT is just like everywhere. It's so accessible. Tools like this are so accessible, and it's really cool to see how people around me are using it and trying to understand it, because it's something now that they can touch and play around with, in a manner of speaking. It's something that they can use in a more personalized way than ever before. So they can use it for their own personal needs, which is something that wasn't a way that AI was being used. So it's no longer this perception of AI is the Terminator, or it's hidden somewhere lurking in the depths of the machine. People are experimenting with it. It's right in front of their faces, and they're learning from it. So in the workplace, especially, we're seeing people already using it when it comes to documentation creation, creating emails. I've seen people use it to draft up contracts. I've also seen people trying to use it to put together speeches. I mean, we have all of these top-down educational initiatives, but this is really a bottoms-up educational initiative where people are learning themselves and they're motivated to learn themselves. And yes, it's immature, and I think people are realizing very quickly what its limitations are currently, but this tool is wanted. You can't deny that, and it's very easily usable. I mean, I pose a question to the audience to think about how many people have brought this topic up in their workplace. And then more so, how many people with little to no AI background have been talking about it? I mean, with AI breakthroughs in the past, these conversations were not as widespread as they are now. They were more in these like artificial intelligence or data spaces. But now, because it's affecting day to day, people are becoming experts in it. People are talking about it, and it's really opened the aperture to the number of people that are weighing in on it. And
yeah,
best piece of it is, or what a really important piece of it is, it doesn't cost anything. People are able to access it for $0. It's very exciting. It's guarded a lot of options.
Phenomenal insight there, Jasmine. I love the way you're kind of getting after this a little bit, in the sense that talking about, from your experience, what you've seen, that this new technology, this generative AI, has made AI so much more accessible, right, to the everyday user. It's so much more real, right, to people, that people are very quickly recognizing that AI is a thing that can be accessible, that they can leverage, that they can ask questions of, and it speaks to what Nina was talking about, right? It unleashes their own creativity, and each individual person now has some technology at their fingertips that they can start to use, they can start to leverage to create documents, to write code, to create images, to take their imagination and build upon it. And that's exciting, right? And that's encouraging, and that's powerful and very positive, and self and reaffirming, right, in terms of what this can do for society. And so that's neat, right? That's that makes it something that we all want to be a part of, and everybody's talking about, as you're saying, everybody's talking about. There's a movement here that's pretty exciting. When we think about some of the risks, though, what are you hearing in your circles in terms of some of the risks and the challenges associated with this, other than it still being nascent and having certain limitations to it?
Yeah, so the conversation around generative AI is really an extension of the conversations that we're already having in the AI space. I mean, the utilization of generative AI and the use cases are different, and they're very powerful. But in terms of the underlying topics such as networking, infrastructure, data security, these are all conversations that are just fueled even more by this topic of generative AI. So with the influx of all of this data that we're getting from these models, the conversations are around, how do we make sure we find the representative data sets to train the models that we have in-house, so that they're utilized and they're updated and they're modified appropriately.
Oh, great points. Well, we're all excited about thinking about ways to use this, the underlying infrastructure, in terms of how this can be implemented at scale, how it can be implemented with the right data, with protected data, in an assured way, is really critical here. And it's forcing us to really think through that aspect of it as well. Yeah, I'm going to switch back to you here too, and help us think about the use cases from your perspective. I mean, you've been talking about this topic for quite some time. You've been talking about this topic with significant world leaders on a world scale, and how this can have an impact at so many different levels, from a geopolitical standpoint, a societal standpoint, economic standpoint. I mean, what are some of the use cases that you see, and what are your reactions to some of what Jasmine has laid out here?
So when I initially came to the space, I was looking at it from the disinformation and information integrity perspective. So in terms of one of the potentially even existential risks, that is one of the main ones, because as the information ecosystem increasingly becomes inundated with AI-generated content, including visual content that looks as though it is authentic. You cannot distinguish between human-generated media and AI-generated media. You start to lose trust in the entire medium of digital media itself. So that's one of the most existential risks from a geopolitical perspective, about, again, looking at it from the information integrity perspective. However, in terms of utility and the first use cases, and this has really been an interesting journey for me, because I initially came at it from the risk perspective, but I very quickly realized that these technologies are going to completely transform the economy and the world of work. And this is really where we start to see the first very charismatic business use cases emerging again in 2023. Until about this year, A lot of the research was in nonprofit organizations. It wasn't open for the public. It was kind of enclosed within the AI research community. But several things happened last year that completely have opened this up. The first was the open source release of Stable Diffusion. It's from a British AI company. It's a model. It's an AI model that can basically generate images from any text prompt. So I type something into the AI system, whatever it is, a photograph of a unicorn driving a car to the moon, and the AI can generate that instantaneously. And this is significant because it's one of those foundational general purpose models, meaning this is an AI which isn't just tuned to do one thing like play chess. This is an AI system that can generate any image based on a text prompt. So it's a general purpose model. Because this model was released open source, it really kind of kicked off an arms race, if you will, within the companies that were developing these foundational generative models. Thus far, they had kept them behind rails because they were afraid of how people might misuse them. But the open source release of Stable Diffusion made such a splash that the next thing you saw is OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, as well as other kind of generative models, also really start to be opening up. This is actually what led to, I believe, ChatGPT being released, because ChatGPT is just one implementation of a large language model, i.e. a model that can generate text. Again, a general purpose model that can generate text based on any kind of prompt. It could be, write me a thesis, write me a research paper, write me a poem. And that, Jasmine already touched upon it, did more for generative AI and AI's brand awareness than anything else. As a matter of fact, ChatGPT is the most popular application in the history of the world. It reached 100 million users within 2 months. And that subsequently has now got all the big tech companies in on the race. Every single big tech company is strategically reorienting to ensure that generative AI is a core part of their strategy. We saw that with Microsoft's $10 billion investment in OpenAI soon after ChatGPT came out. We see how Microsoft, Meta, Google, everybody is in on it. And the first thing that they're doing is developing these large language models, because the first use case is the narrow vertical of generating enterprise copy, i.e., how can every single business have their own version of ChatGPT, which is based on their internal data, that's really going to give them huge wins in automating some of their business processes, everything from sales to customer services to legal drafting to you name it, strategy documents. That's where we really see this cracking up wide open in 2023. And remember, that's only one type of generative model, a text generation model. So you can imagine how within 6 months or 12 months, the whole space is going to be even more inundated, moving, exciting. I mean, even the amount of money that's pouring into this space is utterly crazy.
That's exciting. So now let's take it to this larger topic of national security, right, that we want to hit on here today. You've given us some really interesting use cases to think about, both of you have. When we think about what you just said, Nina, in particular, ChatGPT, right, text generation model, and then you can throw in video generation that you touched on as well, or audio generation models. What are some of the use cases there that could actually be part of a national security system, a national security agency, a government agency, to be able to apply these capabilities in a very effective way to create value? Let's think about that. Let's brainstorm that here a little bit. What would be your thoughts there in terms of how these technologies can be used to enhance national security? What are your thoughts there?
So I'm going to flip that question on the head, because I always look at that question from the other side, having not worked with it, which is, how can these systems be a threat to national security? And that's really kind of where my field of expertise was before I ended up getting into deepfakes and then generative AI, because for over a decade, we were following influence and disinformation campaigns at the state level, right? All of this now seems to be ancient history, but if you consider how election interference and meddling in the affairs of sovereign nation states really started developing in the 2010s and was amplified in many ways by this new information ecosystem, right? The internet, social media, smartphones. It allowed adversarial nation states to enter into the political debate of our sovereign countries in a way that hadn't been possible before because of the way that they were weaponizing social media to legitimately pose as citizens of our own countries and then start creating narratives which were really, really divisive. We saw this in the 2016 election in the US, but even before that, one of the first breeding grounds for this, where I really witnessed it happening, was in Ukraine, starting in 2013. So those information campaigns were, regardless of, I know it's a very politicized question in the United States because of the fact that President Donald Trump was so polarizing, but putting aside the politicization for a second, those information campaigns were really effective because of the way that a foreign actor was able to infiltrate our national debate without even kind of setting a foot on soil of our country. Now, can you imagine how those kind of national information operations are going to be amplified through generative AI? You don't need to have a troll bot farm anymore. Now you basically just get a chat GPT to generate whatever you want because you can scale it. You can get fake imagery, fake video. You can manipulate any kind of political event to suit a narrative. You can do it at scale. It's better, cheaper, faster. And if you already looked at the stuff which has been proliferating for the last 5 to 10 years and how effective it's been, I think you can imagine what you can do with AI-powered disinformation campaigns. So I think that's one thing, which is a direct attack. But another aspect of this is that the information ecosystem becomes even more corroded, the censorship by noise angle. How do you even distinguish what is authentic, what is not, what is truth, what is reality, which of course is fertile breeding grounds for public opinion to become even more polarized and there to be less consensus within our societies.
Yeah, really profound there in terms of those kinds of implications. And we've seen it play out, as you point out. We've been living through that and we've all seen it. So it's not something that we can't get our heads around here. And I want to circle back with you on how do we really manage those risks. But first I want to go to Jasmine here and Jasmine, get your thoughts. What do you see in terms of the implications of this capability, generative AI, on national security, both from a positive standpoint, ways it can be used to enhance our national security, or risk and threats to it, as Nina has pointed out? Take either side of that discussion, and what would you want to offer there?
Yes, so the opportunities, I think, we're seeing it a lot obviously in the unclassed side is where we're seeing a lot of the workforce improvement and revamping opportunities. And that really hinges on our workforce generally around workforce management. Do we have a workforce in the national security space that's comfortable with these tools at all levels? Are they encouraged to use them for work? They're already doing it now in schools, in academia. They're creating courses and they're changing the course curriculum to utilize and incorporate the use of AI, and they're assuming that people are going to be using these tools for their classwork. Are we doing that same thing in the national security space? If we aren't, why not? people around me at work are using them already. And so people right now are researching about this topic. Now is the time that they're looking for the guidance, looking for the how-tos, looking for the what not to do's. So around workforce management, we need to make sure that our national security, the people in this space, that they're comfortable with using these tools and they're empowered to use these tools. Outside of the talent, the workforce management sector in general, this is going to transform the work itself, as we have mentioned before. And while it may be immature and limited, especially in the national security space, I mean, when you're looking at other fields outside of just the day-to-day work, the reality is that this technology is here now. And so we need to work with these tools. A healthy defense industrial base is going to be imperative here. It's a national security imperative. So all the tools that we use, from administrative systems to weapons, they are all tied to it. Our national security partners and our vendors, they're trying to figure out how to use it. They're trying to figure out how to harness this information or how to harness this power. So we need to keep up with the advancements here and not slow down its adoption by having discussions around whether it's hype or not. Whether it's hype or not is not the important piece here. Opinions about these disruptive tools doesn't matter. The attitude that the national security space has towards these tools is what matters. If we can't embrace this technology, then we lose out on the potential, and we really risk underestimating the impact that it could have.
Yeah, really well said. I love what you said about the importance of making sure that our workforce is knowledgeable and skilled in how to best harness these tools and this capability that it can provide, and to reap the most out of it. Can we leverage this technology in a way that allows us to generate content that can provide new insights and can provide new information that can enhance our understanding and support our decision making? But is that underpinned by data that we can trust? And I think a lot of what Nina has kind of pointed out to us is that a fundamental challenge and a fundamental underbelly of all of this is our ability to trust what it is that we're looking at. What generative AI produces can in fact create results that may or may not be real and may or may not be authentic or authenticated. So how do we trust that? And how do we ensure that we can harness this in a way that allows us to manage and mitigate those risks? Nina, what are your thoughts? How do organizations prepare themselves best to be able to leverage this technology at scale and to be able to use it in a way that it can be reinforcing and that they can deal with this issue of misinformation, disinformation effectively? How do we combat that? How do we combat misinformation, disinformation, and be able to leverage these technologies in a way that gives us the most advantage? Your thoughts on that, Nina?
So I think it's pretty much the question on every single organization's lips right now. How do we leverage this technology while mitigating some of the worst kind of use cases? I think an interesting reflection, just as you were talking and Jasmine was talking about where this has potential utility in the national security sector, is just to be able to compile, the swathes and swathes and swathes of data and be able to pull out kind of like actionable insights. However, even though we know that particular large language models have these kind of capabilities, it's really important to point out, and this is again one of the existential potential risks, especially in the national security sector, these models are fallible. That means that sometimes their outputs, when it comes especially again to large language models, are just straight up wrong, but they can confidently spew outcomes that, just from a human perspective, when you kind of get it from the machine interface and it looks like it's right, it sounds like it right, the the large language model is projecting with so much confidence, you are more likely to accept it as being true when it's not, because they are not always right. They're not always telling the truth. So again, when you think of applying large language models to workflows, large language models being one type of generative model, we have to think about very holistically about what are their shortcomings, where are they fallible, because sometimes these powers seem almost omnipotent, so that we want to imbue them with almost sentient capabilities. Well, the machines are, they'll just figure it out. They'll get everything right. Your other question about mis and disinformation, which is a broader question, I suppose, about the information ecosystem. I think the first thing, again, is just the conceptual understanding that we are looking at a tidal wave of information and content coming at us. Most of it is going to be AI generated because of the way that AI can generate content at scale. So it's not that all of it is going to be harmful or deceptive or made with malicious intent, but we are going to suffer this phenomenon known as censorship through noise, because of the amount of stuff that's headed our way. Just being able to distinguish what's what is going to be really, really difficult. And when the field was initially emerging, and I think that DARPA has done a program on this for many, many years. The idea was, what we want to be able to do is to detect AI generated content. We want to build AI content detectors. But now the realization is dawning that detection is only one barrier, only one part of the defense. Instead, a more important and perhaps more proactive approach is to start thinking about transparency and authentication of all content. So for the first time, to start thinking about providing information with context. Where was this created? Who has this been created by? Is it authentic? I mean, is it generated by AI or not? Because a lot of the stuff that is AI generated isn't going to be malicious. So that you can make, or like people can make, trust decisions based on context. You don't want to get into the business of telling people what's true or not, but you want to make it easier. You want to build the infrastructure for individuals, corporations, and nation states to make better trust decisions based on the context of information. Now, that's very difficult, of course, to roll out at scale, and it can only be adopted through the adoption of open standards. And there are organizations like the C2PA working on this, building open standards for media authentication and media provenance. But yeah, it's a difficult challenge to crack.
But you've given us some really interesting things to think about there. I think you've started to uncover some things that are really important for us in terms of the transparency and the authentication. I love how you said it. We're not going to get into the business of saying what to trust or what not to trust, but having the wherewithal to be able to make those trust decisions. And this, I think, is right in your wheelhouse, Jasmine, because you've been thinking about data and infrastructure and standards. And how do you assure that data for some time, and how do you put context around data so that when that data is fed up to systems that are going to apply it and make sense of it or use it in a model, that it comes with a certain degree of context. So what are your thoughts on how we can deal with some of these challenges of misinformation, disinformation in this large infocopalypse of information that we have to live within now? How do we address that? How can some of the foundations of infrastructure and standards help us address that a bit?
Yeah, so I think it comes down to having the right skill sets in terms of people and the right policies in place in terms of testing and auditing of our systems. There is already work from the CDAO side of the house when it comes to responsible artificial intelligence practices. How do we make sure that we are auditing our systems that are leveraging artificial intelligence so that they are providing information that is not biased, that they're using data that is clean and healthy. So investing in that and putting more scrutiny on that, especially in the light of generative AI and all the threats that come with it, that is really important. The other aspect is the skill sets around people. We have a lot of people in the national security space that are focused on, of course, like the program and the business side of the house, because we're executing funds, we're giving out money, we're giving money to defense industrial base for these systems. But in terms of the people, that the skill sets of folks that are assessing these systems on the government side, we have to invest in the artificial intelligence folks, these query engineers, the like machine learning experts, and people that are more technically minded to be able to look at these models and communicate the results of these models, question that transparency, and have the wherewithal to be able to in detail analyze these models. So it's the skill sets and the processes that the national security realm has to focus on.
Excellent. Thank you so much for laying that out for us, Jasmine. I think those are really helpful thoughts and insights there. All right, now a question for both of you as we wrap this up. Things have been changing so fast. Nina, you put it out there for us. I mean, a year ago, generative AI wasn't even a thing really that people were talking about. You were talking about it. You've been talking about it for some time, but the world hadn't quite caught on, and it's caught on like crazy. But what do we see happening in the next 12 months? What's your prediction where all this is going to head just in the next 12 months? What are your thoughts there?
So I think it's going to get absolutely crazy because this technology is exponential. And it's not only that this technology is exponential, just broadly, we are entering this era of unbelievable tech-led change where society is going to transform in the most profound ways very, very quickly. I don't think there is any historical precedent. My expectation for the broader picture is that in our lifetime, we will experience more tech-led change that's going to profoundly impact the economy, society, our very experience of what it is to be human. We'll experience more of that in one lifetime than the entirety of humanity has experienced before that. And if you kind of look at the trajectory of technology along with the advent of human civilization, you can see how the pace has been picking up. It took us 300,000 years to get to the invention of paper. And then just think about what's happened in the last 30 years alone with the internet, the smartphone, social media, and now we're taking that a notch further with the advent of this new type of AI. So specifically on generative AI, what are my predictions? So I predicted at the end of last year that hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of people would be interfacing with generative AI this year by 2023. We're only in March. And it looks like that prediction has already come through ChatGPT alone because of the way that it's also been deployed in Microsoft's kind of software stack. So billions of people will be interfacing with generative AI by the end of the year. I think this is going to be the most profound uptake of any body of technologies ever in the history of the world. I think the world of work is rapidly going to transform because of the way that it's being integrated into businesses in this kind of like software AI automation layer, which is going to lead to profound philosophical questions about, is AI going to automate me? How does this affect my future prospects and capabilities? And I think that this is going to become one of the #1 political issues in the world. And I think that by the end of the year, nobody will be able to, if you haven't heard of generative AI yet, you heard it here first, and you're not going to stop hearing it for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Jasmine, what are your predictions? What do you think is going to happen in the next year relative to generative AI?
Yes, same sentiment. This ecosystem is going to flourish. I mean, March 1st, the ChatGPT API was just made available to developers, and anyone can integrate and tap into that ChatGPT the capability there. And only more tools are going to be following in the same footsteps. So while this provides so much opportunity and it will impact certain jobs, it will open quite a few new jobs. We're already seeing the the job postings out there for query engineers or engineering that has a focus on how to optimize these queries with these models. We're going to see an increase in the number of entrepreneurs that are out there, that now that people can do more with less and do more with a smaller team, you don't have as many of those dependencies, you could automate a lot of things. This really lowers the barrier to entry when it comes to entrepreneurship. And then, as we were saying before, this is going to increasingly dominate, especially in the creative space. I mean, we're seeing things like Dolly, Midjourney in the graphics area, but in the entertainment industry, I just saw a couple of days ago that it was a use of generative AI to improve dubbing, so that the speakers' mouths and their voices are altered to match different languages. So you only need to film a movie once, and it's seamlessly in 5 different languages, just like that. So this is going to continue. We're going to continue to see these changes in the creative space. It's going to be very exciting. Then in terms of right now, what people can do to prepare for this next year, I would say to use generative AI tools. That the more that you use them, the more that you understand how to use it for your own life. We also understand more the limitations, because our perceptions that we derive about these AI tools now are going to drive the development and the policies to come.
Absolutely. Brilliant insight there as well. Well, thank you both so much. You've given us so much to think about. We are at the cusp, I think, of this rapidly exploding technology. It is exponential, as you said, Nina, and we are living through it every single day. Every single day, something new is coming out, something new is changing. We've seen the rapid pace of technology, as you mentioned, over the last 30 years, and now it just seems like it's a daily evolution that we're witnessing and that we are a part of, that is changing our everyday lives, changing the way we think, changing the way we work, changing what we can do, and certainly has implications on the national and international and geopolitical levels that we have to be thinking about, we have to be wary of, we have to be mindful of as we continue to surge forward, taking advantages of all the opportunities that technology can provide, that AI can provide to us as a society, that generative AI can do in unleashing information in new ways, that unleashing and advancing our creativity in new ways, but yet also coming with a certain amount of risk, coming with a certain amount of fallibility that we absolutely have to be not only aware of, but distrustful of, so that we can approach it objectively and we can ensure that we've got the right infrastructure, that we've got effective ways to enable trust-based decisions on what we do with this information that is presented to us. You all have given us so much to think about. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your research. Thank you for your engagement every single day in this topic, so that we can continue to learn from both of you, and we can continue to take your thoughts and your insights into our everyday thinking and working in ways that can help us be much more effective in how we operate. I'm Kim Kreider, America Future Series. This has been a fabulous conversation on generative AI and its implications on national security. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Major General Kim Kreider. Thank you, Nina Schick. Thank you, Captain Jasmine Furtado. That was brilliant. We can't wait to have you back. And we're going to continue on the day. We're going to we're trying to catch up a little time, but we're going to go fast, fast, fast. And we've got Kim Kreider again with Eileen Bedreen, who know each other well. They're going to have a fascinating conversation as well about data. I'm going to turn it back over to Major General Kim Kreider. That was fantastic. Well done.
Thank you, David. No, that was a fabulous panel.
I'm not sure we have your sound, ma'am, but we're checking on your sound.
I am unmuted.
Okay, we've got you now.
Good. All right. Well, good. So thank you so much. That was a wonderful panel there. And now we're following up with another really terrific panel with my dear good friend, Eileen Bedreen. And we're going to talk about a little bit more on AI. I think we're going to pick up on data and AI and this AI revolution. that we see going on. But first, let me start by introducing my good friend Eileen. So Eileen Vadrine is a member of the Senior Executive Service and currently serves as the Department of Air Force Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Officer at the Pentagon. She develops and implements strategies for enterprise data management, analytics, digital transformation, and responsible ethical artificial intelligence to optimize performance and drive innovation in and across all missions and operations. Ms. Vadrine just returned from her role following a one-year detail serving as the Senior Strategic Advisor for Data to the Federal Chief Information Officer, Office of Management and Budget, the Executive Office of the President. Eileen began her government career. I just want to touch on this for a minute. Such an interesting background, Eileen. Eileen began her government career in 1986 as an enlisted member of the U.S. Army and was commissioned in 1987 through the U.S. Army Officer Candidate School as a U.S. Army Transportation Officer. Later in her Army career, she was selected and integrated into the U.S. Army Acquisition Corps. She began her civilian career as a senior faculty member at the Joint Military Intelligence College and led the college's technology transformation as the first director for the Center of Educational Technology. Eileen, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Super excited to be here. The last conversation was awesome.
Yeah, thank you. It was. And we're going to pick up on some of those themes here. Let me circle back to what I said, Eileen. You just came back from to the CDAO after working at the White House for a year. How has your return been back to the Department of the Air Force?
Well, I'm thrilled to be back. And I'll be honest, to have AI added to our portfolio, my team's portfolio, I think it's really the right time for that to be happening. But it's always an honor to serve and lead our airmen and guardians. So just that opportunity for that awesome responsibility, I'm super grateful about it. And we both know firsthand you can't do AI without great data. And so that partnership, putting that together, I think is really the right time for our mission, because successful AI is based on data prep, data quality. And I just recently had a colleague say that if you curate data, they will come, kind of a little field of dreams. And you and I both know that, we have this Department of the Air Force Data Innovation Lab. It started under your leadership. And as we go through all of these use cases, they can continually show that not all data sets are the same value. So if we curate the highest value data, it's going to support AI. It's really critical. But one of the things that I also think that is important to highlight today is that we're really trying to make data visible and accessible to every airman and guardian. So we just did a soft launch of what we call SMR, which is our streamlined metadata registration, and to get to visible, accessible data. And already in just the short launch that we've had, over 8,000 registered data sets and sources, stewards. And so we're really driving to what I'm going to say, available, accurate, and actionable data, not just to support AI, but it's really about the mission.
Absolutely. Well, that's great. And that really leads to my next question. As you've come back, talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing from the Department of the Air Force perspective in terms of the mission needs for innovation across the Air Force and the Space Force. We know that at the department level, the department is responsible for both the United States Air Force and the United States Space Force. So what do you see as driving or accelerating innovation in those mission areas for both of those services? And how big a part of that need for innovation is AI? How is AI playing into the innovation needs of the Air Force and the Space Force?
Well, I think that innovation is part of every Airman and Guardian's core DNA, and we as leaders have to cultivate that throughout their entire career, and AI is front and center. And so it's whether it's bringing emerging technology and dual technology into the department on the Vault, which is for people out there, it's our self-service cloud-based data platform where any airman or guardian can bring their own tool. So we can bring today's technologies now safely and securely into the Department of the Air Force ecosystem. And it's bridging and bringing those new capabilities, not just for the department, but many of the times they're really the pilot to scale it beyond the Department of the Air Force to our other services in DoD. But there's also, I think, some really innovative capabilities going on specifically in the area of AI. So the first thing I would point to is our MIT AI Accelerator, where we have Airman and Guardian working side by side with some of our nation's top AI researchers in Cambridge, Massachusetts on campus at MIT. And it was with the MIT AI Accelerator, we launched our first datathon. We got a problem set from the commander in the field. It was a highly manual scheduling problem set, said there has to be a better way to do this. And partnering with AFWorks, our innovation cell in the Air Force, we did a datathon. And in 3 days, the winning solution had a 92% accuracy rate in their MVP. And that MVP is in production today, used by tens of thousands of airmen daily. I like to say hashtag built by Airmen and Guardian because they get to be part of the solution. But we continue to scale that. And so today's datathons include academia and industry. I would encourage our listeners to go out to aia.mit.edu/challenges and join a challenge, be part of the solution, because we have about a dozen different challenges going on right now. The one that's wrapping up is what we call COG Pilot 2.0, which is all about optimizing data training, using data to train our pilots with, pulling data off the simulators and really having great efficiency in how we train our workforce. So, and what's awesome about it is there's always something that comes out that we never would have thought about if we didn't have this huge diversity of thought. I think the other couple of innovative things that I think I'd like to highlight is we just launched what we're calling ADAX, which is our Autonomous Data AI Experimentation Proving Ground at Eglin Air Force Base. It's hosted by the 96th Test Wing, and it's really about taking that academic research and scaling it out to an operational perspective, and then codifying those emerging practices. So it's really the future of our autonomous and AI-driven capabilities moving forward. And the last thing I would there's so much going on, but I would probably like to highlight is that we can learn more about these coming. We have what we call our DAFDAF, our Department of the Air Force Data and Analysis AI Forum, coming up on the 21st or the 25th of April in Herndon, Virginia, where we're inviting industry and academe to come out and see the great work that's happening by our Airmen and Guardian, because it's going to be a really fascinating couple of days.
Oh, that's really exciting. Wow, what a plethora of really phenomenal initiatives underway. Eileen, I'm not surprised under your leadership in driving so many amazing things, and the team that you've pulled together, doing such a phenomenal job.
Well, data is a team sport, and I had a great leader to follow.
Oh, thank you. Let me just touch on one of the things that you said. You mentioned workforce. How do you see the department preparing for the future workforce needs in terms of growing knowledge, understanding, skill sets in AI and data?
Well, in the data field, everybody talks about building data pipelines, but we have to build data talent pipelines too. And so today, our cadets at the United States Air Force Academy can major in data science, And upon commissioning, these new lieutenants will go into all mission areas across our 2 services. In addition, we developed an intern program and pathways for recent college graduates to bring data science capabilities into our workforce. But it's not just about new talent, it's about investing and building data pipelines in our current workforce, taking great capability that's there and then scaling it out from tactical to operational perspectives. And so early in our journey, we established a partnership with the Air Force Institute of Technology. And today we have an online graduate and analytics certificate, as well as a master's program in data science. And that's open to our entire workforce, military, civilian, active guard, reserve. We also have made significant investments in digital university, which offers some industry premier online content, I like to say, at the speed of mission. We have these hands-on experiences with the data challenges, but my colleagues in the CIO's office also have hackathons, bug bounties. Our next hackathon is next month at Herbert Air Force Base. Actually, it's later this month. It's the week of the 20th. And it's another great opportunity for industry and academia to be part of the solution as we move forward. I think one of the other programs that I think is critical in building the workforce as we move forward is our active participation in the Defense Futures Program. This allows our workforce to go out and through an 8-week fellowship, work with venture capital communities. And really, so when they come back after that 8-week fellowship, they're bringing back not just the latest tech trends, but also innovative commercial practices. So it's not about one, it's a multi-pronged approach to support a multi-generational workforce.
Wow. Again, so many things that are being laid in to get that workforce in place and to continue to build upon the current workforce that we have. Lots of innovation there for sure. So one last question for you, Eileen, as you look ahead in where you're trying to head and the things that you're dealing with now, what are some of the biggest hurdles that still have yet to be overcome for data and AI in national security?
Well, we just talked about workforce, and I think that there's definitely some trajectories way forward. I think that if you offer your workforce great challenging work that has impact, that can help us retain the best talent. And that's why I think these datathons and hackathons help us identify our airmen and guardian that have these special skills so that we can take those skills that they've built in non-traditional ways and put them into opportunities in their career field to leverage them. When people do impactful work, that's going to help us keep the best capability in our department, but it's also being ready. So I like to focus on the successes, and I look at our partnerships with organizations like AFWorks, that innovation cell. How can we bring in great emerging tech, dual tech, quickly and efficiently? And we're doing a lot of that with the Vault platform, but it's also working with industry to help them be proactive, to think about what are the countermeasures when I adopt that I need to enact when I look at that dual tech or that emerging tech, so that I can get it into our environment faster. I like to say that it's about getting to yes. It's very easy to tell people, no, we don't do that. But I think that there's a lot of great capability out there that we should be using as springboards to go faster, to accelerate that change. And I think it's happening. I think that our biggest challenge is making sure that we're doing that outreach and engagement with our industry and academic colleagues so that we can leverage their great work too to help our country.
Outstanding. Well, Eileen, I have no doubt that as you continue to settle in, certainly you've jumped right back into the seat. You're full speed ahead and driving so many great initiatives in laying in all of the things that we need to scale data and AI across the department for both the Air Force and the Space Force. You are laying the foundation for building the workforce of the future and continuing to advance the skill sets and capacity and capabilities of the workforce of today. And you're focusing on those successes and building upon those. Certainly there are hurdles to address. Certainly there are challenges that we face. But I think if we continue to do them with a mind towards partnering, as you mentioned, partnering with industry, partnering with academia, programs like MIT Accelerator. We just had Captain Furtado joining us to help us think through how can we really advance this capability for maximum impact. We will continue to be successful. Thank you, Eileen, for coming back into the department. We missed you. Thank you for your leadership, and we look forward to all of the success ahead.
Well, thank you for including me today. I like to say data and AI are team sports, and we need everybody on the team.
Absolutely. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, ladies. That was fantastic. Appreciate you both. It's great seeing you, Eileen. Thank you for your wisdom and your insights. Kim, as always, thank you. We put you to work today, 3 different back-to-back programs. So we'll let you rest now. Thank you so much, and we'll talk with you soon.
All right.
So we're just going to take a little break, little bio break for you folks who haven't had a sandwich or whatever. You want to do that? We're going to come back at 1:30, and we're going to have the Lieutenant General Harry D. Radigi award presentation. General Harry Radigi is going to join us. We're going to be joined by General Alexander. We're joined by Maria Hedden of Comtech, and our recipient, Palmer Luckey. We're thrilled to be honoring him for his technological innovation in national security. So y'all take a break. We'll see you back here right at 1:30. Welcome, everyone. We're back. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of America's Future Series. And I'm thrilled to be with Maria Hedden, Chief Operating Officer of Comtech. She's here with us in Austin, here at South by Southwest. And I want to thank Maria and I want to thank Comtech for being our title sponsor. And without your support, we couldn't be doing this. So
Yeah, thanks, David.
thank you for being here and thanks for your support. So this is sort of the capstone, if you will. This is kind of one of the highlights of our entire program today. We're very blessed to know Lieutenant General Harry Radigi. Harry Radigi helped stand up cyber for the Air Force. He led that for Deloitte. He helped set up all of Deloitte's cyber program. He is now the CEO of the National Cybersecurity Center. Everyone knows Harry. Harry knows everyone. Harry's done amazing things in national security. And because of that, we created the Harry D. Radigi Award for Technological Innovation in National Security. And welcome, General. It's good to see you, sir.
Great to see you. Thanks, David.
Okay, I'm going to also introduce Keith Alexander, General Keith Alexander, longtime friend, a champion of all things related to national security, former head of the national in the NSA, and currently the CEO and founder of IronNet. They're a leader, a thought leader, and one of the technological leaders in cybersecurity. Wonderful to see you again, General. How are you today?
Good, good, and thank you, and thanks for doing this. An honor to participate.
Glad you're here. So he was one of the first recipients of the Radigi Award, and it's kind of our tradition for a past recipient to help pass that on to the next person, right? I'd like to bring in Ken Peterman as well. Ken Peterman is the CEO, board chairman and CEO of Comtech Telecommunications, longtime friend and champion of thought leadership, et cetera. And it's great to have Ken with us. Ken may join us here in a couple of seconds, but first off, I'd love to give both of you gentlemen a chance to say a few words. Harry, I'd love for you to provide some remarks, and perhaps General Alexander after that.
Sure. Well, thanks, David. I'll just be brief. It's such an honor for me to have my name just associated with these stellar technology giants that America's Future Series has identified and to be recognized for their tremendous contributions to our nation's security. And it's great to see my good longtime friend, General Keith Alexander here. And I also want to thank Maria and Ken Peterman for their support of this activity here and for hosting this event today. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and I'll second what Harry said. First, Harry and I go way back to our Central Command days, where we were neighbors, and both on the staff then of General Zinni. And an honor to participate in this. And Harry is an amazing person. We've been friends for 20 plus years, since high school, I think. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So an honor to participate in this. So thank you.
So we're honored to be joined now by Palmer Luckey. Palmer, how are you today?
I'm doing really well. It's been a great day so far.
Wonderful. Well, we're thrilled to have you with us. We followed your meteoric, stellar career. Love what you've done with Anduril. I love your contributions. Of course, love Oculus. Love all your technological innovations, et cetera. We love in particular that you've decided to dedicate your prodigious technical skills and innovation skills to helping with national defense and building a defense company like Anduril. It's really important to our national security, and we want to thank you for dedicating. You could have done 1,000 things, so we appreciate that this is one of the things that you focus on.
I don't think that there's something that is more important I could be working on. You know, there's a lot of things out there that are not important, and the national security is at the top of the list of things that we need smart people working on.
Absolutely. So with that, we'd like to present this award. I don't know if they sent you that bronze eagle, but somewhere you should have a bronze eagle around your camp. There you go. It's a heavy sucker. I'd like Ken Peterman, the the CEO of Comtech, to say hello and say a few words to you.
Palmer, it's great to see you. I'll tell you that this is an exciting time, and what you're doing with Anduril in terms of the contribution to our nation is fantastic. I've worked with members of your team around Fort Bragg and other areas, and you have a great team that's making a great contribution. So it's a pleasure to just be present today while you're awarded this fantastic award.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Ken. So General Alexander, if you would do the honors to present this award to Palmer, I think you had a couple of remarks.
Yeah, I do. So Palmer, first, honored to meet you. You have a great career. I think we were in high school together for, well, as long as you were in high school. Okay, maybe not. Well, first I want it for the audience. Let me just tell you a little bit about Palmer. He's an American inventor, an innovator, and an entrepreneur. He founded the defense company, Anduril Industries. But more importantly, from my perspective, he's the designer of the Oculus Rift, a virtual reality head-mounted display, which I've used and my wife has used, so thank you. And the founder of Oculus VR, which was acquired by Facebook in 2014 for a measly amount of $2.3 billion. Congratulations, Palmer. I think more importantly, though, as Ken highlighted, you founded the Anduril Industries in 2017 to radically transform the defense capabilities of the United States and its allies by fusing artificial intelligence with latest hardware advancements. I think this is really great, especially what you've done for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines with using artificial intelligence and other things to help with PTSD and other things like that. And as you noted in your brief comments, you know, there's nothing more important to help these people who are willing to lay down their lives for our country than to do things of what you're doing. And as you've said in your career, AI is part of the future. We've got to get really good at it. And there's many things that we can do, from PTSD to military applications. So what you're doing with Anduril and what you've done with Oculus Rift and Oculus VR, these are amazing things for our country. So you are indeed worthy of this. And I'd like to be the first to congratulate you on this award. And I look forward to meeting you in person and shaking your hand and saying thanks. Thanks for all you've done for our nation's military and our country. So thank you, Palmer. It's an honor to be here with you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so honored to receive this award for innovation in national security. And you're right, I founded Anduril in 2017 because our mission was to transform U.S. and allied military capabilities with artificial intelligence. I know that seems obvious today, but 6+ years ago, it wasn't quite as obvious. Today we have more than 1,400 employees around the world, but mostly in the United States, doing exactly that. We're designing and delivering autonomous systems and autonomous products that are currently keeping special operators safe from drone threats around the world, offering greater situational awareness to warfighters in incredibly complex and dangerous environments, and securing military bases, not just in the United States, but on footprints abroad that are critical to our national security. This award means a great deal to me personally, and it does have my name on it. But I also want to say that my incredible team deserves this recognition equally, if not more. This is really a true testament to the steadfast dedication of my team and all of the partners that we've worked with across the DoD. So I want to thank everyone, all my colleagues, all the people that we've worked with in government to build these systems. We are truly thankful to be honored like this.
Palmer now. So what we're going to do now, sir, is we are going to all say goodbye, but we're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Maria Hedden, and you all are going to have a chat. You're going to get to share some of your insights and wisdom in a fireside chat format. But first, before we do that, I'm going to say goodbye to all these luminaries that I have on camera. It's an honor to be with you again. Thank you so much for your support and patronage, and
Thanks,
we look
David.
forward to talking with you all in the future.
Congratulations, Palmer.
Congratulations, Palmer. Yeah. Well done.
Before we get started, we're going to go ahead and show a little video about Anduril so that people have a sense of what Anduril is and does.
Just in it die.
All right, that was a really exciting video. So just want to start our fireside chat today, Palmer. So excited about doing that and getting to know a little more about you and some of the things you've done with your company. That's pretty exciting. So we'll go ahead and kick it off. My first question I have for you is, after your latest Series E funding round, Anduril Industries value jumped to $2 billion, nearly doubling its last valuation, which took place in June 2021. Can you tell us a little more about Anduril, some of your current efforts and key initiatives?
Definitely. Also, slight correction. We actually raised $1.5 billion in our last round at a valuation of $8.5 billion. So we're doing pretty well right now. I think it's because we've had an incredible track record of really delivering major products to solve major problems that the Department of Defense has. And, we just did $1 billion contract with SOCOM to do a lot of their counter drone work in the US and around the world. And we've got a lot of stuff to announce in the near future that's at a similar level. So, oh shoot, I forgot. What was the question? Ask again.
Just talk about some of your current efforts that you're doing.
Sure. So Anduril started with a foundation of building AI software that enables us to build AI hardware products. So we actually have about twice as many people working on software as we do hardware, despite being a company that on the surface is mostly selling hardware products. Typically, we're building products, whether it's counter drone systems or drones or robot submarines, that are only able to do what they do because of advanced artificial intelligence that's processing data, making decisions about what to do next, and turning the high level decisions of human operators into the exact optimal low level kind of minute to minute tactics to execute on that vision. We've been expanding into a lot of different areas over the last couple of years. We've moved from just doing base security, border security, critical infrastructure security, counter drone work, to doing a lot of things on the offensive side as well. We just announced a new line of loitering munitions that are carrying a very significant warhead and can fly for a very long period of time. We've announced that we're doing some really interesting stuff in the missile space. We've really expanded our undersea capabilities. We're building currently right now a vehicle called the Dive XL AUV, the extra large autonomous undersea vehicle. That's a robot submarine the size of a school bus with a range of thousands of miles that can dive deeper than any human submarine that the military has could ever dream of going. And we've got a few other things that I can't talk about that are going to be a total game changer for the way that we defend air, land, and sea from the threats that are emerging from our strategic adversaries. And the best part about what we're doing right now, to me, is that we're reusing so much of the AI work that we've built in the past. We're not a defense contractor, we're a defense product company. We use our own money to decide what to build rather than relying on taxpayers to fund all of our R&D. And that means that we have an incentive to reuse the things that we've built in the past to the greatest extent possible, which means we move faster, we move cheaper. It's the opposite of the incentives you get with a typical cost plus defense contracting structure, where nobody wants to reuse anything. Nobody wants to nobody wants to remake anything in a way that makes them less money. And so unfortunately, our contracting systems over the last few decades have often rewarded rebuilding things that already exist. Anduril's trying to break that paradigm and show that we need to build useful building blocks that can apply across air, land, sea, space, subspace, cyberspace, and even in the underground domain, which heretofore has been more or less impossible to operate in.
Yeah, that's really exciting, because the faster we can get this technology into our soldiers' hands, the better, so that they can, we can protect them and those around us. So that's exciting. Some of your interest in defense technology was driven by your time at USC ICT, the labs, the MXR labs.
That's right.
Where you built hardware for research for PTSD. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Definitely. This is something that I am really proud of, and it was a very small part of my career, but it was really influential, being one of the first real jobs that I had before I started Oculus. So before anyone was paying attention to me, I worked at the ICT Mixed Reality Lab, which is an Army affiliate research center, working on a variety of different programs to help the U.S. military. The one that I'm most proud of working on was an Army project called BraveMind. And BraveMind was a program that treated veterans who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder using virtual reality exposure therapy. Now, I was just a lab technician. My job was to build hardware, design hardware, calibrate hardware, and kind of keep systems going and moving. So I wasn't one of the kind of mastermind architects of the program, but at the time it was running through trials. It was then rolled out to a lot of VA installations across the country. I was very proud of the fact that that they actually started using Oculus hardware years later when I started Oculus and started getting that out there. And I think it's a really powerful tool, but at the same time, it taught me a lot about how there's a lot of inefficiency in the way that the government designs and procures technology, and how there's room for the private sector to lead innovation by moving much faster and using their own funds to build things that are too often left to taxpayers to fund, whether it works or not.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Speaking of that, is a little bit about, modernization. So, you believe in modernization of U.S. military technology and that it's a prerequisite to be able to preserving our way of life. Can you talk a little bit about what you see as some of the most important technologies that the U.S. to maintain a strategic advantage over our adversaries?
I think that one of the most important things that we're going to see as a trend in the future is leveraging autonomy and artificial intelligence to make systems that do things that no manned system can even do. So it's not about reducing costs, it's about increasing capability. And it's also going to be about being able to make decisions much faster than our adversaries. My personal opinion, and there are people who disagree, smart people who disagree, but my opinion is that the days of the United States having a massive advantage over our adversaries strictly through hardware advancements are over. We're not going to live in a world where the US has jets that are twice as fast, where we have submarines that go twice as far. This idea of winning only through hardware capabilities, I think, is gone because our adversaries are so adept at copying our technology and rapidly using it for themselves. Anything we do in the hardware domain, they're going to try to copy as quickly as possible. And so we might be a few percent faster or a few percent further or a few percent more efficient, but these massive advantages that we have enjoyed for the better part of a century are kind of gone. Where we can have massive advantages are in our command and control structures, in our data control structures, in our ability to see a situation and respond in minutes where it might take an adversary hours or even days to respond. And if we are able to do that, if we can build systems that tie the best that we have together into one cohesive whole of force reaction that moves as quickly as possible and makes the best decisions possible at every instant in that conflict, I think that we can have equal hardware and still dominate anyone who tries to work against our interests. And that's where I see things moving in the future. Not just hardware advancement, but the ability to use it much better through intelligent software.
I think that's a really great point because, even on the commercial side, the more as products become commercialized, people, to your point, start copying things. You always have to stay that 2 steps ahead, because then you continue to have that advantage and be able to provide that premium position as other companies.
Absolutely.
So that's a great point. So you talked a little bit about AI/ML. What other technologies do you see that is really needed to be driven in the battle space?
So I think that there's a lot of interesting opportunities in virtual reality and augmented reality. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. I started Oculus. I'm still a VR nut. I believe that virtual reality is not just the next computational platform, but the final computational platform. It is the only form of media and display interaction that can fully encompass every other form of media, whether it's music or film or text or immersive 3D simulations. It's the only thing that can present to a person any experience that you could imagine experiencing. And so for that reason, I've always loved VR, because even if other things come along in the meanwhile, in the long run, it's going to be an incredible way to perceive our world and allow us to experience the world in new ways, and also to do things like having people around the world who are thousands of miles apart feel as if they're working together, sitting at exactly the same table on a really tightly integrated problem. And that's one of the reasons that Anduril is working in that space as well, outside of just our autonomy and artificial intelligence. One area that I think Anduril has not been doing a lot of work, but I am still very excited about, is in the biotechnology space. There are a lot of very interesting advancements that we've done in terms of making people safer, more robust to injury, more robust to psychological and physical injuries. And I think that the United States can lead in this area as well, making the human warfighter much more resilient, making our canine warfighters more resilient. And I think especially on the defensive side, building tools that protect us from biological weapons that I expect to be deployed by our adversaries. It's become so incredibly easy in the modern day to engineer bioweapons that would have been unthinkable 10 or 20 years ago, to the point where you can have a very small number of people working in a rogue state, creating capabilities that previously would have required a Manhattan Project. And so I think the future of warfare is unfortunately going to be defined largely by defense against biological weapons that are taking advantage of those advances in biotechnology.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to use some of those VR on my golf game too, out in the golf course to help with my water shot. So maybe that's
well, you know what?
There's down the day.
There's some great software out there. So there's some amazing VR golf software out there. Some of it's less realistic, more like mini golf. And then there's some advanced simulations that are basically a perfect replica. You can even use a weighted virtual club to get your swing just right. So I actually don't play golf anymore. I did many years ago, but you see this scar on the side of my bad facial hair. Yeah. Someone hit me in the face with a 9-iron and unhinged my jaw. And it was I have not played golf since then, but by all means, stick with it. Just be careful.
All right. So the last question I have for you is, if you have one message you want the audience to take away today, what would that be?
Well, it depends on where you are in the audience. I would say, especially my message to people who are younger, who are starting their careers and who are not necessarily locked into what they're going to do with their lives. A lot of people say to follow your passion. That's good if your passion is something that is useful and if it benefits society. I think the one problem we have in society is that there's a lot of people who are passionate about things that are fun. I was one of those people. I mean, I started Oculus because I was passionate about gaming, and I love video games. I love gaming. But looking back, I think that I would have done better to not follow my passion and instead do what I'm doing with Anduril, which is to follow the greatest need, to identify a problem that I can solve that other people are not necessarily working on to the extent they said. So my advice to people is, don't follow your passion, follow the need. Look at the problems that your country has, that your city has, that your state has, and ask if there's something that you would rather do and look back on later in life and feel proud about working on. If you go and you work on augmented reality mustache emojis for a search engine company, how proud are you going to be? Will history remember you? No. And I think that people are much better served by following something that is really useful. I happen to believe that national security is one of the most uneven industries in terms of the amount of good that a smart person can do versus the number of smart people that are getting into the industry. So I highly encourage people to, if they're listening to me, think about what you're doing right now and ask if there's something you could be doing that's more important, whether it's in national security or somewhere else.
To Palmer, I can tell that you're very passionate about what you do. You got a lot of energy, really exciting. So really interested to hear more about where you take your company and the exciting products you provide for our warfighters. So thank you.
Thank you. Keep your eye on the sky.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that was fantastic. And I really want to thank Maria for doing such a fantastic job hosting Palmer and Palmer. I really appreciate those sentiments. And I guess it's sort of a servant leadership notion. He's decided to make his passion the need, right? So he started off with the need, with his passion. I'm glad he did. It made him enough money. He could do all this great stuff, right? But then ultimately he's saying, serve a higher purpose. And so make that higher purpose your passion. And I think that's a great sentiment. And I hope more people will follow that example. So up next, we're going to have a great conversation with Lieutenant General Harry Radke and our next guest. I'd like to bring Harry on and have a great conversation here with General Murray, who stood up Army Futures Command. So, Harry, are you with us, sir? There he is. And General Mike Murray. I'm a big fan of both of you and the work you've done. General Murray, what you did with the Army Futures Command, outstanding, stellar. It's really kind of an anchor here in Austin around the defense innovation community. So I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant General Harry Radke, and I look forward to your all's conversation.
Thanks, David.
Great. Well, thank you very much, David. And General Murray, it's great seeing you again. We go way back also. We just had General Keith Alexander on here just a couple minutes ago. And it's always wonderful to see my former colleagues in our nation's cloth. But, General Murray, I got to say that I've really been looking forward to this fireside chat. We have known each other now, and I was calculating this quickly, over, just about 40 years. When we were very young in the military, but we were close neighbors. Our families knew each other. Matter of fact, my son, and my daughter, and my son being a brigadier general today, used to babysit for you so that you and Jane could get out for a little R&R on your own on the weekends. So we go way back, and I'll tell you, frankly, I feel it has been a real shame that I haven't been able to have time with you since your retirement to just sit down and catch up a bit. And we now have a bit of time to do that and to talk a little about your last assignment in military uniform as the first commanding general of the Army Futures Command. And for our audience, let me just add that General Murray served in our nation's uniform for just short of 40 years as an Army infantry officer. And he had 4 highly successful commands, battalion command with the 18th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Brigade Combat Team with the 1st Cavalry Division, 3rd Infantry Division Commander, and then finally, and what we're going to talk about today, as the commander of the U.S. Army Futures Command. And I've got just to say a little bit about the Army Futures Command. Frankly, when I saw the announcement that the Army was going to stand this up, and I saw that you, my good friend, had been tapped to lead this new command, I wondered how in the world you were going to settle into a new location in Austin, Texas, how you were going to properly staff this unique new organization with the right people, and then to outline where the Army should go in the future. Certainly a huge task, and the Army has lots of moving parts, literally, and here you were going to be handling and considering everything from combat vehicles to field artillery to drones, and perhaps and certainly most importantly, the survival needs of our individual soldiers. So AFC has been given a huge responsibility. It continues today. And officially, I looked it up. The simply stated, Army Futures Command exists to transform the Army to ensure war-winning future readiness. So over the past 4 or so years, you became the commander of the newest of the Army's 4 major commands. You grew to over 17,000 people worldwide. You were established to ensure that the Army and its soldiers remain at the forefront of technological innovation and warfighting ability. And I might add that involves the subject of today, which is lots of dual-use technology. And also, I think it's important to note that today, Army Futures Command current focus is, number 1, prioritizing people. Number 2, designing the Army of 2040 and delivering Army 2030. Huge responsibilities. But with that short introduction of not only you, but also what you were responsible for, I want to welcome you to our show today.
Well, thanks, Harry. And it's to give people an idea, it was Captain Murray when we lived down just 2 or 3 houses down from you. So a lot of fond memories. And one of my daughters that your son and daughter babysat for, I just was with her today, and she just turned 34. So if that doesn't make you feel old, it makes me feel old. But it's great to be with you today. And thanks for all the comments and compliments.
Great, great. Well, I'll tell you, as advertised, I want to launch into this fireside chat. You know, normally we might be just sitting someplace having a coffee or maybe an adult beverage. But today we've got a few more people listening and looking in on us. But I want to start with the stand-up of Army Futures Command in 2018 until you retired 3 years later in 2021. What do you think that you and your team got right at Futures Command and with that massive mission responsibility?
Well, and first thing I'd say, Harry, is, and I'm glad you said my team, because it always, everything's a team sport, and this was absolutely a team sport. And I think back to August of 18 when we stood up the command, and Secretary was there, Secretary Esper at the time, Undersecretary McCarthy was there, General Milley was there, General McConville was there, so the entire leadership team. And we started with well-defined priorities in terms of modernization for the Army. And I credit past leadership and current leadership that the Army still has the same 6 modernization priorities. And so consistency in messaging, consistency in funding has gained congressional support. And I think that, throughout the life cycle, short life cycle of Army Futures Command, that consistency in what the Army's priorities are for modernization has paid huge dividends. But that day after we stood it up, and everybody was there for the party to stand it up, I went to work the next day, and it was me and 12 of my best friends. And the Army didn't give me a chance to stand it up. It's like that same day they were calling, wanting to know, how that ACOM Army Command, Major Army Command, was contributing to the Army's mission. And so it was. I tell people all the time that some people described it as building an airplane in flight, and we weren't building an airplane because we didn't have the parts. We were ordering the parts to build an airplane in flight. But I used to describe, and I still do, those early days as a startup, the headquarters there in Austin, trying to build itself and manage a merger, because you mentioned the 17,000 plus, and we very quickly, after we stood up the headquarters, starting acquiring commands from other organizations. What was RDECOM at that time from Army Material Command, the Medical Command, and what was at that time ARCIC, and now Futures and Concept Center. So that, I think the hard part early in the process was actually building the command, which, as I look back, and you mentioned about successes, some of the failures, I think I underestimated how hard that was going to be to build a command from scratch and bring in different organizations with different organizational cultures and try to get them focused on, a common mission. I think I spent too much time away from the headquarters the first year. I probably should have stayed closer to the headquarters and focused on that. But the Army was putting demands on not only the organization, but me personally. And so we did a lot of traveling. I think, and since I've gotten out, I'm dealing with some companies now. We're taught, and I'm learning about mergers and acquisitions, which I never really studied before. But organizational culture and cultural fit, I think, is one of the key things, and that's probably where I should have spent more time focused on. I think there was a push to hire quickly, which I resisted and fought, because I thought it was more important to hire the right people as opposed to hire the right number of people. So we spent a lot of time focused on hiring the right people, and I think we pretty much got that right. And then establishing the culture, and then understanding there was an unwritten, you gave the mission, there was an unwritten mission there that I got verbally several times, is to speed up and challenge the bureaucracy. And I think another big lesson learned is that you can rail against the bureaucracy all day long and you're going to get nowhere. Is how do you change it from inside the bureaucracy? And so we've spent a lot of time focused on that as well, with a lot of great partners, especially the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Acquisition, Logistics, and Technology. I used to tell people all the time, that AFC can't acquire anything. We can do early prototyping, we can write requirements, we can put material in the hands of soldiers to make sure that we get that right. I called that soldier-centered design, but then eventually something has to go to the acquisition community to produce and procure it. And so a lot of great partnerships. And then another thing I think the Army got right was the cross-functional teams, which is really just a marriage between an acquisition officer and a requirements owner. And that them working the same problems day by day, all focused on the right outcomes for our soldiers, I think were some early successes.
Yeah, I would imagine that you had quite an interaction with our friends at our mutual friends at the Army Materiel Command, another 4-star command.
Yeah, Gus Perna at the time, and now Ed Daly, tail end of my career, Ed Daly. A lot, and of course, the major organization that AFC acquired, if you will, came from AMC, and that's what we now call Combat Capabilities Development Command. So all the Army's labs, and responsibility for the execution of basically, all of the 6-1, the basic research and applied research, and then most of the 6-3 through 6-5, the more developmental research and the maturation of the technologies.
Well, massive undertaking. So on the flip side of my earlier question, what do you think might not have gone as well as you hoped for or expected?
Yeah, and I mentioned part of it is, I underestimated the difficulty. And you mentioned this, and you've been in jobs. Every job I walked into, I opened the top right-hand desk drawer, and there's a standard operating procedure. There's a calendar of what the unit has done for the last 6 months. There's a calendar of what the plan is for the next 6 months. And I walked into Army Futures Command and opened the top right-hand desk drawer, and it was there. There may have been a pencil in there. And so that was, I think, one of my major failings is understanding where I needed to focus a lot more effort. And we overcame that eventually. I think, we talk a lot about, and it's still going on, and the reason Army Futures Command was placed in Austin, besides the barbecue, is that to reach out to non-traditionals, the entrepreneurs, the startups, and figure out easier ways to bring them into and really lend their capabilities, take advantage of what they're developing in a more rapid fashion and really at all at that point. I don't think we are there yet. I think it's still way too hard for a young company or a startup to really even figure out how to do business with DoD. And I don't think that's their fault. I think it's DoD's fault. I'll just say our fault, because we tend to make it difficult. And I think DoD is going to have to go more than halfway to enable this. We stood up an organization called the Army Applications Lab, which is similar to AFWorks, similar to SoftWorks, similar to NavalX. And I think all of them still have a ways to go. I know Army Applications Lab does, and we tried all kinds of ways to make it easier to work, easier for small companies, entrepreneurs to work with the Army. Not completely successful. I think we still got some more work to do there. I think, we struggled for a little bit with honing the requirements process. And you go back in history, just 10 years ago, a normal developmental program for a major combat system, it was about, this is called 12 to 15 years from good idea to delivering a capability. And really not even completely delivering the capability, just start delivering the capability, 12 to 15 years. And part of that was the requirements process. And that was, good, well-intended people writing requirements that just couldn't be met from today's technology or a manufacturing risk or an integration risk. And, we struggled to get that process streamlined for probably about the first year. Because like I said, it was a 5-year process and we wanted to get it done in no more than 5 months, which would be a significant reduction at the front end of a program. It took me a while to just sit back and I tell people this all the time, Harry, is somebody gave me the book Lean Startup to read. I have not, probably because we were starting with like 12 people. And like most books, I had the time to skim about the first 3 or 4 chapters. And the central idea of putting a product in your customer's hand and getting feedback before you go into production. And that's mostly about software, but I couldn't figure out why the Army had never capitalized on putting capability prototypes in soldiers' hands and making sure we understand what it is they want and why they want it before we finalize the requirements documents. We turned the requirements process around and started doing basically draft requirements documents just to get a prototype built, gave it to soldiers, and then finalize the requirements document after we understood the technology, we understood what was possible, not only from a technology standpoint, but from an industry standpoint, and we understood exactly what it was soldiers needed and were after, and we had their input up front. And it took me too long to get to that. And then, and General Rainey now says modernization is much more material, and that's absolutely true. It took too long to get started on something that you mentioned, the Army of 2040, and you go back to that developmental cycle, the Army's going to have to produce some requirement documents pretty quick if you want material fielded in 2040, just because it takes time. And it just, I don't think it was the point where I wanted to be when I handed it off to Jim Richardson and then General Rainey.
Right. Well, again, I can't imagine the massive undertaking you had walking in and taking that huge responsibility on and mission that you were helping and have helped to define over time as it has evolved. You've been retired now from the Army, not from life, for sure, for 15 months or so. But sometimes, you take a look back at the opportunity you had, and I just wonder if you could give us maybe some insights into what you were most proud of, as the accomplishments of you and your team.
Yeah, and that's a long list. And once again, I'm thrilled that you highlighted the team because, I was the leader of the team, but the team did all the work, and none of this would have been possible without them. So I think we made some, and I mentioned soldier-centered design. I think that is, I'm knocking on wood, I hope that has caught on in the Army because I think it has paid huge dividends. And I think, soldiers are more inclined to be part of the solution when you involve them up front. There was too many times in my career where we would be issued some material by Big Army, and be honest with you, it didn't ever make it out of the connex because soldiers, it was 15-year-old technology, and soldiers would look at it like, I don't have any idea why I would carry this thing on my back because it's not doing anything for me. So, understanding that up front, and I do think General McConville talks about the 24 by 23. So I think we accelerated the delivery of capability. It wasn't, in some cases it was less than 3 years from idea to delivery of capability. Some cases will be 5 years, some cases it's longer. But I am proud that we were able to work with our acquisition partners and really accelerate getting capability in the soldiers' hands. Army Applications Lab, although I think the Army writ large has a way to go in terms of working with small business and entrepreneurs. I think Army Applications Lab has taken a big bite out of that. The software factory, very proud of the software factory there in Austin. And given your roots, I'll graciously say I stole the idea from the Air Force and their Kessel Run experience. And then I'll guardedly say, given your roots, that I think we got a better idea, the better implementation plan than the Air Force. And that was, I said, modernization is more than capability. It's also about people. And I just became convinced that on a future battlefield, and it goes back to what Palmer was talking about, the ability to detect, to assess, understand, and act faster than an adversary in the future, I do think is an asymmetric advantage. So I agree with him 100% on that, and have for a long time. And so I was convinced that we needed that talent organically. And just a quick story, I was told by more than one person that the Army doesn't have that type of talent, the coding talent that's resident there in Austin now. And I said, well, let's just prove that true or false. So we just hung a simple banner on the website that said, if you can code, we want to talk to you. Within 2 days, we had 2,500 applications for 30 slots of soldiers that were in uniform, interested in doing that for the Army. And they've got 5 cohorts there now of 30 each, and the application is still just instrumental. And they're doing amazing work, turning out software that are affecting soldiers each and every day. It's not software that goes into a weapons platform. It's software that's helping soldiers do their jobs more efficiently. We don't have time for all the examples. And I think finally, and this came to me probably a little bit too late, is what we call project convergence. And all the services have a similar concept. And it really gets after that, how do you, and it's, you go back to John Boyd and the OODA loop. I mean, it's just another take really on the OODA loop to observe, orient, decide, and act faster than your adversary. But taken on a grander scale, and then the inclusion of the joint force in the second iteration of Project Convergence, because that the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, Marine Corps or Space Force never fight on their own. So it's always part of the joint force, and involving them in what I called a learning experiment or learning opportunity, and then some very close partners and allies in the most recent Project Convergence, because the United States will never fight alone. And so just getting the Army started down that path of understanding the technology behind what Palmer mentioned, and what, the ability to decide and act faster than any opponent anywhere in the world. That was the baseline for Project Convergence. So that would be the last one I would highlight.
Great. One thing you said earlier in your comments really caused me to pause a second, because I think our soldiers are the ones that are the greatest proof point, as you also referred to earlier. And when we give them things that they're supposed to consider taking into combat or into the war, and adding to their already sometimes 120-pound rucksack that they're going to have on their back. And you served in Afghanistan and Iraq. But when you're asking a soldier to put something else in the ruck that's going to add to the 120 pounds they're going to be carrying on their back, scaling a mountain or a ravine or something, they'll be the first ones to give you your test of that, and it'll probably be laying back on the issuance table, and not going with them for good reason. So that just, your mention of that is so true. They'll be the deciding point on what they're going to carry with them, and good for them. Also, you just mentioned something that also triggered a thought. And there's and one of our other speakers today mentioned JADC2. Yeah. I wonder if you couldn't just, that was a joint program. You mentioned joint and how you brought together Project Convergence to the joint environment of what you were trying to add. But can you give us any insights into your thoughts about JADC2, of where it began, maybe where it is now, and some of the difficulties that we're maybe experiencing?
Yeah, and so in JADC2, and it's a noun and a verb, I think, and I've heard people, I think a Navy admiral or captain, kind of described it as it's a verb, not a noun. And it's eventually going to have to be a number of nouns to make it. Programs and capabilities to make it up, but there was a JADC2 office at the Pentagon on the Joint Staff, and it really started with ABMS with the Air Force, if my recollection is correct. And it was about connecting things. I think it was, 35s and 22s to begin with. And then we started talking about the ability to connect Air Force sensors to Army shooters. And then, it made sense that, the Navy's got a number of significant sensors to Army shooters, or Army sensors, Patriot radar, for instance, to an F-35, either Air Force or Marine Corps, or, we always put a C in front of JADC2, JADC2 for the coalition piece, because F-35s are proliferating through the world. And it was all about, and I probably look at this very simplistic, and you did mention I was an infantry officer up front, but how do you connect the best sensor to the best shooter, regardless of what service in the U.S. that sensor and shooter belongs to, or the coalition force, who has the best sensor and who has the best shooter to prosecute that target in the least amount of time. And it gets back to that acting faster than an adversary. So that's really where it started, and it sounds very simple, and it turns out to be quite difficult when you look at and it's data is everything. And I'll talk bad about my service, and I'm not sure anybody else is any better, but we're not very good about managing our data and maintaining authoritative databases. And so how do you move that data transport from that sensor through only the required command and control headquarters? Not every headquarters needs to see that, to get it to the right decision maker in a way that enables that decision maker to move that data very quickly to the right shooter and prosecute that target. And like I said, it sounds very simple, but there's, and the thing that makes it hard is, if we were designing everything from scratch and buying everything new, it'd probably be much simpler. All the services have billions and billions of dollars worth of legacy equipment that have to be part of this network. People call it a kill web, whatever you want to call it. But it's how do you retrograde or incorporate legacy equipment in with newer equipment, with data streams and applications that were never designed to talk to each other. And so that's what we try to do at Project Convergence, to be honest with you, is just because I've been convinced from the beginning is you can get anything to work in the lab, put it in the hands of soldiers, sailors, and Marines and Guardians, and make it work in the dirt. If we can make it work in the dirt, then I think that we've got at least something that we can continue to pursue.
So, right. I guess we ought to say that JADC2, for those who might not be as familiar with it, is Joint All-Domain Command and Control. And I appreciate the fact that you added a coalition piece to that, because that's the way we do fight these days. So coalition, JADC2. And frankly, lately I've been talking and even wrote a recent article about the fact that command and control, the last element of JADC2, is an end that we try to get as far as command and control, but the means to getting that is through communications. So I've even been talking about, we may need to think about JADC2 as JADC3 of command control communications, because as you mentioned, putting all these data links and everything together and connecting with all of these various military objects out there, whether it be Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, all of those elements, need to be connected. And that's through our communications. And sometimes we forget about that part, thinking it's just going to magically happen. So anyway, another thought that I had about the JADC2 effort today, and your point about considering that with coalition, is exactly what we're looking at in today's operations and conflicts that are going on. So I wanted to ask you, we've got just a couple minutes left, but tell us now you've been out for 15 months. You and I haven't had a chance to sit down and have a soda pop together or anything, but what are you doing now in your post active duty role, and especially as president of M4 and Associates LLC?
Well, it's I'm learning a lot would be the short way to sum that up. And we just got back from a month in Florida, which I was never able to do before with Jane, to snow this morning. So it's we're back in Ohio and back to reality with the snow, not sitting at the beach in Amelia Island. So I decided I want to continue to try to help, and so I'm doing some board work with some bigger companies, and I'm doing some individual consulting with some small startups. Basically, one's pre-Series A, one just completed their B round, and the other one is somewhere in between. And it was really trying to help them work through what I said is a bureaucracy that still moves way too slow to recognize what's available out there. And I told you I spent too much time away from the headquarters first year. I was all over the country. Silicon Valley, up around Seattle, Tacoma, Minneapolis, New York City, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, just all over. And I came back just incredibly impressed with how much innovation is out there that the Army was just not even aware of, let alone taking advantage of. So I've selected a few of them, try to help bring the Army's attention to some capabilities that I think will help with what I started at AFC.
Well, that's great, and I'm glad you had some getaway time down there in the warmer areas. Julie and I just had a chance to get away for a few days ourselves down in the Florida area, down in the Keys down there. So always good to do that, to refresh and everything, but also good to get back to the work. And I appreciate, Mike, the fact that you have wanted to continue, to serve our country in national security pursuits and all. I really appreciate the fact that you joined us here today and really gave us some superb insights into a stand-up of a brand new 4-star major command of the Army in its initial days. And again, my hat's off to you, and I salute you for all you did in bringing that massive, tough organization together and defining its way forward, and all the accomplishments you had in those 3 years that you had it forming Army Futures Command. And I think about today, you've really given us an executive summary and some cliff notes of the first 3 years and the evolution of Army Futures Command. And we can't thank you enough for your service to our nation and your continuing service for national security. So thank you very much. And our best to Jane and the family.
And thanks, Harry, and best to Julie and yours.
Thank you.
That's right.
Over to you, David.
Yes, Matthew.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I can't complain. Who was I with just yesterday? Actually,
Will. Yeah. Well, without further ado, I'm going to turn this conversation over to Will Granis of Google. He's got an amazing conversation coming up with two generals who are collaborating between the Marines and the Army, and I really want to hear about that. That's the sort of thing we need, and we need the private sector like Google supporting that. So this seems to be the great confab that we want. We want to see Google, the Marines, the Army, and everyone working together to advance technology and put capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Will, and you guys have a great conversation.
Great. All right. Thanks, David. Great to be here. And hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Will Granis, and I'll be your host for this discussion on how technology and talent are transforming the military. A little bit about me. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Google Cloud and founder of Google Public Sector, which is Google's purpose-built subsidiary that helps the U.S. government accelerate digital transformation through cool technology and hopefully useful humans. So I'm also a graduate of the United States Military Academy. I was an artilleryman and an effects officer for a while before I got into tech. And now I build things for organizations like yours. But the real stars of today are here with me, two of the United States military's most distinguished leaders. First, Lieutenant General Matthew Glavy, Deputy Commandant for Information, United States Marine Corps, who previously served as Commander of Marine Corps Forces Cyberspace Command and the first Commander of Marine Forces Space Command. His 37-year career began as the United States Naval Academy, and upon receiving his wings in September of 1988, he was selected to fly the CH-46 Sea Knight. Great platform. Lieutenant General Glavy has since gone on to serve in leadership and operational positions around the world, including, but certainly not limited to, Commanding General of the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing and Presidential Command Pilot. And joining General Glavy is Lieutenant General Thomas Todd, Deputy Commanding General for Acquisition and Systems and the Chief Innovation Officer at U.S. Army Futures Command headquarters here in Austin, Texas. In this executive role, he provides oversight of the Army's research laboratories and centers. As the Chief Innovation Officer, he is directly responsible for technology integration and experimentation directed at Army modernization. Previously was the Program Executive Officer of Aviation at Redstone Arsenal in Alabama, and before that was Senior Commander of Natick Soldier Systems Center in Massachusetts. Throughout his career, Lieutenant General Todd served on the Army staff, led Army and joint programs at all levels, and has delivered advanced capability to soldiers, joint services, other government agencies, as well as over 60 foreign allied nations. General Todd received his commission in 1989 at the Citadel and is an Army aviator. Gentlemen, it's an honor to be here with both of you today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now I think there's a joke somewhere around here about how it takes 2 Army guys to equal 1 Marine,
Right.
But I'll stay away from that. And that is because as an artilleryman in the company of 2 aviators, I can probably deduce who graduated where in their class at the respective academy. So I think we should probably just jump on in. All right, to get us started, I'd love to hear from each of you. What role do you see technology playing on the battlefield?
All right, I'll kick it off. I'll tell you, I'll first and foremost, it's so important that, today, thanks to the partnership with the Army Futures Command, that the Marine Corps is standing up our portion of the Marine Corps software factory. The Army's led, we have watched, and certainly their leadership throughout things like Project Convergence and other really impactful events. We wanted to get a piece of this. So thanks to General Rainey and General Todd for bringing us under the tent, making us part of their team. And we'll have a small contingent here. We'll grow with the great work that the Army's doing, and want to kind of, take that, throughout the Marine Corps, and to be able to respond to what our Marine Expeditionary Force commanders need in the battle space. So that really answers how important technology is for us. There's 2 aspects to it that the Commandant has gone forward with. One is modernization, right? Enormous amount of technology there as we advance. And the other part of experimentation and innovation. And a lot of that happens at our Marine Expeditionary Force level, at our warrior level. And so combining the 2 is a really powerful aspect. And be able to work so closely with the Army Software Factory is going to provide incredible amounts of asymmetry in order for us to do both. So for us today, technology is about being part of this great command and bringing the Marine Corps Software Factory to bear and to provide these capabilities to the Marines out forward. So very fortunate to be here, and thanks again, sir.
You bet. You bet. Thanks for your partnership too. For us at Army Futures Command, being a relatively new command still to this day, it's about learning every day. And the one thing we've learned in some of the experimentation we've done thus far is that we are contributing to the joint force, right? And much of our experimentation really might be an Army led, but it is truly a joint effort, no matter what it is. And we believe that's our contribution to the joint force, not just the joint force, but coalition and allies. So one of the things that we wanted to do in standing up Army Futures Command was to stop delivering things and deliver capabilities. And Software Factory is certainly an excellent way to do that. One of the beauties of it is it allows us to be agile at the edge. And that's something we've got to learn better to do and teach the bureaucracy to do each and every day. And I couldn't think of a better partner other than the Marine Corps to do it with. They are our brother on the ground. And at the end of the day, we have to lead where people live, and people live on the ground. And the Army couldn't be happier than to be delivering capability in the software realm as well as the other technology realms to our future soldiers. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a technologist, it really, gets to my heart when you start talking about pushing innovation out to the edge and really empowering those who are living in the situations having to overcome those obstacles at the tactical edge and really empowering them to solve their own problems through technology. And that's what we try to do every day. And, as a Army soldier back in the day, I remember having to dismount a laser out of a tracked vehicle and run a cable out to a place and put it up on a rock and, violate pretty much every rule that I was given about how to use the technology. And it's great to see, senior Army and Marine Corps leadership backing up soldiers and folks at the tactical edge are going to try to, bring that next wave of innovation. Speaking of that, technology, especially digitization, is cascading through all echelons on the battlefield. So from strategic, tactical, even out to the individual soldier or Marine, like we were just describing. So where do you see, what are you doing to prepare for that future where technology will cascade all the way down from, the strategic level, where maybe it's, very senior decision makers observing, broad movements in a battlefield or thinking through strategy, all the way down to the tactical edge?
There's no doubt. And I think the bottom line to what we're talking about is readiness, right? We got to be mission ready. And the Commandant even takes it more specific, ready for what, with what, when. So it's not just about up airplanes or vehicles that are operational. And that's very important. Oh, by the way, haven't been an aviator my whole life, but it's really about the capability against the adversary that we are against. So those type of things afford exactly what you said, from strategic all the way down to the tactical, being able to make our own luck. Marines have a say in outcomes, and we give them the right skills, right tradecraft, have these partnerships like we have with the U.S. Army, partnerships with industry as well, in order to do this all. Eloquence. To do that, understanding that and conforming to that process now is really a matter of software. It's a ability to integrate with that software to provide decision makers all the way down to what needs to happen, at the company level, the battalion level, et cetera. Make your own luck is a phrase I've heard, and that's part of this. So, at the end of the day, I think it's a readiness discussion. How do we become more ready, and specifically in a precision manner?
I would just add to that. We have learned a tremendous amount about data and our lack of data in many places. We take for granted, quite frankly, what we have when we're training sometimes. And if you immerse it in an operational environment, I think the good part about it is we're learning to break things in a safe operational environment that allows us not to have our first unit equips, learn the lessons that we should have learned along the way. Data is no different. And the chain of data, the continuity of data, the consistency of data, the access to data, and the ability to organize it and then use it for decision-making in real time becomes paramount for us. So, from a data perspective in particular, it is resident really in all of our systems now. the question will become, and we need industry's help to do this because we do not have the power in our own lab infrastructure to figure this out. How do we then organize it and make decisions inside the enemy's decision cycle? All right. And we have to do that together as a joint force because almost anywhere we fight, we're going to be together as a team. And we've seen industry there with us and our ability to be agile and change on the edge of the battlefield in real time ahead of the enemies, right, or the adversaries' time cycle and decision cycle is going to be really important in the future. So that's one of the things that we're extremely focused on right now in Army Futures Command.
Yeah, it's exciting to hear the convergence of, tailored technology for the right mission, the right purpose, the right time, plus data. Because one of our experiences in, commercial technology development is that feedback loops, rapid iteration and feedback loops create great technology. It's very rarely how we intend it to be or fully functional, especially in software when you first deploy it. So those feedback loops and that constant iteration is super important. And so with that mindset of, very specific purpose, use cases, critical user journeys, things that are commercial software development best practices now making their way into the software factories, I think there are going to be some really interesting results that'll benefit the soldiers and Marines out there on the edge. But not everything is rosy. So as you bring technology forward, I'm sure in the front of your mind are some challenges that come along with digitization, increased technology on the battlefield. What do you see as some of the main challenges that your respective organizations are working through right now?
And I'll put myself on report, look in the mirror as I say this. One is education and understanding of where we're at, especially at probably my age group. But really sensitized to the ability of what data can do. I think we've been complacent here. I think we tend to go with our gut a lot. And nothing wrong with that, by the way, because we, want Marines to be able to operate in very chaotic situations, to be able to react to those moments. But on the same note, what an advantage and asymmetric advantage to have, data-informed decisions, have data at the fingertips of the commander in order to make really critical decisions. So part of this is an education understanding level, probably at the senior, more senior ranks. But that is, first and foremost, and then it cascades down. And you'll see our Marines are very savvy here. It's like fingertip feel. They understand the digital environment extremely well. They adapt to it much probably quicker than we do. And I think we need to take their lead more and more. And I think as you walk around this factory, you see that, right? Especially when they're soldiers and Marines that really know what people are asking for. That's a big divide sometimes. And, and I put ourselves on report again is really articulating to industry what we want. And, the requirements process is what it is. And whatever we thought of a couple years ago from a requirements process, is it adaptable today? It may or may not be, right? And so I think the world of software provides some agility in order to, have the owner operator there, really customers, Marines, soldiers, right, providing that input to make sure what we deliver, what's going to be delivered, with industry. But all this starts with a understanding of what we need to do. So there's probably more and more education that we have to do, and some of that's it's looking myself in the mirror. But and some of our senior leaders get it. I think General Milley has been a very proactive, and other senior leaders. Certainly, the Commandant has been a big proponent of this. But we gotta really respect and utilize the data to its fullest.
Yeah, I'll just add that we don't have all the answers. The answers largely come from the user community. And if we can't be opportunistic inside our very deliberate system and bureaucracy that we work inside, then shame on us. And it's up to us as senior leaders to make those changes happen, make structural changes happen so that we can be opportunistic. And at the end of the day, react at the pace of capability and technology development. I always say that, when I'm working with foreign customers, there's different sayings in different countries. And in England, it is mind the gap every time you get off the metro. And the gap for us is the pace at which we field the most current innovation. That's the gap. And we have to close that gap. And so that's our mission, is to understand, the system that we're up against somewhat, and then do all the deliberate planning that's required, but allow our soldiers to be opportunistic, to affect change. And even if it's just change in their own unit, that's okay, right? Because that's what might light the spark to change the rest of the Army. And scaling is our ultimate problem. The size of the Army is something that's very, very expensive to change, and it takes a lot of time. And at the end of the day, if we can change one brigade combat team, one division, all the better. And that's what we're after now. And so hopefully we won't drag at the pace of the whole Army, and we'll actually lead at the pace of the individual soldier now.
Yeah. One of the things that we experienced working with the Army Software Factory firsthand was even the ability to red team software. So developing software also gives you a very keen sense of where vulnerabilities might lie, how software is developed, and, things and processes and procedures and how you develop software. Often one of the things we talk about in commercial software development is it'll reflect your org chart, it'll reflect your culture, reflect your values, like the software that you write. And so one of the things that we had an experience with here, and it was a huge help to us, was actually taking a commercial piece of software that we had built for users around the world, billions of users, and have it red teamed by the Army Software Factory and finding vulnerabilities or potential danger areas, so that when we deployed it later on to the Army, that would already be taken care of, rather than having some long cycle user test. First you field it, then you test it, and there's this long feedback loop done very quickly here with a group of soldiers who understood software, understood red teaming, really accelerated the pace of commercial technology deployment to the Army. So it's huge.
And I would say we would have never predicted that.
Yeah,
would have been one of the uses. And again, our soldiers and the technology that I think they're more willing to adapt than maybe I am right now. To be fair, I'm comfortable in my old skin. I like my old analog aircraft cockpit versus my digital aircraft cockpit. It was very hard to adjust to that, but you can teach an old dog new tricks. But if we don't listen and we're not a learning organization, then we've missed. And for us to really convert to be a learning organization, that means we're going to have to learn rapidly. And that's one of the great attributes of something like Software Factory. It's going places we never thought it would have gone. That was not necessarily, red teaming was not one of the envisioned capabilities, but it's certainly something that I think is going to aid our nation. And no doubt, as this ecosystem of software factories is stood up across all of DoD, I think it'll be something to behold.
So I'm going to get my action item list ready. So what do you need from commercial technology providers? What do you need in terms of partnerships, capabilities, or just general approaches to better partner with the Army and the Marine Corps?
Yeah. So I think industry actually does this fairly. Just today doesn't work, and some of that's on us, but certainly from an industry standpoint, industry has to, and I'm telling them to do something, but bring the owner operators, the user in as early as possible, and making sure what we're doing is on the track that it needs to be on. I think there's so much good that comes from that. It can get hard, can get challenging. We're doing things for Marine Corps Recruiting Command right now, right? Recruiting, if you didn't know, is a big challenge, but we need their buy-in in order to make them better, right? So they gotta, there's a price to be paid and all that, and we will minimize the impact. But you're the owner operator. This is going to be your capability, your tool set. We got to nail it, to fit your hand, or it'll be sub-optimized. And like I said, too many instances we come back 2 years from now after providing a requirement on someone's, that it isn't what we need or what we want, or it's aged and not aged well. So I think that relationship is critical. I also think, we got to make sure that we ask the right question, the right problem statement, the right, so we can be awkward here. And I think that gets back to some of the relationships that we work throughout the process with industry to deliver a capability that we need to have. We have software-defined radios, right? Buying a lot of them with the U.S. Army, matter of fact, making sure those software-defined radios, we can input software in them, right? So that's a big thing as we look at capabilities as sensors out in the battle space that we're going to need to make based on the environment that we're in, and to be able to interact with, capabilities like that with industry is going to be critical. So I think there's a lot there. I spent most of my life in aviation, and V-22s and F-35s. Holy cow! That's a heavy lift. But there's a lot of things we can make a little easier, especially we can make software the asymmetric advantage to a capability, a sensor, a C2 capability, a decision making capability, and many other things.
Yeah, I've spent pretty much 30 years with industry in my Army service, and mostly great partnerships. So I have a lot of belief and faith in industry and what we could do together. I would say the one paradigm that we have to solve, in my opinion, together is full government funding should not be the starting point. We need to enter into more cost shares together. We cannot afford to do all the things we want to do and foot the entire bill. The taxpayer can't afford that. And nor do I think, it's similar to the science and technology world. IRAD dollars and S&T should go together. They really should. And they should match each other. But from just a relationship perspective, where I would love to see us go in the future is embed with each other more, right? In the units, and let's get after some of the problem sets, the use cases, the scenarios we're trying to solve. But this whole idea that we've been driven to, that it has to be a fully funded government program up front, is not how you do innovation.
Right.
That's not how you light the spark. That's not how you start things. And so we've got to get better at doing a lot of preparatory work together. And that's where those soldier touch points can come from. And that's where access to our units and our facilities and our ranges can be of use. And at the end of the day, when we hand off a more informed requirement that's much more mature, that's taking advantage of the latest technologies, we're not, 8-10 years order of magnitude out of the latest technology. So I'd love to see that be constant, and that relationship constant, and that co-investment constant.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential there. Speaking as a commercial CTO, we have to think about what users might need years from now, and we have to start making investments now. We have to take some risk. Sometimes we're going to be right, sometimes we're going to be wrong, and hopefully the right outweighs the wrong. But that's our responsibility, and I don't see it as much different here. Working with Marine Corps, Army, to say there's a responsibility on the commercial side to lean forward a little bit and invest in things, because especially in IT, the pace is so fast. We're deploying software every single day, thousands of times a day. And that pace means, to your point earlier, General Glavy, is, in 2 years, software that, you had scoped 2 years ago could be completely irrelevant and bypassed from what users want, how they're using software. And also a lot of it's being driven by how they use commercial software. They have we call it the consumerization of IT, where if they can get, a certain capability on their smartphone at home, they want to have that capability, when they go to work. And the more that those two things are divorced, the more difficult it is to bring people in to an organization. Okay, so a couple more questions here. What would you like private sector companies like Google to know more about from the perspective of the Marine Corps or the Army? What are maybe some misconceptions or things that maybe we don't appreciate that you'd like to fill us in on? To the general's point, I think there are some great relationships. I think for the most part, it's a really positive relationship that we have. Get into the specifics. We have invested significantly in our network, let's say, and we're in the IL5, impact level 5. We're finally in this cloud environment after so long, and so we're taking full advantage of getting ready to go to impact level 6. Right, from a warfighting standpoint, that's going to be really important. So now, we're going to get into this ubiquitous access to data. Right, for once, we have kind of
build up the back end, so to speak, right? Being able to operate out of a cloud environment, a hybrid cloud environment, but just fully understanding how, data is going to need to be able to move not only from a, mass storage, but all the way to the edge, from a computation standpoint. And it's, we aren't going to be able to bring everything. We're not going to bring servers and stacks of servers and more stacks of servers to the field. It's hard to do that, especially when you look at things like force design and the standing force concept. It's going to be lean and mean. I've heard the phrase, bring your own antenna. I think there's a lot of, what space has done has been very disruptive. And sometimes, we don't catch on to that early enough, so to speak. I think the prolific LEO scenario is a perfect example. Did we see that coming to the extent that it's here? And how much does that affect our budgets and our program objective memorandum processes? Anyway, being able to work with industry companies like Google, fully understanding it's back to this requirement. I write it today, and to your point, it doesn't age well because things change, things that we didn't necessarily see change. So I think there's always this team sport, so to speak. You talk about you need all this on-prem stuff for denied degraded environments. Did you know, or are you considering, right? And I may not be necessarily maybe asking too much, but sometimes it's, protecting ourselves from ourselves, so to speak. And I say that just looking at myself in the mirror, but I think there is going to be mutual relationships that we got to be able to get after in order to have that asymmetric product. And then, hey, what are we going to be able to do from our, back to things like the software factories, and how does that push all the way down to the tactical edge? I think there's loads of opportunity. Google's a powerful company. So many things that you all do and do so well. But I think more and more, the power of data, you can be the greatest advocate for us and provide the greatest example of what is possible in a ubiquitous manner. And so I think there is a sky's the limit here. And I think we just started to scratch the surface of the disruptive nature of, what it means to bring your own antenna, so to speak, and have ubiquitous access to data to do what you need to do wherever you are.
So ditto.
That's great. I would just say three things. We found through experimentation that all clouds don't talk to each other. So we've got some issues. This whole idea of the cloud, there's multiple clouds, and we've got to figure out how to make them work. Data labeling and tagging, and high performance computing at the edge. We have got to have it. And to the general's point, we can't take big things to the edge, but they have to disconnect occasionally from the network and be able to still house the data that we have to perform the mission at the edge in a disconnected, distributed environment. So,
all right. Well, gentlemen, as we wrap up here, maybe one quick forecast as you look over the next 5 to 10 years. What's one thing that you see will be critical as a capability for mission success in the Marine Corps and the Army?
Probably repeating myself, but wherever our Marines and soldiers are, this ability to use data, to use information to drive outcomes. And it's probably going to be a hybrid approach. But I think more and more the value, industry obviously is leading on it. The business model's leading on it. From a military standpoint, as we look at competition, deterrence, and ultimately campaigning, how are we going to use information, really use it in order to make a difference from a deterrence model? I think it's going to be a game changer. As we look at everything that's going on in current events today, as important as the battle space is, much of it's happening outside the battle space, and that is derived from information, data driven. And I think more and more we're going to see this ability for the U.S. military across the board to be masters of information, of data, truly understand its power, and then bring it to bear in a campaigning way in support of the combatant commanders and the joint force. But we got to get good at it. We got to get good at it.
Yeah, for us, similarly, it's certainly data is going to make the difference. Data is our new ammo, and at the end of the day, he who has it wins. And I would say also for us, a very close second to that is the interaction of human agent or human machine teams in the future, and how we interact with machines on the battlefield is going to be critical. So we look forward to exploring that.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for your time here today. Brings us to the end. And General Glavy, General Todd, excited for how you're leading the Marine Corps and the Army into the future, and look forward to partnering with both of you. And I'm Will Granis from Google Cloud. Thanks to everyone out there in cyberspace for joining us today, and we'll see you soon. All right. Welcome.
Okay. I'll try. Welcome back, everyone. Again, I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of America's Future Series, and I'm really honored again to have Maria Hedden join us again for a very interesting conversation that's coming up. She's got Anirban Chakraborty with her. She's going to have Robert Frederick. They're going to have a fascinating conversation, and I want to stay out of their hair. I'm going to let them take it over. So, Maria, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for your support, and thank you for leading these conversations.
David. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Maria Hedden, the Chief Operating Officer at Comtech. We're thrilled to be a title sponsor for today's event. Comtech is undergoing a transformational change as a company. We are embarked on a journey of solving customer challenges at the core of everything we do as a business. We are doing this to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and empower people by providing access to data and insight in new and unprecedented ways. Our unique ability to understand and synthesize our customers' needs is translating into innovative technologies and services that will help change the global technology landscape and improve lives through technology. Today, we are an agile global company, and we are relentless in our pursuit to solve customers' toughest challenges every day. We have a great discussion lined up, and I'm thrilled to introduce our two guests here with me today. First of all, I want to introduce Robert Frederick. So Robert is here with us. He's the CEO, president, and founder of Circle. Circle is an IoT platform with over 80 modular services and over 400 applications, programming interfaces. It's called Ingredients, empowering companies and organizations to deploy IoT solutions in the cloud, on-premise, hybrid, and at the edge. SQL is also Circle, sorry. Comtech's first publicly announced Evoke technology partner. Robert is an MIT graduate, Media Lab, and MIT Technology Review Magazine TR100 award winner. He is the author of 41 issued patents. A few of Robert's career highlights include leading Amazon's mobile commerce initiatives from 1999 to 2004. As well as being the technology co-founder of Amazon Web Services and AWS Marketplace. In addition to being a serial entrepreneur, Robert is also author and a music producer. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you.
Also here with me today is Anirban Chakrabarti. Really excited about introducing him. He is our Chief Growth Officer. He's one of our first one here at Comtech, just recently appointed in August of 2022. Previously served as our Senior Vice President of Strategy and Business Development for Comtech Trusted Location Services. In his new role, Anirban is instrumental in our 5G and public safety strategies. Anirban has over 25 years of experience in the telecommunication industries across terrestrial and satellite technologies. Prior to joining Comtech, he served in leadership positions in a plethora of enterprises ranging from technology startups, private equity firms, and publicly traded companies, including Tech Mahindra, Moonlight Capital, and UST Global. Anirban holds a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering. Welcome.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and get to some of the questions because I'm sure you'd like to hear a little more from Anirban and Robert. So Anirban, first to you. At the onset, let's start with the biggest disruption that we are experiencing today. How do you see the advent of 5G technology being heralded as the glue that we will enable the integration of emerging and disruptive technologies?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We have seen generation of mobile networks going from 1G, 2G, 3G, but I see 5G not as a linear upgrade, but as a step change. It's not about just the increment in speed, not in the downlink speed, but it is also the question of latency. It's the ability to provide near real time, not just application, but user experiences. Secondly, I think the important thing with 5G is providing is up until now, till 4G, we used to have one network fits all, whether it's a consumer, whether it's an enterprise, whether it's a sensor or a device, it was a static network. I think 5G is breaking that. It's breaking that, cookie cutter approach and providing network that is amenable to the kind of applications or the type of consumer. The third is the evanescence, the ability to create a network or kill a network based on the traffic type, need, time of the day, you name it. 5G has this, I would say, elasticity and ability to come up and go down in a jiffy. But last, I think the biggest thing which we have seen, IoT has been in our life for, I would say, at least 7 to 10 years, and I think Robert will be able to, correct me if I'm quoting the number of years wrong, but we haven't seen IoT coming out and becoming in a ubiquitous fashion from the telco side for quite some time. But I think 5G will definitely give us that ability from the perspective of connecting a whole lot of networks because of the density. The density 5G can support going forward. I mean, we have seen LTE-M, we have seen NB-IoT kind of creeping up their way through the 4G or LTE era, but I think 5G we will see disruption. And this enablance of, I think, IoT will provide connectivity, will provide, at the end of the day, business applications, at the end of the day, more automation, which will come from the periphery to the core of for an enterprise. That's the, I would say, 2 cents of that question, Maria.
Thanks, Anirban. It sounds pretty exciting as to how we're conveying both of these technologies into a single space.
Yeah.
So pretty exciting. So Robert, obviously, we're hearing more and more about IoT as Anirban mentioned, and now as 5G proliferates, and in fact, 5G requires that a massive of IoT systems can serve up to 1 million connections per square kilometer. That it's a big jump and certainly opens a lot of possibilities. Robert, how do you see the growth of this ecosystem, and will it change the IoT ecosystem or even disrupt the business models?
So for me, first of all, thank you for the question. As Anirban mentioned earlier, it's a step change for sure. Bluetooth, I'll be honest with you, when I've been involved with IoT and Bluetooth, I would say, ever since the mid-90s. So I remember getting into what now is being called IoT. Into discussions about that back in the mid-90s. But with that said, devices are becoming ubiquitous. If you need to be able to basically put a lot of these devices in a dense location, right? Think of a stadium, think of airports, think of train stations, any shopping malls. Everyone is carrying on them, and I would love for people to sort of count them. But just imagine how many radios are actually being carried on them right now. And to be able to have all of those devices connect through a network and through an infrastructure at the scale of what is coming, it's just astronomical compared to the way that it was, even 3 years ago, 4 years ago with 4G. It was a big deal because it was, in a phone. Now it's in 14 different devices that are inside of your home that are then communicating with 5G or with other sort of mesh networks that are then connected to, the actual infrastructure through 5G. And I just think it's going to change the world in such a way that there are just going to be so many different ways to have information gathered and sent over the network. And that includes multiple verticals, multiple situations. And already, I know that it's impacting, as we've heard from others earlier today, the idea of defense as well.
Yourself, Robert, these massive deployments of sensors and or IoT devices will happen and most likely be in geographically dispersed locations across the globe for both commercial and defense applications, as you mentioned. It does bring the risk of security. So how do we protect ourselves in this new age of technology?
Well, the very first step is for every device that's actually deployed, that you have to basically have an identifier, and it needs to be able to communicate back. It needs to also be coded or programmed in such a way that it's defensive in nature. It's communicating when it's been, let's say, accessed, moved, modified, shaken, disturbed, any kind of sensor that can be added into these particular devices to discuss or share changes to the environment are important. Identity and security are some of the top things that we as device manufacturers, as well as developers that are writing software for these devices, have to pay attention to. And it's just a matter of, being able to access remotely flip a switch, activate, deactivate, provisioning in such a way that various features can be turned on or off, depending upon the state. And it's definitely something that we have been discussing a little bit with Comtech as well. But from a Circle point of view and from my company's point of view, security is first, especially if you're deploying these particular assets in numerous geographic locations. Having that monitoring system in place is absolutely necessary. And you can't just put out a sensor, you can't put out a device, you can't just depend and hope that people are not going to activate or modify or access. It's not a question of if, it's more like a question of when. And you just need to make sure that that is planned for. It's you've basically put in the right sort of security so that bad things cannot happen for you or for your customer or for just users.
Perspective. Thank you for that, Robert. So Nirban, so IoT, as far as this geographically dispersed and applications will be decentralized, what do you see in an adaptation of decentralized ledgers and technologies like blockchain?
Yeah, I think I'll try to take a segue from what Robert just explained. Security obviously is one thing, and I think blockchain or any distributed ledger technologies is poised even to contribute towards IoT security, just because of the fact that it is immutable, the fact that it is cryptographically secured, and the fact that it is permissioned, or even for permissionless networks, it is an optimum technology from an IoT standpoint. So security to me from a blockchain perspective is the largest contribution, and I can see this thing coming in not just for commercial but also even for defense. I mean, for example, in the US government itself, there are so many defense contractors who are in the process of procurement, or let's say you look at the end-to-end supply chain from a DoD perspective, there are a lot of companies who are participating in it. I mean, in terms of tracking, in terms of making sure that there is a trust factor between peers, I think blockchain plays an important role going forward. Then the aspect of creating efficiencies, I think blockchain does have its own purpose. I would say when enterprise talk about automation, they usually talk about automating the tasks which are at the periphery, tasks which are mundane, things like testing, things like procurement. People have deployed things like robotic process automation, which in my opinion only contribute to a certain degree on the periphery of the overall operation. But the moment you start deploying smart contracts, I think the automation effect starts to move towards the core of the enterprise in its operation, and creates whole lot of efficiencies and values. And last but not the least, trying to tie it back to the first question you asked, Maria, about 5G. 5G by itself is an open network. Excuse me. It talks about open interfaces. It talks about leaving the whole ability of being proprietary. Now that also invites security concern, and I think from a blockchain perspective, it presents itself a very useful use case even for 5G network, be it commercially deployed, be it private networks, or be it even the open networks which the Department of Defense or even DARPA is talking about. So I think that's something which everybody needs to look at it. I think blockchain has been in our lives for a number of years now, and there has been bits and pieces of deployment, mostly around supply chains, and in some cases also in terms of real estate and such. Basically to measure only provenance. But I think if we start to adapt blockchain going forward into the enterprise operation, I think it's going to yield a definitive result moving forward.
Great perspective. So let's try to just address one of these society challenges that becomes even more evident during the pandemic. The uneven distribution of information and communication technologies across the society, or what we call the digital divide. At one hand, we're seeing the mobile communication at its 5th generation. However, on the other hand, we still have challenges in hand. Anirban, how do we see a collective approach towards handling this digital divide?
No, I think it's a problem for I think the society, and I think everybody needs to contribute. But I think at the base level, if we start looking at a digital divide, it is the inability for a human or a set of people within a society to access certain resources. But the first step there is the ability to connect. And I think besides the government, besides the individual citizen or the societies or municipalities, it comes to the technology providers. I think we are seeing the first wave. We saw the first wave when 5G came in with fixed wireless access. I think that has been an I would say a boon. 4G LTE tried to do fixed wireless access, but I think with 5G, with the new spectrum, the efficient radio, the massive MIMO, we as in, I would say the whole ecosystem is noticing a huge amount of growth in the fixed wireless access, which will definitely start connecting more people. So that I think is the first phase, which has already begun. I think in the second phase, what needs to happen is, and there are areas there which we as in telecom sector or in the satellite sector are noticing. I mean, last week, Comtech was participating in Mobile World Congress, and we saw a huge amount of interaction between the satellite guys and the terrestrial or the mobile network operator guys. I think 3GPP itself is pushing this agenda, which they call 5G NTN or 5G non-terrestrial networks. It has got people excited. It has got people excited both from the a terrestrial mobile network side, satellite side, and it's not just about the ability to interconnect or interplay with one common specification or standards, but it is also about providing an end-to-end connectivity. So I think areas in the globe, through the globe, which are underserved or unserved, I think they now have a very a strong value proposition, trying to bridge 5G, whether it is from constellations such as LEOs or MEOs, or even from places like HAPS. We first saw the usage of HAPS in Saudi Arabia last year. So that was a big, I would say, a jump towards bridging this digital divide. So that's step one. And I think step two would be now to bring in the other ecosystem players, such as education, such as healthcare, and trying to give them the opportunity to connect into this open API defined ecosystem to start providing services on the fly. So that I think we are seeing. It will grow up, and the industry is already, I mean, whether we look at one or all of the analysts, I think they are unanimously talking about the growth in this spectrum. So it's exciting times.
Sounds like it. Thank you, So you mentioned a little bit about private networks of Nirban. One research estimated around 2,000 private networks by the end of 2022, and goes on to calculate the CAGR for network deployments separate of their value to be 65% over the next 5 years, reaching 39,000 installations by 2027. What is fueling this, and will this trend encompass both government and commercial areas?
Absolutely. I think this is a huge trend. I think we have seen enterprises having their private networks, but then, like we discussed earlier during this conversation, 5G does provide the flexibility, right? And I think the very nature of this from an openness perspective, the fact that it is no longer going to be a hard or a tangible network, I think people are marching towards the concept, and we inside Comtech, within our innovation foundry Evoke, we call this network as a software. I think people are going to slowly change the way they subscribe from a network. It is no longer going to be the aspect of, hey, I just want a voice or a data or a text kind of a service. People are going to look for, hey, I want an API to do certain types of work. And that obviously will lead, to the fourth category of user, I must say, which is the developer community. This is something which a 5G network will eventually start to offer as we move from 5G to 5G advanced, or even to 6G by the time 2030 hits us. The interesting part here is, because of this ability, I think the enterprises are saying that, hey, we need to define a network that is customizable, that is custom to our own needs. Whether you are an industry which is in oil and gas, or let's say a healthcare, or even educational institution, large college campuses, they have their separate needs in terms of, and COVID has taught us, right, that there could be a lot of things that could be done remotely, that could be done virtually. In fact, this whole session is virtual, right? So in order to create those value propositions, I think more and more industries are saying that, hey, I think we need a private 5G network. And to add a cherry on top, I think what the FCC also did, that they released the 3.5 gigahertz spectrum, which we call CBRS, or Citizen Broadband Radio Service, that is available for the enterprises, and it's not that exorbitantly expensive. Comtech as physical and digital coexistence.
Nearby. So last question to you, Robert, is really, there's quite exciting comments about the physical digital coexistence. We spoke about 5G, IoT, the culmination of 5G and non-terrestrial networks, blockchain, and private networks. For the physical digital coexistence, or if I can use the term metaverse, how do we see the proliferation here? I mean, do we see the progression of a digital twin?
So thank you for the question. There's so many things that I would love to talk about, but I don't want to basically, say the exact same things as Nirban. But one of the key things here is, I believe in digital twinning. I can actually say that my career has been based upon the concept of a digital twin. It's kind of fun. It's part of the reason why the name of my company is Circle, because we're basically coming around to where I was hoping we would be, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. That's a sci-fi person in me, I guess. But the key thing here is with devices, and I'm sorry to use a prop, but this is how small a little device is, a constellation device that we actually have, that we sell and we present and we physically place in physical locations. Those devices talk to each other using a patented communication protocol. They create their own private networks. They do location mapping of assets as well as devices that are in that particular space. They can do anonymous mapping for individuals who are carrying those particular devices, let's just say. This is all part of our patented sort of tech. And what we end up doing is we can use the position of the fact that you're carrying multiple radios, and we can trilaterate, I think that's X, Y, and Z coordinates, and position that individual at the right height and in the right location inside of a physical space. And thereby, if you allow me to continue a little bit, you can basically take the concept of a cookie that is online for a website, take for instance, into the physical world, where you have an identity, you have an ID, you have a three-dimensional, if not two-dimensional, worst case, representation of where someone is standing. And you can put up a screen in that physical space. You can show an ad. You can show other people who, just like we're doing on this particular Zoom right now. And you can have people blend and bridge the divide between what is happening digitally and what is happening like physically at that location, meaning I could be physically here and know that the actual salesperson is now ready for me at a store that is hundreds of miles away. I can literally have a person at home supporting people like an expert who are queuing up inside of an actual store and inside of a specific place, and physically direct them in ways that, as if I'm physically there, they could actually see an avatar, a 3D representation of me. I know that this may sound kind of crazy and a little futuristic, but we've done it. We actually have worked on projects which I cannot name, where we're doing positions of assets, both known as well as unknown, in multiple geographic locations on multiple continents. And we're able to basically determine the path, the dwell time, the movement profile of that person or that particular device, the asset, that tag that is actually being positioned. And it's all coming in because we're able to create digital twins and give operators that are remote a sense of what's happening in real time in other locations virtually. So digital twinning is not something that's coming in the future. It's already here. And by leveraging, devices like this little one here, right? It basically you can enable through a 5G network interactions between the devices, and then having those devices send information up, having the blockchain involved, meaning at the device through smart contracts, which we do have enabled as well. So you can basically make sure that and do almost like a form of gamification. So you can say, hey, I trust the information that this device is sending, and you should trust it as well, because I'm actually monitoring not just what I'm supposed to do, but also what my neighbors and my other devices are capable of doing. And that gives you operational intelligence at the dashboard level, at the NOC level, and you can create triggers and alerts and API calls outwards based upon thresholds that are basically set, such that the environment, the digital twin environment, or even the physical environments, adapts to the presence of those that are inside of that particular space. So if you give me, I need more than a half hour to an hour to talk about this, but as you can probably tell, I'm super excited about it. And I can't wait to work with Comtech and Comtech's customers to sort of bring this vision, to their customers as well as to our own.
All kinds of activities outside the national security sector. Loved all of that, was actually pursuing a number of private business opportunities when the call came back, and ended up back at DARPA as an office director. Thought I was going to escape government again. And then this very compelling senior individual happened to call me up, who I
First name Frank?
His first name is Frank. Actually, his first name is Secretary. Yeah, so Secretary Frank Kendall called up, and he said, I need help on these things called operational imperatives. And so that's where I am now. So I'm at the Pentagon supporting Secretary Kendall and the Department of the Air Force with implementation, first of all, definition and implementation of these things we call operational imperatives. And that's why I and my team from the department are out here in Austin this week.
Well, we're so glad you're here. First off, I want to say that I'm thrilled when I hear a leader like you has that kind of breadth and that background, both in academia, well, I should say both in academia, with the Defense Department, with private industry, within the investment community, because it takes that sort of Renaissance person with that kind of background to see it all, how the puzzle all fits together.
Someone who can't hold a job.
And can't hold a job, but can hold many jobs and can see the whole system and perhaps make change, because ultimately we're trying.
It is that context.
It takes that sort of thing. So you've had some great meetings today. You've been speaking here, et cetera, and you spoke earlier today. And I'd love maybe for you to expand a little bit, tell people what you were talking about there today, and maybe expand on those conversations you had with the panels and the keynote that you made.
Yeah, certainly. So let me give a little bit of background first before we talk about why we're here in Austin at South by Southwest. So We are, like I said, I'm involved in helping the secretary lead what he calls his operational imperatives. The operational imperatives, it's, you know, there are a lot of things out there in the Department of Defense. Let's do an innovation activity, or let's do a venture activity. The operational imperatives are different. They are fundamentally focused on delivering real warfighter capability. And it's not a prototype, it's not a demo. We're talking about effectively transforming the Department of the Air Force. And I should be clear, by the way, when I say Department of the Air Force, for those of you who have not been following this over the last few years, the Department of the Air Force includes the United States Air Force and also the fairly newly formed United States Space Force. So it is both Air Force and Space Force when I say Department of the Air Force. So the operational imperatives are 7 main operational functional areas that were identified when the secretary came into office, that are the capabilities we need as Department of the Air Force to be able to prevail against a peer adversary. So we're talking about peer level conflict, major warfare kind of capability. And the reality is what has happened, you know, we still have the best military in the world, but we have been focused for the last 20 years on counter-violent extremists, counterterrorism, while several of our peers have been very rapidly, one in particular, very rapidly modernizing. They've studied us, they understand our capabilities, and have been building very focused capabilities that counter all of our strengths. So we need to leapfrog that. We need our own modernization activity that's going to create a new Department of the Air Force that can prevail against that peer adversary. And like the secretary said at a conference in his keynote earlier in the week, we're not saying that we're not warmongering. We're not saying that war is inevitable. But if we don't have a combat credible force, then we lose a deterrence capability, and we allow these potential peer adversaries to be able to take actions, you know, without fear of what we can do. So, so we've got these operational imperatives. What we've been doing over the past year is trying to understand what are our gaps in our capabilities, or if we don't modernize, you know, what new types of things are we going to need? And it's interesting, the secretary talks about a sense of urgency, but people often misconstrue that of, I got to get it fielded now. We're willing to take some risks that say, you know, some of this is pretty new, some of this is pretty exotic. It might not be fielded for another 5 years or so. But if we don't start now, if we don't have a sense of urgency in a DC bureaucratic sense and start the process now, then it's never going to happen.
Right.
So yeah, we're doing these things. The president's budget has just been released. I still haven't seen the final numbers, so I'm not going to talk specific numbers, but we are looking at creating approximately 20 completely new programs starting in the fiscal 24 budget for the Department of Defense, and talking billions of dollars just in that budget year and tens of billions over the planning cycle. And there's more to come. We're still continuing the studies. Okay, that's the operational imperatives. And you know, we could talk more about specific ones or not, but those programs will end up attracting the traditional defense industrial base.
Absolutely.
And we've got a great defense industrial base, but they're not all of American innovation. They're not all American. That's right. And again, without going into all the operational imperatives, one of them as an example is how do we go do what's called operationalized advanced battle management, or people have also heard the term JADC2, Joint All Domain Command and Control. So let's think about what's involved in that. We've got to have very agile distributed connectivity. We've got to have warfighters who are sitting across the battle space in a theater in very distributed locations. They need computers. They need software tools. They need data to get to them through these networks that are very agile. Okay, that sounds like things like hybrid cloud, like software-defined networking, like software architecture. Do we think that the expertise in those kind of technologies only lives in the defense industrial base? I think there's a few thousand more innovative companies out there in the United States.
Borrow literally from.
That's right. So what we're out here doing in Austin is getting the word out about what the operational imperatives are and what our technology needs to try to bring in additional input from that commercial sector.
To focus those and align them, right?
That's right.
So I was really encouraged to hear you say something, and we talked earlier before you came on, which was about the sort of fail fast idea, that to have a culture where the leaders, the bosses, they genuinely would rather you bring them bad news early, and they would generally rather you start, try something, fail, and have cycles of learning. And that culture, I'm an old compensation reward theory consultant, and I like to say, you be careful what you pay for. That's what you're going to get. And if we encourage people to be safe, if we encourage them not to take risk, if we punish them when they do, right, and when they fail, they're not going to do that again, right? They're not stupid, right? So I know a little bit about Secretary Kendall, and I was really encouraged to talk to you because I think you guys generally are trying to create a culture where people try things, they innovate, they take some risks, and if they fail, they learn from it and they adapt. Is that a fair statement?
It is. And I'll say fail smartly. But a good example is how we've conducted these operational imperative studies themselves. And the key is operational. So, for those of you who don't live Pentagon bureaucracy, you're lucky. But a little bit of really quick Pentagon bureaucracy 101. We've got a very waterfall kind of process for the legacy way that capabilities are developed. We get high level operational plans that in reality are kind of built with the warfighter having assumptions and preconditions about what they think the capabilities are based upon current programs, current assets, even things in the future kind of baked in. So they've got a preconceived notion and mindset that says, this is what I've got. Let me build a plan around that. Then they go and look at that and say, well, where are there some gaps? And it's usually performance gaps of existing systems, not thinking about entirely new warfighting concepts. That turns into a technical requirement, which turns into a requirement on a program, and then some program office has to go figure out how to build it. That leads to a very constrained thought process.
Inside the box thinking.
That's right. And you're living in the box, so to speak. So in the way that Secretary Kendall structured the operational imperatives, he said to get away from that. And by the way, it really becomes self-limiting is, the operator doesn't necessarily know, the physics of what's possible. So they're living in that box. The capability developer, well, they have some, wild, innovative ideas, says, I've got to stick within the operational, requirements that have been handed to me. So it becomes a self-limiting. So what the operational imperatives did is paired an operational lead with a capabilities lead on each of these study teams. So they can iteratively, and this fits with fail fast, they can iteratively develop truly new warfighting concepts. So it could be that with that operational lead there, they find out, hey, here's a gap we've seen. We can just change the way we fight a little bit. And we don't even need radical new systems. Or the flip side is that they can say, wow, here's an entirely new warfighting concept, but doesn't match any of the kit we've got right now. Is there any way you capability guys can bring this to us?
Makes the most sense. So, if you were in manufacturing, I spent a lot of time in the Toyota production system, manufacturing, things like that. You would always put your design team with your manufacturing team, et cetera, with your operations people, and you would form a team and they would iterate with each other, right? And so this is basically what you're saying.
That's exactly the kind of culture we're trying
if I'm building it, I need to understand what the requirements are. If you're designing it and I say, we can't do that, that defies the laws of physics. You can't put those two parts together or whatever, right? And you don't know that. Without that feedback loop, we can't improve.
You're absolutely right. And another thing we've done in this process that fits in the theme of fail fast, we also bring in the dimension of bureaucratic physics. So there are still things that by law and by statute we have to do. Programs have to ultimately be executed against codified requirements. There are certain things we need to do. Like I said, fail smartly. We don't want to just go head first into something and end up knowing we're going to end up with a failed program. So the homework still has to be done on the acquisition strategies, on the budgeting strategies, but we're doing it in such a way that we're not waiting for it to be a linear waterfall process. We are putting, if a concept is identified and it says, boy, here's something the warfighter and the capabilities developer said, we really, really need it. Here's why we really, really need it, supported by analysis. It's got a great operational return on investment. And we have strong reason to believe that the technology is mature enough that we could do this. But we haven't been through the rest of the policy process. We're willing to accept risk, put those things forward as operational imperatives recommendations, whereas traditionally they would be self-filtered. I haven't done all the homework yet, so I'm going to go wait another budget cycle. So in that regard, we are pushing things forward as real major programs, understanding we still got to do the work, but we're going to do it in parallel because we got to have a sense of urgency.
So there's a couple of criticisms that have been lodged against the process or the approach, the system, if you will, right? One is that Congress, budgets money, et cetera. And then it actually it's kind of like a restaurant telling the chef to make something, and then the restaurant buys all the ingredients, as opposed to you as a chef, I want you to make this wonderful meal, and then you would pick the ingredients and how to make it, et cetera, right? But there's so much oversight that it's difficult for the actual military to do its job because it's sort of being told a little bit constrained. And one of the examples would be saying, okay, we want the capability to kill bad guys 5 miles away on top of a building, as opposed to saying we want a tank that will shoot somebody 5 miles away. No, well, maybe you don't want a tank. So one of the criticisms have been lodged against sort of the process, the approach is people are saying we want a tank that does this, as opposed to we want that capability. And so if you're the designers of it, if you're the people coming up, if you're for the Q in 007, right? Bond would say, I want this. He could say, I want this. And then Q might say, no, you actually want this capability, and I have a better way for you.
Yeah.
Does that resonate at all?
It absolutely does. Now, I'll say that what you just described is absolutely a real phenomenon. It's not really Congress, though, that's driving that.
Okay.
A lot of that's self-imposed. And it gets back to that, I've got to do all of my homework and dot all the I's and cross all my T's. And if I'm putting forward a whole new concept that's, shoot the guy down off the top of the building. Yeah. I haven't done my study yet, James. I can't give that to you. So that's the thing we're trying to get ahead of. Now, one of the things that does involve the whole budgeting process, and also I will say that we're not directly involved, or at least I'm not directly involved in this, but there is a what's called a PPBE commission going on right now.
Okay.
That stands for planning, programming, budgeting, and execution. This is a study going on actually looking at the congressional appropriations process and looking at, is that self-limiting? And
that's a separate issue.
And that's a separate issue. But one of the things we are trying to do, so again, we can be responsible, fit within statute, fit within policies, and yet still move fast, is to say, look, we have identified a set of things. My staff gets tired of hearing me say this. I call them the chiclets.
Okay.
So these are things that are real capabilities
Mhm.
that at let's move quickly, partially address one of our key problems. We know they're not the ideal solution, but they partly address the problem. That allows us to do things that are real, are responsible, are fitting within policy to get something started and get budget lines in place. In parallel, we're working with I'll call it the innovation community, like AFWorks, like DIU, even directly with maybe venture capitalists, also our lab, AFRL, DARPA, where I came from before. We work with that innovation community to say, here is the James Bond going to Q.
Here's what we want to
Here's what I'd
accomplish.
really like to accomplish.
Yeah.
And work the ideal solution in parallel as a prototyping activity. But a key there, and this is a really important thing, I think, for folks who are small business entrepreneurs or their VC funders. There's a very thin line between a burdensome, overbearing formal requirement and a need.
Yeah.
And an actual, this was an insight that just struck me fairly recently, because I understand the pain of people who are innovative and entrepreneurial saying, the requirements are squelching our innovation. And if it becomes a bureaucratic process, I agree 100%.
Well, even contracting, I'm in a contract, I'm working on this program.
Right.
And during the process, I come up with a better way to do something. I can't go back and change that on the fly.
So what we're trying to do instead on executing these things, and a lot of it fits on these sort of parallel prototyping activities, is where we're trying to pilot some of this thought process. Is we're gonna give you a guideline, and here's the thing that's different that I've seen from the truly commercial startup environment. If I'm an entrepreneurial kind of business, I don't really need to solve world hunger to be a good business. I just need to be able to create a product that someone's going to like, and find some use in it, and then frankly be able to also market that. And then if I get traction, I've got a really good business. That doesn't work for DoD. And that's not just a bureaucracy issue. That's a reality of warfighting.
No.
You know, if I'm going to go to war against a peer competitor, I can't just say, hey, I kind of like that. It'd be great if I had that.
It worked pretty well.
It worked pretty well, or
we lost.
Or it's a capability that's a nice capability. Yeah, it'd be great to have that app on my phone, but boy, does it win the war for me. So there's a need to get to something that solves a real operational problem. Now, that does not necessarily come through the bureaucratic requirements process. So what we're trying to do, as we have these innovation-driven prototypes, is have the warfighters involved, have the formal acquisition people involved, so that they can tweak it. Like you said, a good idea comes up, and that good idea could come up from the company doing the work. It could also be a good idea that comes up from those operational or acquisition partners who are involved jointly in the project. It can't just be I wrote you an email that endorses a concept that's hand puppets.
They have to work on it together.
They have to work on it together. They have to iterate and get it to the point where you can look at it and say, that's something that I can use. That and call it an MVP, call it a block zero. But then if we can get to that level of capability, we can flip the switch and say, hey, all of these chiclets that we're going along are great. But now we have the thing that is truly the desired solution we want. And the beautiful thing about it is it all fits still within the policy, within the processes. We're not looking at radical changes that take years and studies to go do. We can work it within the authorities we have now.
So we've got 3 or 4 more minutes. And what I'd like to ask you to focus on a little bit is, with all of that in context, if there were a few key things that you think that the DoD, the Air Force, et cetera, and our entire defense innovation system, ecosystem, or whatever you want to call it, could do more of, that we need more of, are there a couple things that you'd like to see us focus on, in particular that are around fundamental change that would be a breakthrough, that would fundamentally change how we work together and make your lives, your jobs easier? Yeah, absolutely. So in the time we have left, I've got 4 what I consider macro technical capability areas, and then the fifth category is business model. So real briefly, the 4 technical areas. The first one I kind of alluded to already in my example of why we're out here. It's digital infrastructure, IoT, networking, things of those natures. It's hybrid cloud. It's all of the it's the software environment that goes around it. We've got to get a better job of how we get all of these distributed capabilities out in the battle space, how we move information. A lot of the problem that I look at looks a heck of a lot like industrial IoT and Industry 4.0, except with much more austere networking. So we got to figure out how to bring that kind of Industry 4.0, industrial IoT, over into a DoD space. That's number 1. Number 2, which is a popular topic, is AI. AI, data analytics, and also as part of that, autonomy. One of the things that really caused a big splash earlier this week when the Secretary was talking at the another conference was that we do intend to field autonomous collaborative combat aircraft, CCAs, and to the tune of around 1,000 of them is what we're looking at for planning purposes. That needs a lot of work on autonomy, and we need that software pipeline that's going to constantly be feeding us autonomy skills. So what is an autonomy pipeline that, again, we could learn from the commercial world and map over? 3, commercial space.
all kinds of great innovation in commercial space. We need sensing, we need comms, we need the know-how on the manufacturing and how these large constellations are operated. And the fourth is kind of a weird one. I call it resource management. I think about things like supply chain, risk management, logistics, hedge funds. How do you plan for the unknown? What are the analytics involved that can allow us to figure out how to provision, how to plan, how to scale? So those are the four big technical areas where we're looking for commonality. And on the business model, we kind of alluded to a lot of it already, but we need different ways to bridge from the innovation world into DoD. And I know we're about out of time, but I'll leave it just as a teaser. One of the big things I'm super interested in is how do we take partnership on upfront development of a capability, and instead of then turning it into a catalog item that we're going to go out and buy as widgets or chiclets, turn it into essentially infrastructure as a service and actually start buying technology through services kinds of activities. So that's something I think is really going to be important, not for everything, but for an awful lot of stuff that we need to go field.
Well, that is incredibly interesting. And I do think those are substantive changes. I mean, it's supposed to just whittling around the edges, making fundamental changes is fantastic. I want to thank Dr. Grayson for your time. I want to thank you for your service. I appreciate what your the Air Force is doing. I appreciate your putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster and knowing and treating it failure is not an option. And we want to support you any way we can. So for those of you out there, please, as Palmer Luckey said today, he's decided to focus his life and his energies on this problem, national security and defense, because there's probably nothing more important that we could be doing.
Well, thank you very much for all of that. And thanks for the opportunity to be here today and to speak to your audience.
Thank you very much. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series. We've had a great day so far. We're going to finish strong here. We're getting close to the end. I'm really honored to have the Honorable Secretary Patrick Murphy with us. I've known him for a long time. He's been an advisor of the America's Future Series for many years. Some done great service to our military, helped our Army modernize. Glad that you're here, and I'm glad you're leading this conversation with a couple of really brilliant minds. I'm going to turn it over to you, Secretary. Really appreciate it. I want to thank you, Mr. Bang, and you, Mr. Seriani, for joining us. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and I'm a big fan of the American Future Series and the great work that you all do. And thank you for joining us back at home. I'm gonna let each of us introduce themselves, but let me just I have to take a point of personal privilege here. Young Bang has been a friend of mine for a long time. He's doing a phenomenal job in the Pentagon with acquisitions with Doug Bush, and just a phenomenal leader. And not just because he's a West Point graduate in 1993 and served at Bragg where I did, and over Korea and Meade and elsewhere, but his first job out of the military, out of the Army, was working for MCI, which was founded by Bill McGowan, who's no longer with us. But Bill McGowan started MCI, was a King's College graduate where I earned my degree. And I'm a graduate of the Bill McGowan School of Business at King's College, a small little Catholic college in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, where I played hockey. So, if you wouldn't mind, just introduce yourself, let folks know your role and why you're excited to be here at South by Southwest.
Yeah, so Patrick, thank you. I appreciate it, sir.
No.
But super happy to be here, and thank you for the invite. Love being back in Austin. I used to come to Austin all the time, actually. Keep Austin weird and love that. But really, if you think about South by, not only is it the mecca of film and industry, it's also the mecca of tech. And for me, tech is a passion. You just talked about MCI UNet days and product development all my life around hardware and software. And so for me, it was pretty easy when a friend of mine, my classmate, Doug Bush, who's the AAE, asked to come in and help with the Army's transformation, right? And so for me, that was a passion. I remember all the times being at Bragg and saying, who's the idiot at the Pentagon that really thought this is going to work? And so now I have an opportunity to really help.
The record that time.
But now I'm really super excited to really help with the Army modernization, but really drive it from a digital transformation standpoint. And I just really appreciate that. To answer your question from my perspective, our role, I'm the PDEP for ASALT. And people are like, what is the ASALT? So it's really acquisitions, logistics, and technology. We're really driving the T portion of that this year. Technology, we're going to drive that in 2023. And we're going to drive that to really modernize all of our systems, weapon systems, business systems, data systems, software systems. So again, thank you for the honor of being on this panel with you.
Oh, thanks, John. All right, Neil, you and I had a good chance to get to know each other today. I love your background. I love the fact that you are truly a founder's founder. You get under the hood and get after it. And we'd like to say that, you can't believe that you took college classes at age 13, but give us your background if you don't mind.
Yeah, Patrick, thanks so much for the opportunity to chat. And thank you to America's Future Series. I'm really excited about this conversation. I run a company called Calypso AI, and we're basically dedicated to making the best software imaginable for securing your machine learning models. And really excited to talk about, the end-to-end process of actually, creating a machine learning model, the end-to-end process of securing a machine learning model, and what this really means for us in the context of the emerging fight and the emerging threat that is only going to become more and more pervasive over the coming years.
You and I talked about this. It's personal for you because we are in a current fight. Obviously, the illegal invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, but it's personal to you. And can you tell us why it's so personal?
Yeah, my parents are actually refugees from Ukraine. They were born, they grew up in Odessa, Ukraine, and I actually had a number of members of my family that were in Soviet gulags, and they were in Soviet gulags for the crime of profiteering. Now, what we call profiteering in the US is capitalism, basically buying and selling at different prices. And really excited, to see the impact that some of our work is having on the fight, and B, to do anything I can personally or through the company to help the Ukrainians beat the Russian invaders.
Young, let me turn to you. and if we could focus a little bit on the fight in the Ukraine. I know the near peer competitor is obviously, and our pacing threat is China, but let's talk about the Ukraine. How much have you, as a team in the building, had to put forth in that effort to make sure we push back and stand strong with our allies?
Yeah, I mean, this is fundamental. And just like your story, being an immigrant, a lot of us take freedom for granted. So when anything like this happens, we got to stand tight with our partners. We got to help and defend freedom. And so for everyone, yes, it is a war in Ukraine. It's the Ukrainians that are fighting the Russians, but no bones about it. The biggest partner helping with that fight is the U.S. And ASALT, I know, sir, but ASALT, we also have something called the Foreign Military Sales Process. And it is a land fight right now. And so most of the support that's going out there, anything from camo nets to some of our exquisite weapon systems, are there to help our partners. And people think about all our exquisite systems, but we all know war is a personal thing, right? And people are really the center of it. And the Ukrainians are intelligently super, super bright. They're doing amazing things with technology, but then also the training that the Army has done with the Ukrainians, right, for the past 10 years has really been a big differentiator in my mind. And us working with the Ukrainians here has really accelerated. And some of the technologies that the Ukrainian ingenuity that they've come up with, as well as with our U.S. support in Germany and Poland, some of those other areas, I think is making a huge difference. But we really need to continue the fight. We need all of the other partners and allies in NATO to really support that. And we do have to defend freedom.
I think Russia and other even allies of ours were surprised at the Ukrainian will of their people. What they didn't recognize is that we've been standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine through our state partnership program. Most folks don't realize that we have 1 million soldiers in our army. The majority of our soldiers are actually in the reserve component, either the National Guard or the Army Reserve. And we have these state partnership programs where we have National Guard going to train foreign countries, kind of a special forces-esque type of program. And we've been in Ukraine, as you mentioned, for over a decade, so that when Russia did invade, they were ready to stand toe to toe and make sure, as Young said, it's not a fair fight, that our troops, that our allies have the technical and tactical advantage over our enemy. Let me turn it over back to you, Neil, if you don't mind. You are one of the world's experts on AI. You and I have talked how people can confuse AI versus machine learning, and it kind of drives us both crazy. But what do you think we could be doing better as a country when we talk about the whole of nation, not just the whole government approach, but the whole of nation approach here in the United States?
Yeah, I really think it's a combination of things. One, from a kind of defense perspective, I really think differentiating innovation from invention is clear. A lot of what we have to do is, fundamental advances in the scientific literature. It's that, TRL 1 through TRL 4 work, but a lot more of it is actually around how do you innovate to specific problem sets that really, really matter from a defense perspective? And how do we really understand the differences between kind of exquisite sensors and between further advances on the machine learning side of the house, where our ability to be able to better provide insights at both the strategic level and the tactical level is going to be the primary differentiator in our capability and our ability to win in the future. And from a whole of nation perspective, I think it really gets back to this values-based conversation, where fundamentally, I think that the more people that understand that we're in a fight for the basic values of freedom, of liberty, and are willing to actually do their part, the better we are. Because when we look at our near peer adversaries and we're looking at how they're kind of marshaling their citizenry, both, by force and by persuasion, it's really, really worrying. And we can't lose sight of our, essential values as part of that.
I'm passionate about the recruiting piece. I don't want to digress though too much, and maybe I'll get back to that. But let me ask you, what do you think about, as Neil says that, how are we doing as far as the Army, and how do you feel like we could, moving forward, do even better?
Yeah, I mean,
with the whole nation approach. I'm sorry.
The whole nation approach, I think, is really good, because if you think about it, we're at a talent war. The commercial sector's in a talent war period with the need of digitally literate people, digitally literate leaders, digitally literate employees, coders, developers, everything. The Army and the DoD in the same talent war, right? And as we evolve our modernization programs and our Army systems, all of that's foundationally underpinned by digital technology and transformation. And the biggest thing that we need, the whole nation approach is, we need better educated, literate leaders in the DoD and actually in government in general, right? People like Neil, amazing, brilliant minds, but amazing, brilliant minds don't walk around on the streets. And across industry, across leadership, around government, and as well as DoD, we need more leaders that understand the technology. But more importantly, to that effect, it's not just the technology that's going to drive change and impact everything that we do in the future. We need people that understand the technology to employ that for us in the Army, into the missions, but more importantly, not be bounded by, okay, we're going to automate this. We're going to automate this computer vision and algorithm so you don't have to watch this video anymore, right? Great. Those are incremental things. If we want to really change the way that we are transforming and modernization of the Army and the DoD, we need people that understand the tech to think about how should we employ this? What are the concepts? What are the TTPs, especially in a wartime conflict? And what are the ethics? Again, we have a different approach than our peer threats who don't care about privacy, don't care about ethics, don't care about those things. We do. And it's imperative that we have more leaders that understand the tech, but more importantly, how to apply the tech in an ethical way so we can actually defeat our peer threats and their pacing threats.
To me, you all know I teach part-time at the Wharton Business School, and I have a venture capital company called Stony Lonesome Group, and I have great, colleagues of yours from West Point that help run it. But to me, having a venture capital company, it's a mindset. You're not looking for singles and doubles. You're looking for a grand slam. And so I spend time with folks like John Doerr, and what we talk about, we know it now as venture capital, but it used to be experiential capital. And it has changed the game. But I know, Neil, you are also an investor beside the company that you run. What are you looking at when I look at, my venture capital company? We invested in 60 companies. We focus on dual use companies where there's a government application and see a private sector application. We're very proud of companies like ID.me that does great stuff for the private sector and for the government. It's worth now about $1.6 billion. It's run by West Point graduate Blake Hall. But Neil, what do you see from your perch? Because you spent some time, obviously, still in Silicon Valley, and what more could we be doing in the private sector to marry team up with the government?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So one, I really like how you kind of spoke about the idea of paradigm shifts and how you don't want those single or doubles, but you want those types of companies that will really shift the paradigm and the nature of what we're talking about. I think today, when we look at kind of a lot of the news that we've been hearing about ChatGPT, that we've been hearing about large language models, and I think you want to say something here. I think there's this really big question now that we've, as a public, kind of seen some of the power of AI, but we've also seen some of the many negative impacts from the perspective of models hallucinating, from the perspective of security, from privacy, to kind of have that discourse, that conversation, and make sure that we're propelling the next generation of companies that can help us use, large scale models in new ways. The other thing I should say, just for completeness, is this is not a new technology. The idea of transformers, which is what powers foundation models or large language models, has been around for about 6 years now, since a paper by Google Brain.
Yeah, no, I love that because everyone's enamored by ChatGPT, and I'm like, what about Detect GPT, right? What about the small language models that have actually become just as effective as the large language models? And we're not always connected to, especially in the Army, the enterprise cloud, and we don't have ubiquitous comms. And so being able to hit something like that, we all hit it now. Look at the latency. We can't look at that. So we got to look at hybrid environments or hybrid solutions. And then the other portion, I bring up the whole Detect GPT, right? There's so much great tech out there that we are inventing. We, smart people, are inventing to use on the commercial side. There's dual use, like you said. There's applicability on the government side as well. But then the unintended consequences and the unintended uses of the tech, think about it, our peer threats are already using that. So we need industry's help to help us think about the unintended consequences and unintended uses of the technology so we could defend against that better. And again, I implore commercial companies who are thinking about new tech and new mission sets. Okay, well, think about the same analogy of ChatGPT to TechGPT and help us fix those type of issues and shore up our risk against our peer threats.
Neil, thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I really think it gets down to two kind of parts of the equation. One is that ability to combine kind of technical understanding with mission understanding, which is really what Young is doing a great job talking about here. And two is picking the right technologies and picking the right stack of technologies to help you accomplish your goal or the end outcome that you're searching for. And to be able to figure out how do you actually leverage the most cutting edge technology that's a fit for the mission outcome that you're looking for. I often describe it kind of moving away from dual use phraseology to just pure play tech kind of phraseology as you're looking for that product market fit. And there's a difference between cool tech and a product that actually helps people improve their lives.
Yeah, I love that notion of product mentality, right? I mean, whether it's agile and DevSecOps, whether it's data and just what you said, the whole product mentality has to be a shift. I know you and I get that, but we have to help educate other people to understand what that paradigm shift is because it is huge and significant. And again, on the government and the military side, we're not quite there yet with industry. And so again, the more you can help us with that, the better.
Yeah, 100%. You know, my pithy one-liner is always consumerization of enterprise, consumerization of defense. In the same way, any of the consumer apps you use are intuitive, they're easy to use, they're easy to learn. So too, do we need to shift the paradigm?
That's right. I mean, so whether you like Steve Jobs or Apple or not, the intuitive nature of things has to be the future because think about it. What the Ukrainians are doing with tech, because it's intuitive, it's obvious. They're able to kind of break away from the technical debt that we are stuck with, that we're trying to evolve. But the intuitive nature, the product focus, the consumer focus, the mission focus, that's got to be our way kind of going forward.
Yeah, and I do think to give the Army credit, we've moved away from kind of the rainfall approach where it has been much more iterative, and we learned our lesson sometimes in a not so great way in decades past. So, but it does come down to the war for talent. And, you know, I know you spent some time talking about the Ukraine. And Ukraine is obviously on top of everyone's mind, but also our peer competitor in China. They're 3 times the size of us in population and geographic. They obviously have overseas military operations bases now in Cambodia, in Africa, and Djibouti specifically. And they're gearing up for a fight. They've doubled their defense budget the last 10 years. This past year, it's been a 7.1% increase. Taiwan is obviously unfortunately, probably, you know, we worry about that and we should worry about that. And that's why we're doing things like the CHIPS Act and this CHIPS and Science Act to get some of the semiconductor manufacturing back in the United States. But I would say, you look at Taiwan, they've mobilized their young people. Every young citizen there has to actually stand up and join the military for 1 year. I'm never for forced draft, force people to serve their country. But I have partnered in years past when I was at the Pentagon with, you know, the Chief of Staff, Jim McConville, and Chairman Milley now, you know, saying, hey, not everybody has to go to basic training for 8 weeks and then go to AIT. And then we need folks that are people like Neil here, that are wicked smart, that love this country and say, hey, I have a different skill set that I could help bring to the fight. Let me put me in, coach. And we have to make that easy to make it, frankly, intuitive for them to join our team.
Yeah, no, you're 1,000% right on that. And part of the reason why, besides Doug asking me, right, is when I saw that on the technology side, we were behind China. Let's face it, right? We're behind China in certain areas, and tech area is one of them. And when you think about that, even me as an ex-Army, West Point, Fort Bragg type of guy, to come back into the Army was a long process. So we have to do better about enabling industry to help the government, to let them help them from a product perspective, from a services perspective, from a solution, but also to attract the talent so we reduce the barriers to come back into the Army or join the government, and then let them go back and then come back and forth. There's obstacles. We don't help ourselves when we find talent. And, you know, part of it's like I had to twist some friends to come back and join the Army, right, with me as well, because we want to do it for the right reasons. But it literally took 3 months from a verbal offer to a written offer to get someone in. And you lose talent like that if you can't hire them on the spot in the tech world. And if we can't do something like that or reduce the barriers of entry or re-entry back and forth in the government, we're not helping ourselves. So I think Army, for example, we are piloting a lot of different things. We have a lot of authorities and direct hiring authorities to allow us to do that. Cyber acceptive services is another way of getting at that. So we are looking at that. DOD is looking at that, and thankfully Congress has given us some authorities to do that. But the more of that we can promote, the better we can be. And again, we're going to need some help from industry as well as Congress to help with the authorities and enable us to reduce those barriers to entry.
Yeah, and I think that, the Congress and others don't understand, right now the federal government's 60,000 people short just in cyber professionals. And what's holding a lot of folks up are they don't have a national security clearance, where every year over 200,000 young Americans leave active service, become veterans, they have a security clearance, they could go into cyber. So that's why I'm the chairman of what's called Task Force Cyber. We launched it at the White House with President Biden and Secretary Buttigieg, getting folks in trucking and cyber because we were hurting with the supply chain and cyber. But I love the fact that you talked about the values. And what Young didn't mention was the fact that you had an exit with Atlas Research, so you're blessed in that way. In the private sector, so you take a pay cut to go in the government because you believe in our American values, that you've committed your life and you're living the creed of West Point. The mission statement of West Point is not just go give 5 years active duty as lieutenant and a captain. It is that we develop leaders of character for a lifetime of service. That is and you are living that, Young, and I appreciate it. But if you can, those values that are different than other countries, and the access to be able to serve and give your talents to this nation at a defining moment in world history, how do you see it? What more could we do as a country?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think it kind of gets back to the nature of two things. One is that kind of value of service. That's kind of the overriding driver. But underneath that hood, I almost think of it as like, any other type of engineering problem. You have a, pipeline of some sort. And at the end state, you want to take folks that want to help their country, that want to serve their country, and you want to get them helping you, whether it's directly or it's working for a company of some sort that's supporting the mission. And the question becomes, what can you do all along that way to help? From making it easier for folks to get security clearances, to perhaps better defining what needs to be classified versus what doesn't need to be classified, to moving faster, or even having SLAs in terms of how long it takes for someone to go from first interview to actually being selected. I think there are many things that you can do, and it's all about those incremental adjustments and the authorities that allow you to do that across the hood.
We got to wrap it up soon. First, gentlemen, I appreciate you being here with the American Future Series. This panel that we have today is being seen by over 100,000 folks. It's one of the largest panels at South by Southwest, so I appreciate it. So let's go to final thoughts, final ask. What's the call to action? Young, I'll go to you first. What do you want our viewers to know about your role here at South by Southwest, your role at the Pentagon, and what could they do to be part of the solution?
For me, I look at it as like I'm a scrum master at the enterprise. What are the enterprise barriers and obstacles that I can impact at the headquarters level? You know this well, right? Do you want me to code and go back to coding? Maybe. But really, I think my utility is really to evangelize the message, change some of the culture, break down those institutional obstacles. And for me, part of why I'm here at South by is one, AFC. We have a great relationship with Futures Command, and we do so much with DevCom and Software Factory, all of these organizations. So I'm going to support them as much as I can whenever I can. The other thing is to also reach out to industry, right? We need help. We have incredibly hard problems. We have incredibly hard scenarios that we need to apply technology on. And so for me, I just want to get the word out. We need help. Industry, please help us with our wicked hard problems. You'll make money on the way. Don't sell me the widget. Apply that widget to help us with the mission, just like you had said, Neil. So that's my role. That's my mission. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, and I think General Rainey, following the footsteps of General Murray, doing a phenomenal job at Army Futures Command. I'm proud that it's here in Austin. But as you said earlier, let's keep Austin weird.
Yeah.
All right, Neil. Final thought, call to action.
Yeah. I think it gets down to this really, really kind of simple message. What can you do to help? And how can you build solutions to solve really, really hard problems?
Yeah, and I do think it's all about public-private partnerships, right? And again, I understand in our country, there's a separation of church and state. I'm not talking about First Amendment religion. I'm talking about, private sector and government, but there is ways to partner where we don't take it over, but there's ways to partner. And the companies that share American values are important to partner with us on. I think that was one of the things in my time in the Pentagon. Was very proud that they really launched some public-private partnerships, some in tech, some just in manpower stuff with the Chamber of Commerce and Hiring a Hero, career summits, et cetera. Because I had to pay the UCX bill where we were paying $1 billion a year just to pay unemployment benefits. And, that was not the right use of taxpayer dollars, although those veterans earned it. We just want to make sure they had a job and move forward. Hey, real quick, because I forgot to ask this one thing. I love the quote from Ronald Reagan where he talked about trust and verify. What's explain that's what part of the product that you do in your company. If you can describe it to the listeners out there as one of your final thoughts of what you do every day?
Yeah, 100%. So we build software that allows you to go from the underlying data that you're using to train your machine learning model to models deployed in production being monitored for security risks. And it's great that we have that kind of additional layer sitting on top, helping you make sure that your model is secure. But even on top of us, you want to make sure that our software is working correctly and that you can trust it. And so we include a bunch of standard statistical measures on top that anyone with, a 2-week course in statistics should be able to verify themselves and use that as a way of extrapolating to some of the more sophisticated statistics or metrics that we use. And I think the larger idea that, you should be able to verify the performance of a system that you're using, that you're working with, and that you need to rely on should be key in any product or any technology that you're using.
And who in the federal government here in our country are you working with currently?
So we do a lot of work with the Air Force. We do less work with the Army, but we really want to do more work with the Army and kind of help support the men and women currently serving inside of the Army.
I saw you are doing like a SIBR with the Homeland Security, and I was thinking.
Well, so we also are doing a lot of work with DHS, helping protect airports and helping protect really, really key infrastructure from a machine learning perspective, and a number of other really, really interesting kind of projects.
When I left my house today at 4:30 in the morning, I have been prepping for the interview today, and I was thinking, if I get jammed up because of your company, Neil, I'm going to bust your chops publicly. I got through fine. Well, that's going to wrap it up for us today here at American Future Series for this great panel. To Young and Neil, gentlemen, thank you so much for all that you do to keep our country safe, but also to make sure that our warriors out there don't have a fair fight, that they have the technical and tactical advantage over enemies. God bless both of you, and God bless America. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, everybody, that was a fantastic conversation about AI and a whole host of other conversation. And it's nice to have wicked smart people talking about important matters and working to make the public sector smarter about how to work with the private sector. So that was fantastic. We're going to have another great conversation. I'm really honored and thrilled to have Dr. Lau of NASA joining us. We're going to have a conversation about NASA and some of the great important things it's doing, the aspirational, most sort of aggressive and ambitious projects they're working on. So I hope you enjoy this.
Dr. Lal, it's so fantastic to be together with you again. I think the last time we were together was at one of the Artemis launches, and it's great to be back together. But for those in our audience that aren't familiar with some of your background, tell us a little bit about your journey and your career and becoming one of the key leaders at NASA.
Hey, Sam, it is so awesome to see you again. Yes, absolutely. Artemis launch was the highlight of the decade for us. And if you see my back, there's the SLS rocket that launched an Orion capsule. And in 2024, we will actually be having people on it. And then soon after that, we will be launching, returning US astronauts from US soil to the moon. Just so excited. So to your question, I'm a nuclear engineer by training, but a policy wonk by practice. My motto in life and work is in God we trust, all others bring data. And I've lived by that credo my whole professional life. Before I came to NASA, I worked at a federally funded research and development center that supported executive branch agencies, including the White House. And I helped making decisions around things we do in space. It was a lot of fun. And over the last decade, I have had a chance to weigh in on almost every major civil space policy coming out of the White House. I came to NASA as a political appointee and led the transition of the agency in the Biden administration in the first 100 days. Once we had an administrator and a deputy, I transitioned to my current role, which is to advise leadership on issues related to technology, policy, and strategy in a holistic way. So, usually you kind of see these silos, but, what we are trying to do at NASA is trying to look at it holistically. And I also lead an office that helps NASA to think in those terms. So an example of this kind of holistic thinking is, I just mentioned we will be launching missions to the moon in the coming decade. Well, it turns out we are not the only country launching missions to the moon. The China would, other countries as well, private entities. So what does that mean? Between now and 2026, there's more than 20 missions going to the moon, and not just anywhere on the moon, most likely the lunar South Pole. And even within the lunar South, there's only a handful of sites that are actually really interesting. So everybody's going to want to be there. And, we can't prevent others, right? I mean, the Outer Space Treaty reminds us that the moon doesn't belong to any one country and we have to share. So how do we do that? What happens when multiple missions run by multiple entities from multiple countries are operating in proximity for the first time on a celestial body? What if our nominal operations, heaven forbid, anomalous operations, what if they're dangerous to each other? What if the ejector from the moon, blinds a landing mission? So what are some of the policy issues we need to resolve so we can all be on the moon at the same time? So we wrote a report on that and laid out some options. So that's the kind of work I do at NASA, and I'm super excited about being here.
That is truly exciting, and clearly a lot of groundbreaking, first of a kind type policy and activity that you're right in the middle of. What makes you so excited about the South Pole, and why is NASA going there?
A great question. South Pole is where, sorry, I have a bit of a cold. South Pole is where we believe there is ice water. And in space, water is the gold. If we have water, we have oxygen. Well, we have water to drink for humans. We have oxygen. We have hydrogen, which is a propellant. And oxygen, which is also, in combination with hydrogen, enabling us. It will enable us to go deeper into space. So that is the one huge coveted resource that we believe is on the lunar South Pole. And NASA actually has a robotic mission going to the South Pole in the next year or so. And the idea, it's this mission called the Viper. The idea is that it will be looking for water.
That's wonderful. You talk about in prior talks where I've heard you speak, and others have as well, you've talked about space junk or space debris. And there's a topic on that today, later on one of the panels. And why is it important? Can you share with the audience a little bit about what's on your mind there? Why is it important? And how do we manage all of this? As you said, there's not a whole lot of policy or agreement yet. And a lot of this is still in discussion. Explain for those that aren't so familiar with all that's going on here.
Right. So just, starting from the top, space debris. or space junk, is any human-made object in orbit around Earth that no longer serves any useful purpose. And turns out we have millions of pieces of debris in space, from millimeter-sized flecks of paint to rocket bodies that weigh thousands of kilograms. Now, a tiny piece of scrap metal might not sound like a huge threat, but you need to understand how fast things are moving in orbit. This debris is racing around Earth at 17,000 miles per hour and has an impact speed more than 10 times that of a bullet. So baseball-sized objects, and we have more than 30,000 of them, can take a satellite out. And as you know, our society is increasingly dependent on satellites in space. And they support our critical infrastructure, whether it's communications, national security, financial transactions, transportation, weather prediction. We wouldn't know about hurricanes if we didn't have satellites in space. And climate monitoring. We wouldn't even know that there is such a thing as global warming if we didn't have all of these satellites giving us all the data. So if any of this debris collides with our satellites, it really may bring our nation to a standstill, and that's not a good thing. And then there's, of course, the challenge also of the space junk re-entering Earth. This past January, a retired NASA satellite weighing 2,500 kilograms re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. I mean, luckily, Earth is mostly water, so it didn't hit anybody. Earlier, a Chinese rocket had re-entered in an uncontrolled manner. But we may not always be so lucky. Probabilities, may catch up. So that's kind of the space debris challenge that is increasingly getting worse, and we need to start to think about it more carefully.
Yeah, and I imagine with the thousands and thousands of satellites that continue to launch month to month, we're going to have more and more satellites that become disabled or inoperable, and that becomes a challenge as well. So what's NASA thinking about with all this potential debris and junk that continues to build? What are some of the possible solutions?
Another great question. So there is kind of three ways to address the debris challenge. And starting from the top, we can reduce the amount we put in space, right? We can improve the tracking and characterization, which means if we know where it is, we can maneuver around it, we can avoid it. Right now, we don't even really know where all the debris is. And the third piece is we can remove it or move it, right? The remediation is both moving and removing. Most of what we've done so far is options 1 and 2. We try to design spacecraft that they don't create more debris. We try very hard to have sensors both on the ground and in space, so we know where everything is. But the world hasn't really expended enough effort in remediation. We need to move things out of orbit. And I think some of the things that NASA, and the fact that we focus on the first two things actually makes sense. There's a saying that is an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, right? So here's the analogy. We won't need drugs to cure diabetes if we exercised enough and ate right. But no matter how hard we try, people will continue to get diabetes and other preventable diseases, right? At some point, spending more money on prevention may not be as effective as just curing the people who are sick. We can't just say, hey, sorry, shouldn't have got sick. So, we recognize that we need to both focus on not getting sick, as in, not creating debris, but also cure, as in removing debris. So we need to have a more balanced portfolio. We need to invest in remediation as well. And this is an area NASA is starting to pay more attention to. And I'm thrilled to say that my office has a role in it.
That's outstanding. Why don't we pivot a second? You talked about satellites, and tied to that are mega constellations. Can you talk about what is a mega constellation? Why is it important? And these are causing some challenges for us too. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So mega constellation is basically a term for groups of large satellites launched by an operator that work together to provide a useful service, such as high-speed internet from space. And there's private companies like SpaceX, which is US-based, and OneWeb, which is UK-based. And these companies, and there's many more, including companies in China, are leading this transformation. As of actually just this week, Just between SpaceX and OneWeb, there are more than 4,500 satellites between them. Interesting fun fact: we have doubled the number of satellites in space in the 10 years between 2010 and 2020. So this is just a really fast-moving activity, and things are about to get much worse. According to the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, there are going to be over 430,000 satellites that may be launched in the coming years. And as you can tell, that's a lot of satellites. And I mean, obviously, there's good things, right? They're providing a service. Internet is useful. It's important. I mean, we heard about how SpaceX is able to provide internet in Ukraine. We need internet in developing countries. All good. However, it comes with a downside, and one downside is, when these satellites fail, and some percent will, as always, they will turn into debris, and we need to worry about their remediation. There's actually another downside as well. We have ground-based astronomy, right? We have astronomers, both scientists, but also citizen astronomers who are looking at space through their telescopes. Well, when we have so many satellites, the light from the satellites interferes with observations. So we need to find a balance. I don't think we can take back progress, but we can maybe do other things to make sure that we are not disrupting other activities. And those are some of the things that NASA and the federal government are working hard to work through the challenges together with these private partners.
That's fascinating. You mentioned 430,000, almost a half a million satellites will be in the sky, with not a whole lot of set of rules around how they play together and how to deal with them when they become inoperable or have challenges. So any thoughts around what we should be doing there or thinking about as they continue to proliferate?
Right. So I mentioned one thing already. We need to work with these companies to make sure that they, for example, put special kinds of paints and coatings so there is less reflectivity. The other thing we need to work on, and actually that's a really important policy issue, is right now no government agency has what is called on-orbit authority or on-orbit supervision and continuing supervision. And so there's no way for the government to tell entities what they can do in space. This violates, if we are not able to do that, we may be in violation of the Outer Space Treaty, which is something we are a signatory to. So we really do need this on-orbit authority and continuing supervision in place. And the White House, actually the National Space Council, together with NASA and other federal agencies are working on addressing this issue.
You talk about what we're doing. What are we not doing, and why aren't we doing it that we should be?
Yeah, so Sam, another great question. I think I mentioned earlier, we are not investing enough in remediation. We need to be thinking a lot more about taking things out. And again, like I said, cure is more expensive than prevention, right? So it will be more expensive for us to take things out than to work harder to put less debris up, but it's got to get done. There, we don't have a way around it. So that's kind of one thing we absolutely need to do. And, we are starting to. And Congress is very supportive. They actually just came out with a new bill called the Orbits Act, which is trying to get NASA to think more about how we will address the problem of orbital debris. So there is effort, there is interest. We just need to kind of figure out the things that need to get done.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like this is a huge national security issue as well as a worldwide security issue for every nation. What are some of the things that many people or even experts don't understand about this debris challenge? I know you have some deep insights there.
Yeah, Sam, you're just full of good questions. So at the start of our chat, I kind of talked about how many pieces of debris there are, right? So there is 30,000 pieces of debris that are as big as, where's the baseball? Here, my magic 8-ball, that are about this big. And hundreds of millions of things that are millimeter sized, right? And so whenever people talk about debris, they're mostly talking about reducing the numbers. And that's fine. But our goal isn't just to reduce numbers. Our goal is to reduce the risk. And if you only focus on the proxy, sometimes you may not do the right thing. So for example, on a highway, our goal isn't necessarily to reduce the number of cars, although that would be nice too. Our goal is to reduce loss of life and property. Once we reframe the problem as reducing loss of life and property, we have access to a much larger and potentially cheaper toolkit of solutions than just reducing the number of cars, which, as you know, is very difficult. We can make cars safer through design of impact absorbing bumpers, seat belts, airbags, proximity sensors, all those for the mitigation bucket, right? We can use stop signs, traffic lights, bike lanes, GPS to understand and manage the flow of traffic, which is the tracking and characterization part of the bucket. We can also invest in ambulances, tow trucks, and cleanup crews, which falls on the remediation side of the bucket. So the thing that I would like, that NASA would like the world to kind of better think about is, it isn't just about reducing the number of debris, it's about reducing the risk. And risk can be measured in terms of dollars, which is, again, a switch in framing that we want to bring forward to the world.
Managing the chaos, not a trivial challenge. We have literally thousands of people, both in person and online, for our South by Southwest conference. Any final words for our audience?
One, I hope all of you are excited about what NASA does. I'm wearing my James Webb earrings. We have a telescope 1 million miles away.
Very
cool.
cool.
We are practically looking at the origin of the universe. We have a rover on Mars, and we are using tubes like this to collect dirt, which we will bring back so we can analyze, and maybe we will find signs of ancient life. So one of the things I would like the South by Southwest audience to do is to stay abreast of all the cool things NASA does, and come be part of it. So later this year, we are going to be having a spacecraft come back from an asteroid and bring back dirt. I think it would be really good to know what's in it. So come back and tell us what you think about it. And I guess one other thing I would say is, returning to our topic of space debris, is that we have just recently come out with a report on this reframing I talked about. So I hope folks will come, and we are releasing the report this Friday. So I hope folks will come and read the report.
Well, this is great. Dr. Lal, I want to thank you personally for all your leadership and vision that you bring to NASA and to our worldwide space community. Myself and my Deloitte colleagues love working with NASA, and certainly our South by Southwest attendees are very appreciative of your time today. So thank you.
It's such an awesome time to be with you, Sam, and I'm looking forward to continued discussion and interactions.
Fantastic. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
So thank you, Sam. That was wonderful. First off, I want to thank Sam and Deloitte for their support, their being a partner and a sponsor of the America's Future Series National Security Dual Use Technology Summit. And I want to thank Dr. Lau for coming on. And I think everyone probably agrees, recognizes that NASA is a national treasure. It's a world treasure. What they do, what they've contributed to our economy, our way of life, our life standard of living, et cetera. And just our general knowledge of the universe is fantastic. And so, yes, everyone support NASA. And we want to thank Dr. Lau for all the great work that she and her colleagues are doing. So with that, we're going to continue sort of the space theme. We're going to bring in Ken Peterman. He's going to have a great conversation with Major General John Olson of Space Force. I'm going to turn it over to Ken, and I think you all will enjoy this conversation.
Well, thank you, David. It's a real treat today to be able to speak to Major General John Olson, United States Air Force. He is the lead for the Joint All-Domain Command and Control, JADC2, as well as for ABMS, the Advanced Battle Management System. He's the lead for the Space Force for that. Actually, his role is as the mobilization assistant to the Chief of Space Operations, Headquarters United States Space Force at the Pentagon. He assists the CSO with responsibility to organize, train, and equip the Space Forces, develop and acquire military space systems, and conduct space operations to advance and protect the U.S. and our allied interests. He serves on the Office of Secretary of Defense Operational Energy Innovation Technical Advisory Group. He flies as an Airborne Emergency Action Officer on the Looking Glass Airborne Nuclear Command Post, leading strategic deterrence missions. He's an Air Force Academy graduate, 5 engineering degrees, including 2 bachelor degrees from the U.S. Air Force Academy, master's degrees in engineering from the University of Illinois and the University of Tennessee, and a doctorate in systems engineering from Auburn University. A very impressive resume. John, it's good to see you again. How are you?
Hey, it's great to speak with you too, Mr. Peterman, and looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Well, we'll get started. I think we're all aware of the Space Force and the progress that has been made since its birth. Recently, the Space Force welcomed its 2nd service chief in November and turned 3 years old in December. Can you talk through the state of the force and the Space Force's current focus areas?
You bet. Yes, it's an exciting time for us. We're out of the terrible twos into the 3rd anniversary here, and it is definitely an important build year for us. We're actively driving to implement the Chief of Space Operations lines of efforts, and those really fall in 3 primary areas. And those include combat ready forces, so being able to outcompete our rivals, deter our aggressors, and defeat our enemies. The way we do that is by training combat ready and combat capable forces that are validated with tactics and techniques and procedures and training across the board. And this is, again, spanning that spectrum from competition through crisis to conflict. We have to be prepared for all those realities. But I think that starts also with integrated deterrence. Integrated deterrence is fundamentally important to our overall strategic approach. As we look at the National Defense Strategy, it really outlines 3 different ways, or 3 primary ways for the department to meet our priorities. That's integrated deterrence first, campaigning, and then building enduring advantages throughout. And so as we look at more of that first line of effort, the combat ready forces for the Space Force, we're pivoting to resilient and effective architectures. And what that really means is we've got a lot more proliferated on-orbit constellations, multi-levels of orbits, also looking at ground stations, networks, data, and mission critical support facilities. And it's about building and driving, as the first service born digital, a digital savvy workforce, operations, headquarters that's digitally based, in a digital engineering ecosystem. Those 4 primary lines of efforts are the way we're getting after that. But it's also having a data-centric culture, because we know that things happen. Space is intrinsically hard, but it's also fast. As we look at orbital velocities at 17,000 miles an hour, it's truly, with cyber being core to everything that we do, things happen at the speed of light, if you will. That's the speed of electrons. So it is an important part of our ethos. And part of that also includes having the requisite space test and training ranges, because we need to develop those training and doctrine implementations along with our TTPs, our tactics, techniques, and procedures, along with the operational test and training infrastructure that goes along with that. The second line of effort is really our guardian spirit. And, we have the guardian ideal, which is an aspirational set of values that drive what it means to serve and lives one's life as a guardian. But we also want to inculcate a field of force that's creative, that's innovative, problem solving oriented, with the tools and the structures and the resources and the authorities through mission command, where we delegate that to the lowest level practicable, and we can implement that. And I think, as we have our new chief of space operations, General Saltzman, having taken over from the first chief of space operations, this 3rd year is really an important time where he can place his mark and his commander's intent on the force. So that's a key part of our focus. And as we look at what it takes to be a member of the Space Force, we also want our folks to, as we already talked about, being digitally savvy and being data centric, but we want an agile, lean organization that's committed to, continuous process improvement and certainly in operations, but across the business enterprise. And so I think that starts from day one. And finally, it is a strong mix. We have our full-time active duty personnel. We have our civilian guardian personnel, but we also have our reserve and guard personnel, and collectively, with 28% of space operations being done by the Air Force Reserve, this is an important part of the overall total equation that we're bringing to that. And then finally, it's about partnering to win, and that is building the rich and vibrant and diverse and deep partnerships that will be based on trust and mutually beneficial relationships. And so that includes our industry partners, certainly our joint services, our allies, and coalition partners, because this is, as we've seen with Ukraine, absolutely critical to competition, integrated deterrence, and a very capable combat force when necessary. So that's really the three lines of effort that we're driving towards, and I think we are working vigorously every day to bring those to fruition.
Yeah, that's evident in everything you do. You can see the high energy, you can see the intense focus. The three lines of effort are obviously tightly coupled and have to operate in a synchronous way. And in fact, probably contribute significantly to things like JADC2. So you're also in the role as the lead for the Joint All-Domain Command and Control, JADC2, for the Air Force and the Space Force. I know you're very involved in technologies like AI. Can you tell us some of the recent critical efforts underway on JADC2?
Well, you bet. As we talk about Joint All-Domain Command and Control, it is a huge effort. It's the ability to sense, make sense, and act across all the domains, air, land, sea, surface, subsurface, space, cyber, in an adversarial contested environment, and doing so at the speed of relevance. And so as we look at that, it sounds pretty simple, but it's an incredibly complex and challenging effort and activity. And of course, it's joint by design. And so as we look at this, I'm fortunate enough to have a couple of great partners. Indeed, I do lead the Department of the Air Force's co-lead. I am the Space Force operations lead for that side of the equation of the Advanced Battle Management System, or ABMS. And so ABMS, which is, we have an ABMS cross-functional team that's led by Brigadier General Jeff Spainard Valencia. He and I are the ops co-lead for Air and Space Force respectively, and we are partnered as we do across all the Secretary of the Air Force's operational imperatives, with an acquisition and a technical side as well. And that's a newly appointed Brigadier General Luke Cropsey is the integrating PEO for C3BM, or Command Control Communications and Battle Management. And so that's really a roll-up of 5 PEO areas, and he is that one singular acquisition roll-up. And so you've got operations plus acquisition, and then along with the acquisition is the technical side. Dr. Brian Tipton is the chief architect and chief engineer and chief systems integrator for General Cropsey in that C3BM effort and activity. So collectively, driven by the Secretary of the Air Force's operational imperatives, which there's 7 plus 3 enablers, and this is season 2 or year 2 for us. We rolled those out last year. General Valencia and I co-led OI2, which is operationally optimized JADC2 and ABMS. We started that last year. We're building on that foundation, and that really underpins the Department of the Air Force's approach or contributions to JADC2. But when we step back and we look at our pacing challenger or pacing competitor, and the scenario that we're focusing on, with China and the Indo-PACOM theater being that focus, as we look at that, Joint All-Domain Command and Control is critical to operating in the modern environment. And I think that's why the Secretary of the Air Force has been so focused on ensuring that we have this as the underlying foundation for all of these operational imperatives. And I think as we look at that, it's really a systems approach. It is definitely a concept. ABMS is as very much as a program element with PE numbers, and it is also an enduring contribution in a joint sense. So it's many things to many people. The way we're making sense of that and driving a level of clarity and progress is taking these operational pacing scenarios, driving joint mission threads and vignettes that really focus this and put the O in the operational imperatives. And then we're systematically informing our POM inputs. We're systematically informing our future investments. And so these are the top priority drivers for the Department of the Air Force. Within the Space Force, we've recognized that the tyranny of distance, the first and second island change, the tremendous distances involved, and the very fact that we're viewing China as a pure economy, as a pure national security enterprise, it is a contested environment. And when you look at that with China plus Russia plus North Korea and Iran, this is a global, a complex global challenge for us. And so we're trying to stay focused and drive prioritization, but also ensure that we have the resiliency in our space architectures, because we know that position, navigation, timing, communication, space data transport, and weapons and targeting are crucial to all the services. Much like strategic airlift is crucial to getting all of our forces to the theater of operations, so too is space data transport in an environment where high value airborne assets or other fixed relay and nodal links in this overall network are perhaps static targets. And so they in a high end conflict, we expect that we will need more distributed command and control. And that's also a big driver between shifting to a wartime posture from a peacetime posture and agile combat employment, and which we call ACE. And so these are all the principles. And as we drive and do the functional decomposition of what it takes to do command and control and battle management and planning in this modern joint coalition environment, that is exactly what's driving the requirements, and in turn driving a very accelerated level of modernization, development, improvement, and then testing and evaluation. And so much like the Navy with Project Overmatch and the Army with Project Convergence, when we see ABMS, Overmatch, and Convergence all participating in these joint theater and these joint exercises and the capabilities, that's how we're going to make the informed gains and lessons learned and continue to have an integrated a loop of advancement here.
The complexity of the problem set is significant. The complexity of the threat vectors. You talked about joint mission threads and vignettes. You talk about the system of systems. The complexity is enormous. Is there a role, or what do you see as the role for artificial intelligence across JADC2? How are you employing artificial intelligence, and how is it contributing?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that question. I spent last year, for all of 2022, I was fortunate enough to be the Department of the Air Force's first Chief Data and AI Officer. And, I did that in addition to doing my Space Force JADC2 and ABMS roles. And indeed, it was crushing. But I did it for a reason, because as we look at this, we've already discussed it, but, data is at the core of everything that we do here. We need to have a data-centric culture in terms of that ability to make sense and act at the speed of relevance. It ultimately, across all those domains, it must be machine-to-machine speed, because right now, as we look at our current capability set, it simply takes too long. Our kill chains or our kill webs or our kill meshes take too long, and they're way too manually intensive, and they're also way too dependent upon single nodes like a combined air and space operations center, or a high value airborne asset like an AWACS or a Joint STARS. As we look at a much more proliferated and disaggregated and resilient and effective architecture system, we know that we have to have machine to machine speed, and our adversaries also realize that. And so it is at the core, you got to have data, because data, if you don't get data right to begin with, it's 80 to 85% of AI ML readiness. And so you got to start with the foundations. That's having, metadata tagging, data at rest, data at motion, that is having structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data, that's doing provenance and data integrity validation, because we know that there's going to be active efforts to interfere with those data streams. Likewise, along with training data sets, they can be brittle, and also our algorithms, they need to be protected. So cybersecurity almost in a 3D chess game here. And as we look at that zero trust and ICAM, or identity credentials and access management, they're fundamentally important at the data and user level to ensure that our joint partners, that our industry partners, that our coalition partners, and academia, everybody can cooperate in a whole of nation approach, and an alliance and coalition approach. Again, as we saw in Ukraine, that's critical to do so at the speed of need. And much like Ukraine, even though it's a very kinetic, current, acute, kinetic war, some would say a war of attrition, I think it's also been a fundamental paradigm changer. It's the first war of cognition, and I think it will set the will set the foundation at a new level forever, because now we have 21st century modern information technologies and tools, and we've seen the tremendous impact of industry. And so just if I say three industry partners alone, if you look at Starlink and the contributions there, plus Maxar with electro-optic satellite imagery, and then Capella Space with synthetic aperture radar, the profound impacts of collectively being able to collect, process, and share that at an unclassified level has been profound, because it is the David and Goliath leveler against the Russians. And I think both the United States and certainly China, we're absolutely viewing this and harvesting the lessons learned and the knowledge gained, and it's going to shape and inform even more so than had we not had this. And so as we look forward, your question is a very good one. How is AI going to shape that? Well, it's going to, I think it's nothing less than the statement: the nation that leads in AI will lead the world. It's absolutely true. When we look at the incredible impacts, we've seen ChatGPT come out from OpenAI. Look at the incredible speed with which folks have been looking at and adopting that. The scope and scale of its impacts, I think, are only beginning to be registered. But this is one of several applications, whether it's natural language processing or generative image work through synthetic. One example is global synthetic weather radar. We're working with our MIT AI accelerator and making tremendous progress there, because as we've learned, we don't have a lot of islands. We don't have a lot of weather radars that are feeding that integrated picture. So we leverage all of our capabilities, fuse those into a global synthetic weather radar picture. So that's just one of probably thousands of examples where really complex data analytics and AI ML techniques across the spectrum are being applied. I think what's also exciting and critically important is, as we look at this, we know our space data transport is going to be challenged. We know that even with our resilient and effective architectures, that we need to have primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency or PACE type capabilities to add that resilience and effectiveness in terms of the overall enterprise. How we're looking at that is we now are looking at edge node computing, whether it be airborne edge node, which is one of the ABMS key acquisition lines of effort. We call that capability release 1. Initially it was a KC-46 tanker and a pod But we're looking at additional fighter aircraft borne pods, and we're looking at really the concept of an edge node, and with the improvements in graphical process units or GPUs, we now have the capability to do a lot more in situ processing and analytics, and that even at the speed of need, where we're transferring things at the speed of light. It is time consuming to send them back to the United States from that theater. So if we can do edge node processing, if we can have common operating pictures or user defined operating pictures and inform the localized command and control and battle management, that's really where we're trying to drive. And so having a systems engineering degree, for my doctorate has been both a boon in realizing that this is a large systems engineering problem, but this is a wicked hard, continually evolving challenge that will involve the very best of our nation in industry and academia, and we're also absolutely forging and partnering to win in the coalition and alliance side. So we're not alone. Silicon Valley and the rest of the innovation ecosystem has done wonders with AI and ML capabilities. I think we need to continue to further harness those as we move forward.
Yeah. So you've talked about this being the first war of cognition. You've talked about the value of data. There's an enormity of data of different modalities that ultimately has to be fused together because we're trying to draw actionable insight and convert that data to information that is trusted, that we can move on. Part of that's going to involve people. In January, you mentioned that in order to be AI ready by 2025, the U.S. Air Force and the Space Force must invest to train and retrain a skilled workforce and develop a strong digital infrastructure. How are we progressing on that front? And from your perspective, what do we need? What do we need to do to be AI ready by 2025?
Well, that's a huge effort for us. It's really a two-part one. We laid out being AI ready by 2025 and AI competitive by 2027. And really, it's the outcome, the 2027, that really matters. The rest is the foundational underpinnings to enable that. Why did we do that? Well, we know that President Xi Jinping of China has laid out as a national objective for China to lead the world in AI by 2030. And we also know that as we look at the criticality, as we've discussed already with Joint All-Domain Command and Control, as we talked about our integrated deterrence, as we talked about national competitiveness in a global great power economic and security challenge environment, we know that being AI ready, which is having the infrastructure, the training, the capabilities, the training data sets, the algorithms, the broad enterprise IT and IS infrastructure, all of that is much easier said than done. And frankly, I think with the establishment of last year, they had their full operational capability stand up at the beginning of June of 2022. The Office of Secretary of Defense Chief Digital and AI Office was established to lead the digital transformation, to also drive and imbue this AI leadership. At the Department of the Air Force Chief Data and AI Office, which I led last year and it's now being led by Ms. Eileen Vidrine, we implement and amplify that broader OSD guidance. And that OSD guidance is also squarely focused on not just the services, but also the combatant commands, and ensuring that we're being responsive to their truly daunting and demanding needs. As we look at, NORAD Northcom, it's defend the homeland is the #1 priority. As we look at Indo-PACOM, of course, China is the pacing threat, and that's a real challenge there. As we look at the current acute situation with European Command, we've got the very active Ukraine war now over a year in length. And so as we look at this and across the tapestry of the others, realizing that U.S. Cyber Command, we've had, we've got another upcoming election in 2024. We've seen the criticality of having safe and protected democratic elections across not just the United States, but the world. How foundational is that to our very existence? Similarly, in space, let's look at Space Command. We know that cyber and space are likely the first areas of conflict because they're so critical to everything that either of us do. So I think it's very important to be postured for integrated deterrence and competition, as well as being ready to execute the full extent of our capabilities there to protect and defend U.S. and allied interests. So as we look at this, I think it's really important that we get the people side right. Being AI ready by 2025. Every day that goes by that we're not doing something to advance that, whether inside the service and services and Department of Defense, or whether in collaboration with industry, where the nexus, where the rate and pace of development and learning and discovery and truly incredible capabilities are advancing at a mind-numbing rate. This ties into almost a daily 1 hour responsibility to read and stay abreast of the latest evolutions, to also know how those can be tailored and applied, to leverage, to foster a risk-taking environment, one that drives innovation, one that drives learning in a safe and acceptable environment, because an incremental approach is not going to get us there. We're going to have to take step functions and leaps. We're going to have to accept risk, and we're going to have to take smart risk. And that involves a thinking, agile, enlightened workforce at every echelon. We're leveraging prolific at echelon education, digital university. We're leveraging our MIT AI Accelerator for tapping into the MIT's open AI learning environment and the Horizon capabilities. We've got lots of classes in data and AI. We're doing those at the Navy Postgraduate School, Stanford University, MIT. We're doing it at Johns Hopkins University. So this is part of the in-class and part of the digital learning that particularly in the Space Force is so core to a digitally savvy service. And so as the first service born digital, that's a core part of the ethos. We need to imbue and spread that across the department, across the Department of the Air Force and the Department of Defense. But again, people are always and will remain the core of that. And that also includes evolving and creating an environment where the tasks for which humans are uniquely suited are the ones that we use, data and automation and all the tools that we have available to enhance the productivity and capability of our people. We're not supplanting them. We need everyone that we've got, and we need more. It's really about making them better, making them smarter, more capable, more efficient, more effective, and more lethal.
So people are at the core, people are at the nexus. You've made that clear. I couldn't agree with you more. And it's great that we recognize that and are doing all those things. I'm going to go back. You said something about China. With China's push to be a world leader in AI by 2030, can you talk about what else the United States needs to do to maintain strategic advantage?
Well, that is a critical question that we need to be having a national discussion on, because I think given the prolific communications and the information that we've been sharing, and I think indeed the information that I think everyone sees at the personal level, they've seen that this is the 21st century age of information, right? And so that underpins every facet of our lives, and as such, it's very important that we take a whole of nation approach. I think the richness and diversity of our populace, the passionate discourse that we have, that makes our AI models, that makes our efforts and activities sometimes a little bit more challenging to do, but in the end, they're more resilient, they're more solid, they're more based on enduring inclusive elements. Similarly, I think we need to fully leverage our industrial base. We need to stimulate and foster through incentive structures, through R&D tax credits, through a litany, indemnification, I believe is another excellent tool. We need to leverage every tool in the book. We need to leverage large, medium, and small industry, traditional, non-traditional, because I think the nexus of innovation that spans boundaries is where some of the greatest breakthroughs are occurring. I think we also need to pull on and drive a sense of accountability and responsibility. This goes from the individual level for cyber hygiene and security to learning and knowing about the moral ethical issues. I mean, responsible AI is absolutely critical to what we're doing. The Deputy Secretary of Defense and Secretary of Defense have said, hey, we're going to do responsible AI or we aren't going to do it at all. And what that really means is that it's got to be, since it's such an essential part of what we're doing, it's got to be done right. And so when we start talking the training data sets, when we start talking about the human in the loop versus human on the loop, as we shift to more machine speed activities, making sure that we have all the elements and the 5 DoD ethical principles at the core center of our acquisition activities, at the core center of our training and development. And that doesn't mean taking a complete hands-off. In fact, this is a very hands-on approach, an engaged approach. Testing and verification and validation are fundamentally important. This is both developmental testing and operational testing. So again, just to recap, we got to have general knowledge and learning. We got to incentivize our industrial base. We need to generate and foster a STEM pipeline and a STEAM pipeline in our schools. That starts all the way down at primary and kindergarten. You capture people early. We want the richness and diversity of ideas and inputs. And so we need to be fostering that. And I would proffer a national human capital plan that recognizes the criticality to our economy, health, and national security, founded on technology, is so very important. But we also need to, in addition to industry and education and incentives and jobs, we need to create the partnership. We need protection of intellectual property, but we also need to have the ability to ensure vibrant competition, so we aren't stuck with vendor lock, or so we don't have kind of groupthink or a sole dependency, because nothing is worse in a modern adversarial environment than a single dependency or a single fault vulnerability. So diversity, richness, industry, whole of nation approach, education throughout at all levels, and I think much like we do, it's preparation, it's national preparation. We all grew up doing tornado drills. Many of us did nuclear drills and other things. How often are we doing? How are we teaching cyber hygiene, and how are we teaching the vulnerabilities of deep fakes and the negative side of artificial intelligence, or the negative consequences of GPT gone wrong? And so I think as we look at those, it will help us be better human stewards, better responsibility stewards. But much like we have responsible AI, we also need robust AI and resilient AI. I think if we don't have those 3 R's, much like the 3 R's of reading, writing, arithmetic, we won't be where we need to be. So we started this with the 2025 and being ready. This is what it's going to take. Are we there yet? No, we are not. Are we getting there? We have a sirens call here. We're communicating it. We're putting lots of programs in effect, but we need to need to get engaged as a nation, and we need to realize fully the scope of the existential challenges and competition before us. We need to be in it like we want to win it, because this is, for the 21st century and beyond, the key determining decade. The president said it in the National Defense Strategy that this is the decisive decade. I believe that the nation, again, that leads in AI will lead the world, but you lead in AI through data at the start, and the modern world demands it. And if we look at it, I think we got tremendous opportunities ahead. I'm very excited about our probability of success, but it's going to take diligent, consistent work every single day, and it's a team sport.
Yeah, it's a team sport for sure. It clearly calls for a national campaign at a national level that comes all the way to every one of us, touches every one of us. As you know, because we've talked before, and I've been engaged in this community for a long time. I've been an advocate of hybrid architectures, hybrid space architectures specifically. And I think you mentioned that the U.S. needs a resilient, robust, couple more R's there for you. The U.S. needs a resilient, robust space highway. And you said a key component of that will be a resilient, robust hybrid space architecture. Can you talk a little bit about where we stand today with respect to the space highway and this robust hybrid space architecture?
Yeah, I'd love to. I think I absolutely stand by those words. A hybrid space architecture means a couple different things. It's government and commercial. And that government can be also national security, intelligence community. It can be civil space. And it from a commercial perspective, it can be domestic and it can be international partners and allies as well. And it also is both physical and it's digital. And I think it's absolutely imperative to our success in space. As we look at the launch market, right now, commercial launches are 90% of the nation's launch manifest, and our rates are expected to increase another 300% by 2040. Just last year alone, Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center was the most active space center in the world in 2022. It is an exciting time. We expect to go from 61 launches to 99 to 300 or 400 in the not so distant future. That is truly tremendous, but that's only one part of the equation. That's the launch side of the equation. And I think we've seen, starting with my time at NASA, where we did commercial crew and cargo and commercial crew development and the precursor capabilities, we went from having less than 2% of the world's launch market to now having 98+% of the world's commercial launch market. We've driven reusability. I think these are just exemplars of the tremendous capability when you smartly stimulate and incentivize a robust U.S. industrial base that has competition at its core. Everyone wins in that. And I think that's what we're trying to harness for the in-space capability. Just last year, you saw the United States national policy come out on orbital debris remediation, as well as in-space servicing and assembly, in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, or ISAM. We in the DoD call that space access, mobility, and launch, or pardon me, logistics, SAML, space access, mobility, and logistics as a core space power tenet. But whether you call it SAML or whether you call it ISAM, NASA's program has had a long-running program on on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, or OSAM. Whatever you call it, that is going to be what enables and unleashes the true economic potential and capability of low Earth orbit. We now have the affordable launch. We now have the technology. We now have the rich investment ecosystem and the financial wherewithal to have a rich and vibrant system there. I think as we look at it, we will see a $1 trillion space economy as we leverage fully leverage low Earth orbit, as we fully leverage cislunar space, the moon and Mars and beyond. And this is not fanciful scientific, sci-fi futuristic. This is here and now. When we look at those capabilities, when we look at the ISAM potential, it is all about a hybrid space architecture that needs to ensure the rules of the road, ensure standards and interoperability, ensure the risk equation for the businesses that will invest is fertile and suitable. Having spent a decade in industry, it is vitally important that the ROI be there, and that those things, as they have needed to be throughout history, are protected and defended. So space domain awareness is a vital element of that. Communications and navigation. We need an internet in space, and those aren't going to be provided solely by the government. In fact, they need to be and are better, more resilient, and more capable, as we've seen by just the explosive growth of the proliferated low Earth orbit constellations for Starlink, OneWeb, Kuiper, and so many more. The Chinese are actively planning several mega constellations as well. So this is a golden moment, but we also got to be smart with our policies and with our active implementation on the global level, because I believe that space traffic management and the management of orbital debris is so vitally important to ensuring that we have a albeit a contested and challenged space environment, one that has some order and structure and norms and behaviors that are that are consistent with a global rules-based, law-based order.
Yeah, so we are seeing, as you mentioned, a large number of new entrants in this space industry, from launch to satellite service providers. We've got commercial industry starting to look at space stations, cislunar engagement, all of that. Okay, and so number one, I think that is really you're right. We're unleashing industry in order to help us address the problem and maintain leadership across the board in these areas. What do you see government doing right that we need to keep doing? What do you see maybe that we need to do that we're not doing now in terms of government collaborating with these industry partners in the future? You mentioned indemnification. You mentioned a variety of other things. What do you, just as a last question, because I know a lot of our audience is from industry, how do you see government collaboration with industry partners going forward?
Well, I think communication is essential, right? We recently had a couple-day meeting on CASR, which is the space reserve concept, much like CRAF, the Civil Reserve Air Fleet. That's one example of great interaction. We just recently had the FAA's ComStack meeting where we're getting the voice of industry and the user community, and we're being informed by that in the government side. I think that rich level of engagement is essential. I think we need more cross flow. People have walked in both shoes and led, because if you've grown up government your whole life and you've never had P&L responsibility, you've never walked in those shoes, you may think you understand it, but you absolutely don't have the same level as having exactly done that. Likewise, I think we need to make sure that we're making the investments and the partnerships something that's palatable and viable. As Honorable Calvelli, the Undersecretary of the Space for Acquisition and Integration, or the Service Acquisition Executive for Space, has said, we need to drive simplification. We need to have shorter cycles. We need to have more fertile competition, and I think those are great important attributes. I would also proffer that we need stable requirements. We need the government to act as an anchor customer, a stimulant in some areas. We also need to act as a driver of common standards and interoperability, help lead and forge that, so the U.S. industry and our partners and allies can lead the world in that. And I think, as we've seen, where we've done that throughout history has yielded incredible dividends. Where we see that, we find ourselves in a very unpalatable, unenviable position. And so I think that's logical. What that means is this is a cooperation with both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House and the Congress, and the executive and the legislative, ensuring that we have stable requirements, we have stable funding, we don't overclassify things, because I think we have a strong propensity to do that. Those three issues, stability of funding, stability of requirements, and driving less classification, will absolutely stimulate this more. I think that's necessary, but not sufficient. I think we need to continue. We're coming up on our fourth State of the Space Industrial Base report. I think that is an opportunity for people to provide really unvarnished input in a joint government report that really is the voice of customer. Last year we had 253 inputs. I think that richness leads to better outcomes. We are listening, and we will absolutely convert. I think there's also a responsibility. I think we need to make sure that the markets, I think we were a little bit frothy in the SPAC market, and I think we've had some retrenching and retraction there. But by no means do I think that this is going to be a long-term tamper on investment. I think we're only beginning to reach the tip of the iceberg here. I think as we look at that, We need to ensure that we have resiliency and that we have competitive architecture. We want to drive lower costs. We want to purchase. I think this is foundational for another acquisition approach. The Space Force, writ large, we want to leverage what we already have to the maximum extent practical. So we want smart, innovative solutions to leverage what we already got. But then we want to buy whatever we can and only build what we must. So as we put that out there and buy services and capability, we also need to be mindful of surge capacity for contingency needs and operations, and that's where that CASR, that concept has some merit. We need much more rapid development cycles because we know the rate and pace of tech change is mind-numbing, and that's in data and AI and algorithms and capabilities. That's on orbit compute, edge node computing from space, transport, optical comms, crosslinks, all of it. You name it, all of that is going to be driven by academia and industry. And then it's about transitioning that through the valley of death. You know, I think we're not fast enough. You know, the SBIRR, the SBIR pathways, you know, the AFWorks and the SpaceWorks, those are nice. We need to imbue the innovation culture across more fully. We need to continue to support those. I think we need to fully embrace Honorable Calavelli's principles. I think they are smart and right. And I think in so doing, we will then organically expand and improve the health and diversification of our space industrial base. And we need to look and strategically partner. There's some extraordinary work going on around the world, and our partners and allies are so critical to that. I think we don't have a lock on the best ideas here, and so we need to make sure that there's conduits for those. We're bridging again that valley of death, and that's an area that's a perennial challenge. And having been on the outside too, I realize sometimes how challenging it is and how slow it is to engage with the government. We've simply got to fix that. And that's, again, education, and it's active work on both sides. And I think forums like this, where we can probe the issues, don't just hit the superfluous wave tops, but really drive into the substantive dialogue, and then take those and drive actionable impacts where we're holding ourselves accountable. We have metrics that measure, and we're holding the feet to the fire in a collective spans of control. Then we will succeed. And I think success here is essential. As we mentioned earlier, we must lead the world in space, and we must lead the world in AI, and that starts with data, and that starts with people first and foremost. And so I've really enjoyed the opportunity to talk on this breadth and diverse set of topics. Look forward to the next time.
John, thank you so much. I'm comprehensive in scope, insightful in terms of the value of your comments, really helpful. David, I'm going to get ready to toss it back to you, David Hamilton, but I want to say thank you to my friend John Olson, Major General John Olson, PhD, the lead for Space Force lead for Joint All-Domain Command and Control and Advanced Battle Management Systems, known as JADC2 and ABMS, and formerly the Mobilization Assistant to the Chief of Space Operations. Again, thank you very much, General. It's been a pleasure hearing your thoughts and engaging with you. David, back to you.
Well, thank you, Ken. That's fantastic. That was it was a brilliant capstone, sort of the closing keynote discussion between the two of you. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you doing that. Appreciate your being our patron sponsor, and appreciate Major General John Olson joining us. And I thought, Ken, while we have you, and we did run a little long, apologize for that, but would love for you to share sort of your closing thoughts on the entire day, where you see where we are, and any other remarks that you'd like to give to sort of close us out.
Sure. Let me just check here. I'm not muted, am I, David? You got me?
Good to go.
I think American Future Series is a national treasure. It provides an opportunity for a thoughtful discourse on really important and compelling issues. I thought the agenda today was thoughtful. We started with Rudyard Lynch on the rise and fall of America. And I thought that was a really good way to set the tone at a high level. We moved to Bong Gumhad, who talked about modernizing the joint force, the great job we're doing on that. But he also talked about the fact that, in our civilian space, we're moving to a next generation 911 public safety capability that enables not just human to human, but the machine to machine public safety engagement. And our military bases and our young men and women in uniform need that same capability. And I think we're lagging on that. And so we need to address that. We moved to zero trust in defense and commercial sectors. General David Petraeus was absolutely stunning. Jared Shepard was good too. I think that he has a capability and a technology that I think is cutting edge. We moved to generative AI. Nina Schick is, again, I think a national treasure. I've read her books. She's really interesting, talking about how every aspect of society will be impacted by artificial intelligence. They talked about the accessibility of AI. They talked about ChatGPT. They talked about how people are experimenting with it and finding ways to use it. And I think that that is a compelling discussion that I was really interested in. The Radigi Award presentation and the remarks, of course, our COO at Comtech, Maria Hedden, led the charge there with General Keith Alexander, Lieutenant General Harry Radigi. They presented this to Palmer Luckey. Palmer Luckey is a national treasure. People like that only come along once in a while, and we know a few of them, and they have been awardees associated with AFS and for a number of years. But Palmer Luckey is fantastic, and I think that he talked about finding your passion being important, but also finding a calling that has a noble purpose so that history will remember you in terms of making a contribution to the nation and to the world. We moved to a really compelling tech talk in terms of the acceleration of and commercialization of 5G, 5G advanced, 6G. Maria Hedden talked with Anirban Chakouri, our chief growth officer, as well as Robert Frederick. Robert Frederick is another individual kind of in the Palmer Luckey vein that is a national treasure with regard to his technology expertise. He's got 44 patents. He's been involved in Bluetooth, Amazon Anywhere. He's been involved in what we now know as Alexa. And I think that we talked about the physical and digital coexistence, digital twinning. And I think that that is a compelling conversation that is thought-provoking for all of us. So, you know, not to drag on and on, I thought it was a really good conference, David. I thought you chaired it really well. Frankly, the National Security Dual Use Technology Summit is a fantastic forum for us to discuss how the United States can maintain a strategic advantage in today's technology-driven society. We talked about how today's global environment, is more important than ever before for us to ensure we put the most advanced technologies and capabilities in the hands of our warfighters, our young men and women in uniform, our own sons and daughters, so they can be informed, protected, they can be situationally aware, and connected. I hope you come away from this summit with not only a valuable insights, but also actions that the people and the organizations that participate in this can put into practice to help our industry, to help our partners, to help our customers, to help our country succeed in this very competitive landscape that we're in. David, thank you for enabling this event. Comtech is pleased to be your sponsor. It's great to be here. Thank you for all you do and for all America's Future Series is doing to organize such a fantastic event. Back to you.
Well, thank you. There's one thing that I don't think should go unnoticed, which is by your patronage and us being able to do this, we've put people together. A lot of the people that spoke to today got to know each other in the calls beforehand, setting up what they were going to talk about, et cetera. There's an ecosystem that goes on. And because of your support, we're able to put these people together. And I can't tell you the number of people that were here today who said, oh, we need to do that. They're going to follow up with each other. They're going to do business together. They're going to support our military. They're going to invent and create and innovate. And it's because we create an opportunity for people smarter than me to get together and find common ground and find solutions for common problems.
Yeah, it's a venue and a discussion that results in action. And the action is what it's all about. You're exactly right.
Well, thank you. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks for staying with us so late. Good night, everyone, and look for us down the road. We'll keep you apprised of our next event. And Ken, you're going to be helping us honor General Raymond of the Space Force with General Hyten.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. What a tough job to be the very first chief for the Space Force. I think that's a fantastic opportunity. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, David.
Take care. Have a great evening.